The man was obviously a peerless genius in sword cultivation, but he was trapped in a land infested with demons for 100 years and unable to leave the mountain. It was all because he had mistakenly entered a strange space while hunting demons years ago, and in order to survive, he slaughtered the demon clan crazily every day. Finally, after 100 years, he broke through the great vehicle realm and was able to tear through the void. At this moment, the Purple Cloud Palace is hosting a wedding. Bustling with excitement, Yi Qingxian appeared in the sky above the imperial palace. Filled with deep emotions, I have finally returned. Suddenly, a group of guards in blue armor rushed over. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the Purple Cloud Dynasty's imperial palace? I am named Yi Xian, and I want to see the current empress of the Purple Heaven Dynasty. The leading soldier exchanged glances with the others, then sneered. Who do you think you are? You also want to see Her Majesty the Empress? If you don't leave now, your blood will be spilled on the spot. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxian furrowed his brows slightly. If this were in the strange space, the few people in front of him would have long been separated from their bodies. Su Qianxian, whose wedding was disrupted, angrily stepped forward and said, judging by your age, you should be no more than 100 years old. I wonder which powerful figure you are. What business do you have with my master? Su Qianxian. She is the female protagonist who was deceived and ruined by the male lead in the novel. I didn't expect that this return coincided with the most important wedding event in the book. Senior, today is the day of the junior's wedding. If the senior insists on disturbing the wedding, then the junior will not be polite. The male lead raised his head, his words filled with threats. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxian furrowed his brows lightly. In the next moment, a majestic pressure enveloped and everyone present had pale faces. Kneeling on the ground, the male lead, with the help of the old man in the ring, barely resisted, but the pain in his body still made his bones crackle. Such a powerful pressure. The opponent is a strong cultivator in the Mahayana stage. My spiritual power cannot help you resist for too long. After losing the help of his teacher, the male lead was directly pressed to the ground. At this moment, a woman appeared next to Su Qianxian, who was none other than the empress of the Purple Sky Dynasty. The cold frost condensation with the cultivation of the mid-stage of the great vehicle realm. Qianxian, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Actually marrying this little white face while your master is in seclusion. Su Qianxian immediately knelt in front of the empress. Qianxian knows her mistake, but the disciple really likes him. Cold Frost did not pay attention to the front of Su Qianxian, but stared closely at the young man with white hair in front of him. You are, master, after 100 years of absence, you even forgot about me. The 100 years of fighting had already depleted his mental strength, and he turned white overnight after leaving the strange space. Cold Frost's eyes seemed to have tears swirling in the corners. Her voice choked up. It's really you. Where have you been all these years? Why didn't you return to the Purple Cloud Dynasty? Yi Qingxian sighed slowly. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't come back. The Cold Frost wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, turned around and said, today's events are all misunderstandings. I will personally explain to you all on another day. The cultivators who came to attend the wedding here looked at each other and wisely turned and left the imperial city. Cold Frost brought Yi Qingxian to her sleeping palace, and learned from Yi Qingxian what had happened in these years, feeling even more painful in her heart. Su Qianxian walked in timidly. Plop knelt down on the ground. Master. Qianxian knows she was wrong. Lang Xuanning looked at her disciple, whom she regarded as her own daughter, with mixed feelings. At this moment, the male lead walked to Su Qianxian's side and helped her up, then bowed to Lang Xuanning. Junior Tian Daozong's holy son has met Empress Your Majesty, a great son of the Tian Dao sect. When will you treat the Purple Sky Dynasty as your own home? You actually disregarded my rules and entered the hall without permission. Hearing this, the male protagonist just smiled slightly. Empress, you are being too serious. You personally said before that the Tian Dao sect and the Purple Sky Dynasty are one family. As a son of this sect, I should have this authority, right? Although Lang Xuanning was very angry in her heart, she had to suppress her anger due to her fear of the strength of the head of the Tian Dao sect. At this moment, the silent Yi Qingxian opened his eyes. If I remember correctly, the Tian Dao sect of the past was still affiliated with my Purple Cloud Dynasty. Now, are they trying to turn the tables and become the masters? Junior, although my Heavenly Dao sect is affiliated with the Purple Sky Dynasty, now that my Heavenly Dao sect master has already broken through to the late Mahayana realm, it's really hard to say who will be the master. Just then, the sound of a loud and cheerful laugh came from within the great hall, only to see several men and women dressed in uniform Dao robes striding away, the leader of which was an old man with a white beard and a straight figure, whose cultivation had long since stepped into the harmonization great circle realm at this moment. It was obviously an elder of the Heavenly Dao sect. The male lead turned around respectfully and arched his hand towards the old man who suddenly appeared. Greetings to Elder Chen. Lang Xuangning's narrow eyes curved into a dangerous arc, even her voice became a few degrees colder. fellow Taoist Chen, I didn't expect that the Heavenly Tao sect would arrange for you to come. Where is your sect leader? Chen Fengxiao stroked his pale goatee beard and said with a smile, Your Majesty, the Empress is overstating the case. The sect leader is currently still in seclusion to recuperate and is not in a position to come out and meet your Majesty, so I hope your Majesty will bear with me. Lang Xuangning did not rush to make a move. Although they were both in the Mahayana realm, the gap between the realms was still relatively large. Even if they used their magic treasures, they would not necessarily be able to defeat the Heavenly Tao sect leader who was also in the Mahayana realm. Chen Fengxiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Qingxian beside Empress Lang Xuangning. For some reason, he always felt that he sensed a peculiar feeling in this person's body. Yi Qingxian similarly gazed at him. If he remembered correctly, the old guy in front of him should be the guy who, relying on his status as the head of the Heavenly Tao sect, promised the holy maiden Su Shanshan that if she stole the glazed Vajra circle, she could be allowed to stay right next to the male protagonist for eternity. Our sect leader has said that he hopes that the Violet Sky Dynasty will need to provide my Heavenly Tao sect with 30,000 spirit stones and a number of magic treasures and elixirs every year, and that in the future, if the dynasty is in danger, our Heavenly Tao sect will definitely help out. Chen Fengxiao said with a bright smile. It looks like they are negotiating, but they are already robbing in the open. According to the previous salary, every year, the Heavenly Tao sect only needed to contribute 1,000 spirit stones and a number of magic treasures and elixirs to the Violet Sky Dynasty. And now Chen Fengxiao's request is obviously here lion's share of money, but also did not put the other side of the purple heavenly kingdom in the eyes nowadays. Empress Lang Xuangning's expression did not look good, her slender jade hands clenched together fiercely, and there seemed to be a blazing fire burning in her eyes. Does this Heavenly Tao sect really think that they, the Violet Sky Dynasty, are easy to bully? What a big mouth. First there was the holy son of the Heavenly Tao sect secretly marrying the holy maiden of my dynasty, and then there were elders demanding spirit stones. You Heavenly Tao sect really have a lot of guts. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Fengxiao, an elder of the Heavenly Tao sect, turned around and gazed at Yi Qingxuan's position, asking with a face full of displeasure, Who are you? This is a matter between my Heavenly Tao sect and the Violet Sky Dynasty. When did it come to your turn to interrupt here like a child? At this time, Chen Fengxiao did not know Yi Qingxuan's identity, and having just emerged from the gate, he had received permission from the sect leader to come and bring the Holy Sun back, and would claim the spirit stone pills of the Violet Sky Dynasty. Xianer. Empress Lang Xuangning hurriedly spoke out to stop Yi Qingxian. After all, the Heavenly Tao sect leader had already broken through to the late Mahayana realm at the moment. It was impossible for her to win against the other party by virtue of her, not to mention Yi Qingxian as an early stage of the Mahayana realm. Yi Qingxian, however, raised his hand to indicate that he was fine, and then looked at the elder of the Heavenly Tao sect. Go back and relay the message to your sect leader to pack up all of the sect's treasures and send them to the Imperial Palace within 3 days, or else the seat does not mind exterminating the entire Heavenly Tao sect. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Even the Heavenly Tao sect elder Chen Fengxiao had a stunned expression. Some couldn't believe their ears. What did this guy just say? Having the Heavenly Tao sect leader personally send over the sect's treasures and magic treasures? He's nothing. Chen Fengxiao once again lightly stroked his beard and squinted his eyes. Junior, are you not confused? My Heavenly Tao sect is already the strongest sect in the Purple Sky Dynasty, with close to 10,000 disciples within the sect. If it wasn't for us, I'm afraid that the neighboring countries would have already attacked your country's capital and massacred all the living beings here. Now it's just for the lord of this place to make offerings of spirit stones and pills. What's wrong with that? Chen Fengxiao said rightfully, as if it was nothing more than the most normal thing to say so yourself. After all, the cultivation world has always been a world where the strong are honored and the weak are humbled, and without strength, then only obedience can survive. It seems that I came back too late to allow a tiny sect to ride atop my Violet Sky Dynasty and act recklessly. Yi Qingxian sighed and shook his head. As Yi Qingxuan's voice fell, his pair of pupils also completely turned light red, and his entire body's murderous aura was like a shocking wave constantly spreading towards the surroundings. Even the Empress Lang Xuangning, who was also in the Mahayana realm, was unconsciously taking half a step backwards in front of this amazing killing aura at this moment. What a terrible killing intent. It's like the god of killing has descended. The elder of the Heavenly Tao sect looked odd and staggered back 2 steps, saying in his heart, this aura. He's actually a Mahayana cultivator. When did such a strong person appear in the Violet Sky Dynasty? Looking out of the corner of his eye, Yi Qingxian swept across the entire field. Yi Qingxuan's single hand slightly probed out. Mr. Yi has never been a person who was addicted to killing, but if you and the others are so wanton today, Mr. Yi can only personally send you to the 3 forks of the river to repent. Chen Fengxiao's face was horrified, and he immediately looked at the male lead beside him and asked, who is he? The male lead thought that Elder Chen Fengxiao knew the identity of the other party, which is why he didn't remind him at the beginning, but when he saw Elder Chen's terrified expression, he timidly replied, reporting back to the elder, this is the holy son of the Violet Heavenly Kingdom who has disappeared for 100 years, Yi Qingxian. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen Fengxiao slowly straightened his back and squinted his eyes. It has long been rumored that the personal disciple of the current empress is a heavenly prodigy, practicing qi at the age of 3 and building the foundation at the age of 5. It is only a pity that he died at a young age. Now it seems that the rumors are not reliable.
Old man, you're a bit talkative, aren't you? Lang Xuanning reminded with a cold expression.
Xian'er had just returned from that hellish place, so naturally, she didn't want to bring up this matter. Seeing Empress Lang Xuanning's gloomy face, Chen Fengxiao did not continue to say anything. After all, it was not a wise choice to anger the current empress. Chen Fengxiao timidly looked at Yi Qingxian, not daring to look directly into the other party's eyes. Even he himself did not understand that a hallowed harmonious body-strong man would be afraid of a person's eyes. This is the order explained by the sect leader. If Her Majesty the Empress is unwilling to accept it, then in the future, it can only be our sect leader who comes personally.
Let's go! Chapter 5. Either resign yourself to your fate and be as low as a slave, or work hard and be strong. Has this seat told you to leave? The cold and piercing voice was like a life-suppressing rakshasa resounding beside everyone's ears. Elder Chen Fengxiao, who was just about to leave, also stopped in his tracks and stared at Yi Qingxian, who was full of hostility. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back, his right foot lightly stepped on the ground, and his entire body instantly appeared in front of Elder Chen Fengxiao. What? What do you want? Elder Chen Fengxiao subconsciously took 2 steps backward and questioned in fear.
Yi Qingxian spoke with a solemn expression. When did the Purple Heavenly Palace become a place where you can come and go as you please?
You want to kill me?
Elder Chen Fengxiao once again took a few large steps backward and said angrily, if you kill me, the Heaven's Path sect will never let you go. Yi Qingxian did not reply to his words, only that he raised his right hand, and above his fingertips, a crystal aura flashed, and the spiritual energy within his body, clouded and surged, condensing above his fingertips. Chen Fengxiao completely panicked, and then disregarded the death of the disciples beside him. The whole person like a lost dog like fleeing for his life scurried out of the hall. Yi Qingxuan's face showed disdain, only to see the crystalline in his hand, a flick out, landed on top of the back of Chen Fengxiao's head. Chen Fengxiao did not even have time to react. The whole person instantly turned into ashes. The body died. Seeing this, the ministers in the arena all looked shocked, unable to believe that Yi Qingxian actually dared to kill the elders of the Heavenly Dao sect. Lang Fengying's jade hand tightly gripped the phoenix head armrest beside her, her expression grave. Sitting on the chair she was somewhat like sitting on pins and needles. Killing Chen Fengxiao was a small matter, but I'm afraid that offending the entire Heavenly Dao sect was the real big deal. After a cultivator reached the Mahayana realm, every small realm difference was a world of difference, not to mention that the Heavenly Dao sect master was a late Mahayana powerhouse. The male lead was also trembling with fear from the sudden change, and could not believe in his dreams that this Yi Qingxian really dared to kill their Heavenly Dao sect elder.
Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the Heavenly Dao sect?
Yi Qingxian sidestepped his body and glanced at the Heavenly Dao sect disciple who had long since been scared to the point of peeing his pants, then his gaze rested on the male protagonist's body. The thing he hated the most in this novel was the male protagonist in front of him. The guy was indeed talented and full of chances, but had one fatal flaw, a vomit-inducing double standard. It is heavenly justice for him to kill demonic beasts, and it is sinful for others to kill demonic beasts, and this kind of person is really disgusting. Demonic beasts and humans are inherently incompatible. Looking at the history of the entire Tianxian continent, the moment a demonic beast sees a human being there is only killing, there is no mercy.
There is a difference with the one next door.
You killed my Heavenly Dao sect's elder. The sect leader will definitely not spare your Violet Sky dynasty when he finds out, and will make you all give the elder a burial. The Heavenly Dao sect disciple glared at Yi Qingxian with reddened eyes, as if he wanted to tear his flesh and blood off in one bite. Yi Qingxian had a cold aura in his eyes and said with a faint smile, if this seat dares to kill your elder, I am not afraid of offending the Heavenly Dao sect. From the moment he crossed over to the strange space, Yi Qingxian understood a truth in his heart. In a world where demons were rampant and immortal pills were made from living people, as long as oneself continued to be strong, what was revenge worth? If 10 people take revenge, kill 10 people. If 100 people take revenge, kill 100 people. If the world takes revenge, then kill the world. If one succeeds in being avenged, it proves that one is still not strong enough, not working hard enough, and slacking on one's cultivation.
Deserved to die.
Yi Qingxian relied on such thoughts to be able to survive for 100 years without dying, so now how could he be afraid of the verbal threats of the Heavenly Dao sect? The disciples of the Heavenly Dao sect were also all intimidated by Yi Qingxuan's aura, and everyone's face was incomparably ugly, because from today onwards, their lives were no longer their own. Empress Lang Xuanning sighed, things have come to this point, and then say anything more has no meaning, can only stand up and slowly speak. The Heavenly Dao sect disciples all blocked cultivation into the prison, choose a day to be beheaded all public. The male lead's face grew even more grim as he tried to speak in his defense, but felt a hot burning sensation coming from his face.
Snap! Of a crunch.
A clear and pleasant slap sounded instantly, and the male lead's soft body flew out backwards as if it were a kite with broken strings, crashing into the wall without warning.
Did this seat let you move? Yi Qingxian asked rhetorically.
The male lead's face had long been red and swollen, 2 of his teeth had fallen out, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth, making the whole person look extremely terrifying. Su Shallow, who was the female lead, anxiously ran over and stopped in front of the male lead with red eyes. What are you doing? Why did you strike at my husband? You're a bad person. Yi Qingxian didn't pay attention to Su Shanshan, but instead his gaze lingered on the male main character who was sprawled on the ground spitting out blood. Your name is Chunan, right? This time you should understand what it means to be the weakest and the strongest? The male lead, Chunan, clenched his teeth and raised his head with red eyes. What the hell do you want? Yi Qingxian shrugged his shoulders and smiled blandly, then stomped on Chunan's face and said, no matter which world there is always a group of weaklings, begging for alms from the strong, as if helping you is the demeanor of the strong, and not helping you is the wrong thing to do. The weak should be weak, either resign themselves to their fate and be as lowly as slaves, or rise to the occasion and work low. Often people who are arrogant and domineering based on the background of others usually have only one outcome, and that is death. Yi Qingxian kicked the male protagonist 100 meters away, then without hesitation, he killed all the remaining Heavenly Tao sect disciples. These people, after all, are already defeated, and the end of the defeated is defined by the victors, and letting them live is their own charity, not a flood of their own sainthood. It's only right to let them die. Congratulations to the host for killing a harmonized cultivator, rewarding the host with an immortal sword. Right at this moment, the system's beep sounded in Yi Qingxuan's mind, and then an immortal sword flashing with blood-red mist popped up in the system space. Yi Qingxian withdrew his sight, clapped his hands, and spoke as if nothing had happened. Throw that Chunan into the prison, the seat still has some questions to ask him. The forbidden guards at the entrance had a shudder in their hearts after seeing the scene that took place, wiping the beads of sweat from their faces and subconsciously nodding their heads, not daring to be slow in dragging the male master to the dungeon under strict guard. Yi Qingxian didn't care about other people's opinion of himself. He came to the front of the female lead Su Shanshan, and casually slapped his hand, and with a miserable scream, Su Shanshan flew directly into Long Shuangning's arms. Hiss! The crowd that saw this was confused. Even Long Shuangning couldn't help but stand up and look at Su Shanyuan who was bleeding from a slap. Chapter 6. A good man chooses a tree to live in, a wise man chooses a lord to serve him. Lang Shuangning was a little too impatient and lowered her own voice. Xianer, aren't you doing this a little too much? Yi Qingxian replied softly, as the holy daughter of the Violet Sky Dynasty, she even colluded with the holy son of the Heavenly Tao sect. It shouldn't be much of a problem for me to teach her a lesson in place of you, master, right? Lang Shuangning looked at the year his favorite disciple into today's appearance, to the mouth of the words to stop, can only sigh deeply, and did not say too much blame words. For so many years, Lang Shuangning's heart always owed Yi Qingxian, and now that Qingxian was able to return, Lang Shuangning naturally wanted to make up for the years of debt to him. Looking at Yi Qingxuan's back as he left, Empress Lang Shuangning silently lowered her head, as if she had seen the image of Yi Qingxian leaving as a child. It's like a dream to think about it again. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the dim and humid dungeon, the male lead who had his meridian sealed was a bit annoyed at the moment, and slammed his fist hard against the wall in front of him. Damn Yi Qingxian, it's just because his cultivation is in the Mahayana realm that he is so reckless. If I step into the Mahayana cultivation in the future, I will definitely return today's shame in 100 ways. Master, can you open the shackles in my body and let's leave this place together? The hero looked at the ring in his hand and asked eagerly. Shunan understood in his heart that staying here was not a long-term solution, and currently only relying on his teacher had the ability to break the shackles within his body. When the time comes, 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river, he or she will make everyone in the Purple Sky Dynasty pay a painful price for today's action. A pale and weak voice soon came from the ring. The soul power that was so hard to recover in Master's body was all consumed in the kick that Yi Qingxian had just sent flying out. And Master, there is no way to help you unlock the restrictions in your body. Yi Qingxian was, after all, a Mahayana stage powerhouse. Even a casual kick was able to turn a harmonization realm cultivator into ashes. If he hadn't utilized all his soul power in time to coalesce the boundary, I'm afraid that the current male lead would have already died and his soul would have traveled to the Six Paths house to reincarnate. The male lead was also confused after hearing his master's words, unable to believe that Yi Qingxuan's kick had shattered all of his master's soul power that he had accumulated over the years. Is this a Mahayana stage powerhouse? The old voice replied, if it was the old man in his prime, the Mahayana child would be nothing more than an ant, but with a damaged soul and without the help of a physical body, the old man is no match for the Mahayana powerhouse. The old voice sounded again, this son was born with hostility, he must have killed a lot of people to coalesce, you'd better not provoke the other party, lest you bring trouble to yourself. The male lead furrowed his brows and said righteously, drenched in hostility and determined to kill, this person already has a way to take death. Looking at the male lead's strength of not admitting defeat, the old grandfather in the ring was also speechless. He wanted to tell him to recognize the reality, in the face of absolute strength, a passionate heart is nothing more than an overrate. If this seed had spoken a word back then, not to mention this tiny Violet Sky Dynasty, even the entire northern territory of the southern continent would have to be removed from the entire Tianqian continent. The old voice in the ring resounded again, now even if Master possesses you in your body, at most it will replace the transformation spirit stage realm, and there will still be no room for resistance in the face of a Mahayana cultivator. Just then, a light footstep sounded slowly, and the dimly lit candelabras on either side lit up the instant he walked in. The hero raised his head and looked at the visitor through the iron bars. This person had flowing white hair, a star point on his brow, and his entire face, filled with an aura of depression. "It's you!" The moment the male lead saw Yi Qingxian, he instantly burst his veins as if he had seen his enemy. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation wasn't good, at this moment, he would have already rushed up to the man in front of him without stopping. Yi Qingxian stood with his arms folded, overlooking the heavens and the earth with eyes that looked at the male master Chunan within the cage with an evil smile. "The seat has come because it wants to meet that high person behind you." According to the original description, the old grandfather in Chunan's hands was extremely powerful in his lifetime, and was one of the few peak powerhouses in the entire Tianxian continent. Due to exploring the Immortal Mansion, he was struck down by the confinement within the Immortal Mansion, and then transformed into a soul body to live on, and was eventually picked up by the current male lead Chunan and worshipped his master. The hero's next path without the old gentleman in the ring, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for him to become the position of the God Emperor who calls the shots, much less have such achievements. Hearing Yi Qingxuan's words, the male lead's eyes kept dodging and his heart became even more horrified. How was it possible for him to discover his teacher's secret? Even the heavenly Dao sect master, the master he casually worshipped, could not detect his teacher's aura. Yi Qingxian was only a small early stage of the Mahayana stage, so how could he possibly tell that he had the help of a strong person with a soul body? Couldn't it be a guess? However, looking at Yi Qingxuan's categorical appearance and not like a lie, his heart was even more puzzled as to how he'd have found out. "Since Senior knows that I found out, why haven't you shown yourself yet? Could it be that Senior is afraid that Senior will shatter your soul?" As Yi Qingxuan's voice fell, a white mist emerged above the male ring, and as the mist coalesced, an old man with a white beard and hair, pale face, and deep eyes slowly appeared in front of him. Yi Qingxian looked at the old grandfather who appeared, and a smile that was hard to detect appeared on his face. "This little friend, I don't want to make an enemy of you. Can you spare my disciple? If there is a need in the future, I will definitely keep it in mind." The old voice rang out slowly. The old man's expression was a bit frozen. He didn't dare to guarantee that Yi Qingxian would make a move against him and the male lead, Chunan, and right now, he couldn't resist the attack of a Mahayana cultivator at all. Yi Qingxian nodded and smiled lightly. "Senior is joking. If it was placed at your peak, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the desire to look at me. I'm afraid." Gramps didn't say a word. Because he's right. If he was at his peak, even a Thunderjack cultivator would be nothing more than a mole cricket in front of him, and being able to look at him would be considered giving him face, let alone a mere Mahayana cultivator. No matter how glorious Senior was in life, today you are nothing more than a soul body. Yi Qingxian took out a cup of tea and sipped it before continuing. "There is an ancient saying that a good star chooses a tree to live in and a wise minister chooses his master to do his work. Seniors had a glorious life before they lived, but after they died, why would they want to follow the side of such trash? Who are you calling a loser?" The male lead was also completely enraged by Yi Qingxuan's words, his palms gripping hard on the iron cage in front of him as he glared in annoyance. Not only did this fellow sabotage his own plans to obtain the glazed Vajra circle, but he was also stirring up trouble at this moment to make his master subjugate to him. Yi Qingxian, he was simply a despicable and shameless villain. Chapter 7. Do you not hear that the sky is the limit, and that if I want to go, the road is at my feet? You really think I don't dare to kill you? Colorless thing, get lost. A cold aura shot through Yi Qingxuan's eyes. The male lead, who had just been arrogant, was struck by the baleful aura, and all of a sudden, his body shook, violently raising his head to meet Yi Qingxuan's eyes, and his entire body retreated in a panic as if he had fallen into an abyss of 10,000 fathoms. At this moment, fear had long been born in the male lead's heart, and even he himself did not understand why he was so afraid of the man in front of him. When he had faced the heavenly Dao sect master, he had not had this kind of mental feeling, but in facing Yi Qingxian, it was as if the fear within him had been magnified 10,000 times. As long as he saw his stern face, he had the feeling of being wrapped up within countless evil spirits. The old man's face was pale as he pressed his palm on his disciple's shoulder, and it was only with the faint soul power injected into his body that the latter's expression returned to its original form from the panic he had just experienced. "Little friend, I see that hostility has been born in your body, and if you can't correct it in time, I'm afraid that it will breed heart demons in the future, affecting your future cultivation." Ha ha ha. Yi Qingxuan's laughter stopped and his voice was indifferent. "Don't you know that there is no way out of the sky? As long as I want to go, the path is under my feet. What is there to say that it will affect my next cultivation? Even if the black coffin deathluck is added to the body, and strong enemies are surrounded, for the true god of killers, this is just the opening of the district can be. Even if it breeds a heart demon, it will only help itself, not snatch the body and take away its own creation. After all, can a heart demon be as ruthless as yourself?" Seeing that he could not persuade Yi Qingxian in front of him, the old man exhaled a deep breath of cold air and stopped speaking. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back, placed the teacup in his hand lightly on the table, and said with a slight sideways glance, the senior's cultivation was as high as it was in his lifetime, but he was surrounded by strong enemies, and his death back then should have been done by someone on purpose as well. Moreover, this seat has also heard that thousands of years ago, there was a sword immortal who severed heaven and earth with just one sword. That sword shocked the heavens and the earth, the rivers flowed backwards, and heaven and earth were separated, but it affected the gods for 10,000 miles around, so I'm sure that there were not a few beings who died between those swords. The old man's expression finally changed at this moment. Even when he was facing Yi Qingxian he didn't make any movements, yet after hearing the story from his mouth, the feelings inside caused his breathing to become a little short. Seeing that his purpose had been accomplished, Yi Qingxian didn't say another word, he just dropped a sentence and turned around to leave. Senior will give senior time to think about it, remember to tell me when you've thought about it. It's still the same saying, a good star chooses a tree to live in, and a wise minister chooses a master to serve, so I wish that senior would take good care of himself. Looking at Yi Qingxuan's back as he left, the male lead's expression at the moment was like the fourth emoticon in your phone, indignantly smashing his fist hard against the wall. Why was it that in the past, he had been able to survive even the most powerful dangers, but this time, he had been captured, and even his master had been discovered by this thief. Master, you should quickly recover some of your soul power, and we'll be able to leave this place by then. The male lead's voice was a bit anxious, the only person he could rely on right now was his master. In addition, he still had one more card to play, which was the current holy daughter of the Violet Sky dynasty, Su Shanshan. As a holy maiden, Su Shallow must have the ability to undo the prohibition, and as long as the other party brought the glazed adamantine circle to herself, she would be able to utilize the spiritual energy inside to break through the realm. The old man, however, did not pay any attention to the male lead Shunan's words at this time, but was pulled into the image of his own death back then by Yi Qingxuan's words. Purple Sky Dynasty, Holy Maiden's Bedchamber. As the personal disciple of the current empress, Su Shallow's room could be described as luxurious, with large white silks hanging on the walls, on which sacred runes were embroidered with silver threads that shimmered in the dim light. In the center of the room was a carved four-poster bed with a white veil hanging down like a light cloud. In the corners were fine candelabras with flickering candles, the light dancing on the crystal ornaments. By the window stood ancient bookshelves filled with sacred texts and occult books that smelled of old paper. The floor was covered with a soft white blanket with embroidered angels coming to life. As the current Holy Maiden Highness, Su Shanshan is now anxiously ferrying in place, wanting to go out, but she was stopped by the guards at the door. Lord Holy Maiden, Her Majesty the Empress has ordered that you are not allowed to leave the room by half a step. Please don't make things difficult for your subordinates. Su Shanshan impatiently stomped her feet, the image of the male lead being severely tortured even surfaced in her mind. She could only lower herself and said, let me go to the dungeon to meet Shunan, even if it's just a glance, just a glance. I'm sorry, Holy Maiden. The guard shook his head and replied once again, without His Majesty's order, the Holy Maiden is not allowed to leave the room by half a step, so please don't put me in a difficult position, Your Highness. Unbridled. Do you believe I'll kill you now? You're nothing but a slave of the Purple Sky Dynasty. What qualifications do you have to block my way? Hurry up and get out of my way, otherwise I'll definitely execute your 9 clans when I go out. Seeing that softness was not an option, Su Shanshan also put on the posture of the Holy Maiden of the past, pointing at the guard's nose and cursing, wanting to use her identity to coerce the other party into letting her go forward to the dungeon. Facing the threat of Her Highness the Holy Maiden, the guards were a bit hesitant, but thinking of Her Majesty the Empress's methods, they still stopped the Holy Maiden Su Shanshan, who wanted to force her way in. I'm sorry, Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, even if you execute all 10 of my clans, I can't leave here today. Su Shallow's pretty face reddened with anger. She could only send her heart's resentment on the room's decoration. Even if she smashed the room to pieces, no one came in to stop it. Asuna, don't be unreasonable. Right at this moment, Her Majesty, the current Empress, Lang Xuanning, appeared in this place out of thin air, and seeing that the vases and tables in the room had been smashed to smithereens, she was also a bit angry. I didn't expect that the disciple that I had cultivated would be in disarray today for the holy son of the heavenly Tao sect. Was this still the holy daughter that I loved so much? Master! Su Shanshan ran over with tearful eyes, tightly grasping Lang Xuangning's arm, chokingly pleading, you let me go and meet Shunan. His cultivation is only at the Jiedan realm, and he simply can't withstand the torture equipment in the heavenly prison. Nonsense! Lang Xuanning shook off Su Shanshan's palm and pointed at the latter's nose, saying with a face full of anger, Shanshan, are you confused? Don't you know that Shunan is the holy son of the heavenly Tao sect? The heavenly Tao sect is now at the point of no return with my purple heavenly kingdom. Now you want to betray the purple heavenly kingdom and your master for the sake of this rascal. Do you not want to betray the purple heavenly kingdom? It's all because of Yi Qingxian. Why did he come back? If it wasn't for him, yesterday I would have already been married to Shunan as a dual cultivator. Why is he still alive? Why Su Shanshan knelt on the ground in pain, sobbing uncontrollably. She could only cover her cherry lips, but the tears were still like raindrops constantly flowing down the stream. Chapter 8 Becoming a Hearth, Night and Day? How dare you! Empress Lang Xuanning immediately let out a broken cry, pointing at holy maiden Su Shanshan who was kneeling on the ground, shivering with anger. Shanshan, do you know that that's your senior brother, the existence that has the best chance of achieving a party of great emperors today? At the age of 3, he practiced qi, at the age of 4, he built the foundation, and at the age of 8, he even reached the foundation building grand completion realm, achieving fame as the first cultivator in the Violet Sky dynasty to break through the Jiedan realm at the age of 9. Back then, Yi Qingxian was extremely talented, and was even hailed by the world as the strongest person who had the best chance of proving the throne of the emperor. If not for the sudden disappearance of the disappearance, today's Purple Heavenly Palace dynasty would have long since become the strongest dynasty in Tianxian continent. Not to mention the current holy maiden Su Shallow. Su Shanshan tearfully knelt on the ground, her voice choked, Master, but Shunan is the love of my disciple's life, I really can't live without him. Oh. I know you like him, but you should also understand the gap between you and him. Forget about him. Master will definitely find you a good family in the future. Lang Shuangning glanced at her disciple. How could she not have a heart like a knife? But in her heart, she understood that the Heavenly Tao sect and the Purple Heavenly Palace dynasty had reached the point of immortality. If the Holy Maiden saved the Holy Son of the Heavenly Tao sect at this moment, the Purple Heavenly Palace dynasty would become a laughingstock of the world in the future. Shallow, today's matter this seat is not pursuing. Advise you to forget Shunan completely. Well. After saying that, Long Shuangning turned around and left the room, at the same time ordering that no one would be allowed to let Su Shallow leave this place, or else they would be killed on pain of death. As for that so-called Holy Son of the Heavenly Tao sect, Shunan, when Xianer's interrogation was over in the future, he would directly kill him to eliminate any future problems. Soon, the news that the elder of the Heavenly Tao sect had been killed spread throughout the entire Violet Sky dynasty, and the clan forces of the originally affiliated dynasties chose to remain silent when they learned of this matter. And no one even offended the Heavenly Tao sect for Lang Shuangning of the Violet Sky dynasty and thus the Heavenly Tao sect. The Heavenly Tao sect's headmaster was furious when he learned of this, and immediately led several elders from the sect to come and seek justice for the dead elders. It seems like it is because of Elder Chen Fengxiao, but in reality it is because he wants to take advantage of this opportunity to completely clean up the entire Purple Sky dynasty in one fell swoop. After all, in the heart of the Heavenly Tao sect's head, if it is not coveted for many years, the Purple Heaven dynasty gifted the sect's treasures and pills embarrassed to go out, by virtue of his late Mahayana realm has long turned over to be the master. Now that Lang Shuangning had killed his elder, the Heavenly Tao sect could use this matter as a pretext to completely slaughter the Violet Sky dynasty, in which case no one would say that the Heavenly Tao sect was not. After all, for the door of the elders revenge but is a common thing, kill a person to pay a debt is a natural right. The rest of the clan is certainly not good because of this matter. To blame the Heavenly Tao sect means vicious. Lang Shuangning, quickly roll out to this seat. If you can't give this seat a reasonable explanation today, the Violet Sky dynasty will have no meaning to exist in the northern border of the southern continent. A sudden shock of anger emanated from the sky, and immediately, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the void. The man had long, black, shiny, waterfall-like hair that fell over his shoulders, with the occasional strand of purple hair bands interspersed between them, as if a river of stars had fallen to earth. His face was elegant, as polished as ancient jade, and the corners of his eyes contained coldness, revealing a few moments of earthly freedom and ease. This person was none other than the Heavenly Tao sect leader, Spirit Sparrow Z, a veritable late Mahayana powerhouse, and those following him were all Heavenly Tao sect's elders. Each of their strengths were at the early stage of the Mahayana period, which could be said to be an extremely strong sect force. The leader, Spirit Sparrow Z, stood with his arms folded, and even just standing there, he gave people a dazzling look like looking up at the sun, as if even just a glance could cause everyone to explode and die. Lang Shuangning instantly moved into the air, gazed at the crowd of the Heavenly Tao sect with a difficult expression on her face, and said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Spirit Sparrow Z, what is the reason for your visit?" "Poof." Spirit Sparrow Z coldly grunted, "Your Majesty, the Empress is really forgetful. It's only been a few days and the Empress has forgotten about the murder of my Heavenly Tao sect's elders and disciples? If Her Majesty the Empress doesn't give me a reasonable explanation today, I will definitely step on your entire Violet Sky dynasty." With his late Mahayana realm, it was enough to easily kill the Empress in front of him. As for the other cultivators of the Purple Sky dynasty, they were nothing more than inserting a label and selling their heads in front of the elder of the Heavenly Tao sect, and were not enough to be feared. Lang Shuangning did not want to make a big deal out of it. After all, the other party's cultivation was higher than her own, and hastily initiating a fight would most likely result in her own fragrance dying. But she also definitely did not think of handing over her most beloved disciple, Yi Qingxian, to this person. "Fellow Taoist Spirit Sparrow Z, the matter of killing your elder is indeed my Violet Sky dynasty's fault. As long as you make a request, the Violet Sky dynasty, will fulfill it no matter what." "Oh?" Spirit Sparrow Z raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth outlined an arc, then he smiled teasingly and said, "It's not impossible, as long as Her Majesty the Empress is willing to become my old husband's dual cultivation couple, the killing of my elders can be put to rest, and likewise, my Heavenly Tao sect is willing to let the Violet Sky become the strongest dynasty in the world." "How? Do you think it's possible?" Empress Lang Shuangning's face was incredibly gloomy, and the immortal sword in her hand was even flickering with a faint cold aura. as if she might strike out at any time at the old fellow in front of her. The Heavenly Tao sect master, Spirit Sparrow Z, smiled indifferently. Fellow Taoist Lang Xuanning, I advise you to better think clearly. If you refuse, I don't mind stepping on the entire Purple Heavenly Palace dynasty, and then I'm afraid that your Lang family's 10,000-year-old foundation will be cut short into your hands. Besides, you don't want the Purple Sky dynasty that the Lang family has built with their heart and soul to be destroyed in your own hands, do you? Spirit Sparrow stroked his goatee and smiled lewdly. He had been coveting the Empress Lang Xuanning before him for hundreds of years, and now that he had managed to find an opportunity, how could he let her escape his grasp? Not even a corpse will be spared. Wouldn't it be great to be tempered into a furnace and become a tool for your own cultivation day and night? Seek death. Lang Xuanning was also enraged by Spirit Sparrow Z's obscenities at this moment, and didn't bother to continue with the nonsense. Immediately holding her sword in her hand, she shot explosively towards the latter's position. Overrated. Spirit Sparrow Z looked at Lang Xuanning as if she were a moth to a flame, the corner of her mouth hooked up with a touch of disdain. Her body didn't move, she just gently waved her sleeve, and a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy swept towards Lang Xuanning like a surging wave. Although Lang Xuanning knew that the other party was powerful, but as the current empress of the Purple Heavenly Kingdom, how could she retreat? Only to see the light of the immortal sword in her hand flourish, cutting through the air in a brilliant sword trail, attempting to break through that wave of spiritual energy. However, there was a disparity in strength between the two, and the moment her attack came into contact with the wave, it was easily dissolved like a moth to a flame, and she herself was shocked back and forth, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 9, The Elders of the Heavenly Tao Sect instantly killed by all seconds. Seeing this, the elders of the Heavenly Tao Sect let out mocking laughter, recognizing that Lang Xuanning was seeking her own death. Spirit Sparrow Z, on the other hand, slowly paced forward, saying as he did so, Lang Xuanning, why are you so bitter? By obediently submitting to me, not only will you be able to protect the Violet Sky dynasty, but you yourself will also be able to enjoy endless glory and power. Lang Xuanning wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of determination. Ling Quanzi, don't be delusional, I won't let you have your way even if I put my last ounce of strength into it. After saying that, she forcefully operated the spiritual energy in her body, preparing to launch a new round of attack, and at that moment, some loyal subjects and cultivators of the Violet Sky dynasty also rushed to the scene. Even though they knew that they were no match for the Heavenly Tao sect, they were determined to work together with the Empress, and for a while, the sky was filled with a tense atmosphere of swords being drawn, and a grueling battle seemed to be about to break out. A coldness flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Tao sect leader, Spirit Sparrow Z, toast the wine and refuse to eat the punishment. Since this is the case, today I'll let you see with your own eyes how the Purple Heavenly Palace dynasty will be destroyed, and then I'll refine you into a puppet in another day, so that you can become this seat's furnace tripod, repeating it day after day and night after night. What an arrogant tone. Right at this moment, in the quiet room, Yi Qingxian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a faint blood-red gas within his mouth and nose, his cold voice almost completely enveloping the entire Violet Sky dynasty. Spirit Sparrow Z's expression was stunned, subconsciously stopping the steps he was stepping out, and then he looked around, trying to find out who had made the sound. But all of a sudden, Spirit Sparrow Z felt a cold, piercing chill coming from behind her, and just as she turned around, a fiery burning sensation came from above her cheeks. Pa dash. Yi Qingxian, who had suddenly appeared, unceremoniously slapped the face of the Heavenly Tao sect leader, Spirit Sparrow Z, who simply could not defend himself against the sudden attack, and flew out horizontally on the spot. Pust. As this slap went down, Spirit Sparrow Z immediately had the feeling of his head being shattered, the stars in front of his eyes kept spinning, and even the teeth in his mouth were shattered and all of them fell out. Quiet. The originally noisy sky was silent and terribly still. All the cultivators froze in place at almost the same time, even the elders of the Heavenly Tao sect all had their mouths wide open in disbelief. How dare someone slap the patriarch? Spirit Sparrow Z reacted from his confusion, covering his red and swollen cheeks, somewhat incredulously staring at his copper bell-like eyes. The one just now even saw the goings-on in his life. Little boy, how dare you hit me? Reacting, Spirit Sparrow Z immediately climbed out of the rubble and glared at Yi Qingxian's position, roaring out in a burst of anger. Yi Qingxian hung behind his back with one hand, his face showing indifference as he said, the flesh of a late-stage Mahayana is really hard. If it were an early-stage Mahayana, I'm afraid that it would have been shattered into the Spirit Sea long ago. Spirit Sparrow Z's heart was flabbergasted. At this moment, he also felt the spiritual power emanating from Yi Qingxian's body, and immediately questioned loudly, early Mahayana realm? Who are you? Dare to meddle in the affairs of my Heavenly Tao sect, don't you want to live? Yi Qingxian said coldly, Heavenly Tao sect? It's just a mole cricket sect. Rampant. Spirit Sparrow Z was furious. If you have the guts to give your name, Spirit Sparrow Z, never kill nameless people. This seed is named Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian? Spirit Sparrow Z stopped his hand movements and froze, then as if he remembered something, he asked again, are you the Yi Qingxian who was accidentally lost in the Demon Beast Forest 100 years ago? Bless that sect leader Spirit Sparrow Z still remembers. Now, you can go to hell. Yi Qingxuan's right hand lightly probed forward, and all of a sudden, a fierce wind rose, and scarlet-hot spiritual energy continued to spread out in all directions as if it were a shocking wave, and wherever it passed, the air became distorted. On its right-hand side, a blood-red lance quietly appeared at this place. It was about 5 feet long, blood-red in color, with 2 blood-red scaly dragons engraved on top of the gun. The empty space on the side of the auger dragons was wrapped in a dense pattern. The most shocking thing was that the tip of the gun was vaguely emitting an unimaginable aura of death. The heavenly Dao sect powerhouse raised his head with great difficulty under the impact of this vast and boundless energy, his face pale and his lips trembling. Even his breathing was more rapid than before, unable to believe that Yi Qingxian had actually mastered a saint-grade weapon. Weapon grades are divided into many: mortal, spiritual, immortal, and sacred. Along with the appearance of the holy weapons, the originally azure sky was now covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the surging blood-red murderous aura swarmed in like a tsunami. Feeling this majestic energy fluctuation, Ling Qiuzi's expression was horrified, unable to believe that the hostility in this guy's body was so thick. Just how many people had he killed? Yi Qingxuan's expression was indifferent as he stared at the crowd of the heavenly Dao sect, and his words were filled with an ice-cold, bone-piercing chill. Since you and others have come to my purple heavenly palace, you should be prepared to die. Okay, flirting over, claim your death. Yi Qingxian shrugged his shoulders, and then his body moved, and under the stupefied gazes of the people of the heavenly Dao sect, his entire body transformed into a ray of electricity and instantly disappeared from the spot. Tian Dao sect Palm Spirit Sparrow Z's face changed dramatically, immediately turning around and shouting out towards the strongest people within the door. Everyone immediately retreat backward by 1,000 miles, quick. However, his words were obviously a step too late, only to see that the strongest members of the heavenly Dao sect in the sky were standing there in 1,000 strange postures. Each of them had a dull expression, and just stood there quietly without moving. At this moment, all of the disciples of the heavenly Dao sect stopped and raised their heads to look at the many elders in the air, not understanding what was going on with the elders. To know, these elders could all be powerful existences above the merging realm. Which one was placed in the northern border of the southern continent was an ancestor-level powerhouse, but now it was just like a statue standing there, without any movement or intention to leave. Pust! Not knowing which elder first made such a sound, the red blood mist instantly filled the midair, sweeping over the few clan elders above the harmonization stage of the heavenly Dao sect. They fell at the same time like broken ragdolls. The purple sky dynasty froze. The heavenly Dao sect powerhouse was similarly stunned. Even Lang Shuangning, who was a member of the violet sky dynasty, was similarly frozen in place. I cannot believe what is happening in front of me, and even more so, I do not dare to imagine that they are all peak powerhouses above the harmonization stage. You have to know, that was several strong people above the harmonization, and that was with a magic treasure protecting their bodies. A most ordinary merging realm powerhouse would need at least nearly 3,000 years to reach the merging realm, while Yi Qingxian had destroyed so many top powerhouses in the heavenly Dao sect in just an instant. Not only was it lethal, but the deterrence it served by displaying that powerful might alone was enough for the morale of the crowd of the heavenly Dao sect to be dealt a strong blow once again. Chapter 10, Kill them all, leave no one behind. The rich smell of blood filled the sky as Yi Qingxian, dressed in a blood-red robe, stood there silently like a life-suppressing Rakshasa, and at the tip of the lance in his hand, bright red blood was dripping down. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked to see this. Lang Shuangning, who was the empress of the Violet Sky Dynasty, was similarly frozen in place, never having thought that her disciple would be able to kill all of the Heaven's Path sect's strongest men in an instant. Those were more than a dozen harmonizers and several Mahayana cultivators, but in Yi Qingxuan's hands, they were as fragile as ants. As if Yi Qingxian was enjoying this moment, he greedily absorbed the rich smell of blood in this place, and then his gaze rested on the heavenly Dao sect leader Spirit Sparrow Z, who had long since been turned into an emoji of fear. Spirit Sparrow Z went completely insane, pointing at Yi Qingxian and yelling, "Little boy, if you dare to kill my clan's elders, I will definitely extract your soul and suppress it within the soul lantern for 10,000 years. After saying that, Spirit Sparrow Z's palm slowly probed out of his sleeve robe, and the pitch-black energy mist, which was rapidly condensing in the center of his palm, in an instant, was condensed into a black lance that was more than 2 meters long. On the surface of the spear, black lines are densely covered on it, and the energy is like water waves, flowing uncontrollably, and the black gas curls up, lining the print with a few eerie breaths. The surrounding black light once again appeared, his sleeve robe lightly waved, and the black shadows that covered the sky violently surged out from behind him, and in a flash, the black shadows that rushed up to the sky almost obscured the entire sky. The black curtain that filled the sky suddenly surged, and black pikes that covered the sky erupted out from it, entwining with each other and also shooting explosively towards Yi Qingxian in front of him. However, at the time when the black shadow impacted on Yi Qingxuan's position, apart from a cloud of smoke and dust, even the human form could not be seen. Dang! Piercing sparks flashed across the sky. With such a quick reaction, in the realm of the Mahayana, Spirit Sparrow Z was considered an extremely good opponent. The corner of Spirit Sparrow Z's mouth that was just about to be lifted suddenly froze, because the long spear that had coalesced in his hand unexpectedly cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then exploded in his hand. However, even if Spirit Sparrow Z's lance exploded, the sword chi from earlier did not diminish, but instead became more and more explosive. Spirit Sparrow Z pupils suddenly narrowed, hands quickly dance, but it was too late to make dodge, can only be hard with their own body to receive this attack. At the same time a mouthful of blood spewed out wildly, the body is also by that huge force, shocked to the ground fell. Boom! As the popping sound suddenly rang out. The magnificent and grandiose building collapsed the moment it touched, completely burying the hallowed heavenly Dowsek's headmaster, Spirit Sparrow Z, inside. Smoke and dust rolled out, and a figure fell backward in an extremely wretched manner, while a mouthful of crimson blood slowly spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Spirit Sparrow Z had never imagined that his hallowed late Mahayana stage powerhouse would lose to a 100-year-old child today. Little Yi Qingxian, if you kill me, the powerhouses of the Tianqian Holy Land will not spare you. So what? Yi Qingxian smiled coldly. Don't worry, I will put your soul into the human emperor streamer, and then I will let you see with your own eyes the picture of how this seat destroyed your heavenly Dao sect. After saying that, Yi Qingxian swung out the holy weapon in his palm blandly, a dash of ordinary spiritual energy whistled by like a gunblade, and the thick force of heaven and earth also completely shocked the surrounding space. However, at this moment, Spirit Sparrow Z didn't put out his hand to fend off the attack, but instead ran like a lost dog in the direction of the distance. It was a pity that even with his extraordinarily fast speed, he could not run away from Yi Qingshuan's weapon. All of a sudden, the cold air was forced, and with it, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. Ling Qiuzi's face changed violently, and just as he was about to turn his head, he felt a tearing pain in his chest. Pust! A mouthful of crimson blood gushed out again. A cold aura arrived in an instant, and then, mixed with the powerful sword aura, it directly penetrated out from the undershirt of Spirit Sparrow Z, bringing up an arrow of blood. Spirit Sparrow Z unwillingly lowered his head, looking at the blood arrows soaring from his chest. His heart was even more horrified, not expecting that with his strength, he would actually fall here today. The vitality in his eyes quickly dissipated under the dripping of blood from the tip of the sword, and also finally, in the countless horrified gazes around him, Spirit Sparrow Z could no longer control his own body and collapsed with a loud bang. A generation of Mahayana powerhouses came to an end. Congratulations to the host for killing 5 Mahayana and 13 harmonized cultivators, rewarding the host with a 1-level increase in cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000,000 souls, which have been integrated into the human emperor streamer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 9th grade Tianqian Dan, which can bring life to the dead and flesh to the bones. System name, God of Killers. Host name, Yi Qingxian. Age, 114. Realm, Middle Mahayana. Fabrics, Green Cloud Sword, Human Emperor Streamer, Blood Soul Gun, Dragon Blood Sword. Total killings, 198,100. Total number of demonic beasts, 54,278. Yi Qingxian raised an eyebrow and said in his heart, the rewards this time are actually so generous, it seems that only killing cultivators of the same realm will bring in the maximum amount of revenue. This was the first time since he stepped into the Mahayana realm that he had killed a Mahayana powerhouse of the same realm, thus maximizing the gains it brought. Especially when millions of souls were added within the human emperor streamer, it brought unimaginable benefits, meaning that there was no need to go slaughtering millions of people to increase the energy within the human emperor streamer. Retrieving the system, Yi Qingshuan's gaze once again rested on the other sect masters. Most of these guys' cultivation was at the Mahayana realm. If they were all stupid, could their cultivation be raised by another level? Before he could even think about it, the group of sect masters were all kneeling on the ground, saying in a complimentary manner, worthy of being the saint son of Yi Qingxian, it is true that his name is true to his name, we admire him. Yes, not only is Saint Sun Yi Qingshuan's talent strong, even his strength is 1 in a million, he is truly a great emperor's talent, ha. It seems that for the dynasty competition once every 300 years, it's enough for my purple heavenly palace to have Saint Sun Yi Qingxian, and when the time comes, it'll definitely make the other clans and dynasties drop their jaws in shock? Listening to the group of powerful men's complimentary words, Yi Qingxian shook his head helplessly. As the saying goes, stretching one's hand does not make one smile. Since this group of fellows had already begged for forgiveness on their knees, how could he go on to kill them? Besides, they hadn't provoked themselves, and they had come here just to watch the fun. Yi Qingxian landed smoothly on the ground, eyeing the sect masters in front of him, and said indifferently, there is no need to be courteous to all of you. Mr. Yi is not a person who was addicted to killing. I am just settling a few mole crickets. As long as all of you don't engage in any foul play, this seat will not make a move against you. The Yellow Spring Pavilion master wiped the sweat from his face and said with a smile on his face, Sacred Sun fellow Taoist is overstating the case. In the future, our various clans will still have to rely on the Violet Sky dynasty in the future, so how can we make a move against you? Moreover, my Yellow Spring Pavilion is incomparably loyal, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Chapter 11, The Man and Woman Who Turned Against Each Other. That's right. My Heavenly Thunder Pavilion is also willing to go through fire. The sect masters of the other sects also said respectfully, as if this was the only way to show their respect and admiration for the Violet Sky dynasty. Yi Qingxian did not have any interest in the flattery of this group of pal mistresses and turned his body to look at the Empress Lang Shuining, who stood there for a long time, unable to return to her senses.
Master, Yi Qingxian gently reminded.
Empress Lang Shuining quickly slowed down under this voice, which saw that the battle had ended. Even the late Mahayana period of the Tian Dao sect's head of the spirit Sparrow Z has returned to the Yin ruins of the soul. Lang Fengying's throat rolled as she took a step over, looking at Spirit Sparrow Z, who had long since been reduced to pieces, and not seeing any semblance of sympathy on her face.
Shinner, are you okay? No harm done.
Yi Qingxian shook his head and replied, with this group of mole crickets, they are not capable of hurting me halfway. The previous battle had left Lang Shuining extremely shocked, not daring to imagine that a late Mahayana powerhouse, a generation of sect headmasters, would be so unbeatable.
Was Spirit Sparrow Z too weak, or was Yi Qingxian too strong?
Yi Qingxian returned within the hall, and the strongest members of the Violet Sky dynasty wiped the sweat from their faces, not daring to imagine that the hallowed late Mahayana realm cultivator had been instantly killed in seconds. At this moment Su Shanshan also similarly noticed the battle over the palace. The corners of her eyes could not help but moisten. If there is no help from Yi Qingxian, today the master she. Thinking of this, Su Shallow crouched on the ground and cried out. Before she could go out to congratulate her master, two miserable screams came from the doorway. As the door to the room was opened, only to see the bloodstained male lead running in, his face full of worry. Asahi, are you alright?
Husband.
The moment she saw the male lead, Su Shanshan immediately stood up and jumped into the latter's arms, but thinking of what the Heavenly Dao sect had done to the Zishou dynasty, she subconsciously pushed the male lead away. The male lead thought that the other party was reserved and didn't think too much about it, and said in a busy voice, Shallow, let's hurry up and get out of here. If that guy Yi Qingxian reacts, none of us will be able to leave. Saying that, the male lead grabbed Su Shallow's wrist and was about to walk out, while also saying, by the way Shallow, where is the Zishou dynasty's supreme treasure, the glazed Vajra circle, take me there now. But suddenly the male lead felt an empty space in his right hand, only to see the teardrop-filled Su Shallow stopping and looking at him with ghostly eyes.
The male lead was flabbergasted and asked in confusion, Asuna, what's wrong with you?
Let me ask you, if Yi Qingxian hadn't helped my Violet Sky dynasty just now, would you have begged the sect leader of the Heavenly Dao sect to spare my master? Hearing Su Shanshan's questioning, the male lead subconsciously frowned. It wasn't that he didn't want to help the Purple Heavenly Kingdom, but nowadays the Purple Heavenly Kingdom had long since run out of steam. Furthermore, as the holy son of the Heavenly Dao sect, would he be able to betray his master? Seeing that the male lead was silent, Su Shanshan laughed out in a self-deprecating manner. Sure enough, there was only one person under the sky who was good for herself, and that was her teacher, the current Empress Lang Shuining. The male lead was also a little anxious when he saw that Su Shanshan was not willing to leave with him. If that guy Yi Qingxian learned that he had escaped from the dungeon, he would definitely pursue him personally.
Chunan, what makes you think that I will betray my master and leave here with you? And why do you have the preconceived notion that my Violet Sky dynasty should be destroyed?
The male protagonist rose, looking at Su Shanshan with some confusion.
He is her husband. How dare she talk to herself like that?
Su Shallow Teeth lightly bit her lips, raised her head and coldly stared at the male master, drew the sword on her waist and pointed at the male master. I didn't think that you would be this kind of person. If it wasn't for Yi Qingxian, my master would have to become your Heavenly Dao sect's furnace pot. The Zishou dynasty will also be directly destroyed, but you think that my Zishou dynasty's luck will come to an end, and you even presume to seize my Zishou dynasty's supreme treasure, the glazed Vajra circle. Shunan, I didn't think that you would be this kind of person. The male master's expression was gloomy, even his voice became incomparably cold and piercing. Su Shanshan, as the ancient saying goes, marrying a chicken follows the chicken and marrying a dog follows the dog. You're already my woman. Could it be that there's only the Zishou dynasty in your heart?
You and I can't be considered a Taoist couple without a cup of wine,
Su Shallow said with incomparable determination. The male lead held a sarcastic smile and said, Fine, I didn't expect you to be this kind of woman. I, Shunan, have made a note of it.
We'll be here for a long time.
Having said that, the male lead could only give up his intention of searching for the glazed adamantine circle. After all, this was the Purple Heavenly Palace dynasty, and the previous headmaster had already been killed by Yi Qingxian in seconds, so if he found out that he had left the dungeon, he would surely take his own head in an instant. Looking at the male lead's disappearing back, Su Shanshan's entire body seemed to have lost its vitality as if she had lost her energy, and she directly sat down on the ground, unable to stop her tears from falling. But for the sake of her teacher, for the sake of the entire Violet Sky dynasty, she couldn't betray it, and this was also the duty of being a holy maiden. If it wasn't for her teacher, she would have already become a dry bone in the mound. It was her teacher who gave her hope to live, and it was also her teacher who gave her the warmth that she didn't have, so naturally, it was impossible to follow the male lead and leave the Purple Heavenly Kingdom together just because of his one-sided words. At this moment within the palace, Yi Qingxian picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, similarly taking in what was happening. You know, it is simply a fool's errand to want to leave silently from the hands of a Mahayana powerhouse. The reason why he didn't do it is because the other party is the male lead in this book, the other party is rich and chi, and every time he encounters a danger, he will have a strong person to help him. This was something that Yi Qingxian, who was a traveler, had long since become accustomed to, but when the male lead's qi gradually lowered in his day, that would be the time when he would surely die. Xianer, what will you do with this heavenly Dao sect? Lang Fengning opened her mouth and asked. Now that the sect has almost lost all the cultivators above the harmonization, the remaining disciples are nothing more than ants. Give them the chance to choose to join the Violet Sky Dynasty, or else the heavenly Dao sect will leave no chickens or dogs behind in the future. The Heavenly Thunder Pavilion Master smiled respectfully. Leave this matter to our Heavenly Thunder Pavilion, and we will definitely make fellow Daoist Ye's heart happy at that time. Our Yellow Springs Pavilion will also send the Heavenly Dao sect's magic treasures and pills to this place. The Heavenly Thunder Pavilion Master glared at the Yellow Springs Pavilion Master. Both of them wanted to show themselves in front of Yi Qingxian. After all, such a young Mahayana stage powerhouse would surely become an immortal's existence in the future, thus, flattering him at this time was the most correct thing to do. Just now, you guys said that the Dynasty Heaven's Pride competition is held once every 300 years. What is that? Yi Qingxian elegantly and casually put down the teacup in his hand and raised his head to look at the two old guys in front of him who had almost quarreled over this small matter. The Heavenly Thunder Pavilion's Pavilion Master jumped the gun and replied, it's like this, Saint Sun, this is a cutthroat competition that was temporarily formed by the 6th level cultivation kingdom of the Central State, and it's mainly because they want to test the strength of our southern continent's northern border. Chapter 12, The Heaven's Pride Competition organized by the Heavenly Sage Dynasty. Oh? Yi Qingxian raised his eyebrows and continued to ask with a bland face, all the strongest men from all the dynasties will participate? At this moment, the Yellow Spring Pavilion Master pulled the Heavenly Thunder Pavilion Master beside him and replied with a smile, yes, Saint Sun, the dynasty that is hosting the Heavenly Pride competition this time is called the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, and it is one of the few top-tier powers in the Central State with unfathomable depths, and it is rumored that the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty's majesty has already reached the Thunderbolt realm, terrifying as it is. In our Eastern Ridge southern continent, the Central Continent region can be said to be the strongest existence. The northern border of our southern continent is merely the most remote place, which is enough to show how strong the strongest people in that place are. The map of this world was still in Yi Qingxuan's mind, and the place they were in was called the northern border of the southern continent, which was the area of the Eastern Ridge southern prefecture where the spiritual energy was the most meager. Among them, the Central State was the strongest, where there was an abundance of spiritual energy, strong people like clouds, and not a few Thunder Tribulation realm cultivators. As for the breakthrough of the Thunder Tribulation of the cultivators are also higher level of the West Nuga continent, where there will be ascended to the immortal realm of the strong, followed by higher named Dongxing Divine Continent, which is the real land of the immortal realm. It was also a place that all cultivators dreamed of, and as long as they could enter the East Victory Divine Continent, the path of cultivation would be unimpeded. Yi Qingxian shook the teacup in his hand and asked after some thought, can our Violet Sky Dynasty participate? Originally we wanted to refuse. Lang Shuangning sighed and replied, currently my dynasty's holy maiden has a low cultivation level, and it is simply difficult for her to be competent, but Xianer you're back, so you can let Shallow give it a try. Yi Qingxian nodded. If he remembered correctly, he would likewise run into the male main character on the next trip to the Central State, and that guy naturally would not be able to let go of this Heaven's Pride competition. Although he himself was only at the Qi practicing realm, don't forget that he had the help of his old grandpa, and not only did he win the championship of this competition, but he even gained the favor of the princess of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, also known as the second female protagonist in the book. Yi Qingxian smiled faintly, good, since Master has already said so, then this seat will personally make a trip to the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty in the Central State. Hearing Yi Qingxuan's promise, Empress Lang Shuangning nodded her head in satisfaction and then arranged for a dinner to be prepared, ready to celebrate today's great victory. A few days later, the disciples of the Heavenly Dao sect chose to affiliate themselves with the Purple Sky Dynasty under the pressure of all the major sects, and gave all of the sect's greatest treasures to the current Empress, Lang Shuangning. It wasn't that they wanted to do so, but the fact that almost all of the elders within the sect had been killed, the former number one sect had long since fallen out of favor at this moment, and even the old ancestor had been killed by the sect masters of all the great sects, was enough to explain everything. Either surrender or stand in your grave where you are. Without the help of the sect leader, the disciples of the Heavenly Dao sect became fat sheep to be slaughtered, and ultimately could only choose to join the Purple Sky Dynasty to seek refuge and live on. This time, when she went to the Central State, Empress Lang Shuangning also let her own personal disciple, Su Shanshan, go along with Yi Qingxian, so that she could also see the outside world, increase her insights, and enhance her cultivation. Yi Qingxian didn't have any interest in this female lead. If it wasn't for her, would the original Purple Heavenly Kingdom have been destroyed? How could the current Empress Lang Shuangning be killed? It's one of those guys who eats his way out. However, when it came to breaking with the male lead, Yi Qingxian did not think that Su Shanshan would be so clean, which was indeed beyond his expectations. The following morning, the golden cockerel was in the air. Inside the empty outer courtyard of the Purple Sky Dynasty, a figure was rapidly weaving in and out. With the ripples from the lake, the long sword in his hand danced like a stunner. Each dance of the sword would cause this heaven and earth to be shaken. The sword chi overcame the clouds. The surface of the lake boiled, and the sky full of bamboo leaves formed a 100-meter-high vortex under the attraction of the sword chi. It is a magnificent thing to behold. As the bamboo leaves fell, the sword chi that had surged earlier also completely vanished. The sword is not proud, the chi is not angry, the god is like thunder wanting to crack, the heart is like a frozen lake not moving. Good sword, a good sword. Xianer is truly a genius that I have only seen in my life. Empress Lang Xuangning nodded her head in satisfaction. At Xianer's age, she herself was only at the ordinary Yuaning stage, and now that her own disciple had already reached the mid-Diana realm, she also exuded an expression of satisfaction. Yi Qingxian stood with his sword at his back, turned around and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then he asked, Master, why are you here so early? I came this time to ask you when you plan to travel to the heavenly sage imperial dynasty. Lan Xuangning sat on the chair, slightly side-eyeing the white-haired Yi Qingxian, and asked in a soft, open voice. 3 days from now. Yi Qingxian was not in much of a hurry. After all, the Heavenly Sage Dynasty competition was still 2 months away, and with his strength, he would be able to arrive at the Heavenly Sage Dynasty in half a month. Last time, the holy son of the Heavenly Dao sect, Shunan, escaped from the dungeon, and I've already sent people forward to put out a manhunt, but it's said that that guy has already left the area within the control of the Violet Sky Dynasty. The Empress sighed. Yi Qingxian put away his longsword, turned around and came to the pavilion, picked up the teacup on the table and drank it in one go, then he smiled in a clear manner, no harm done. But it's just a mole cricket in the chi practicing realm, it can't set off too much of a storm. That said, Lang Xuangning replied with a slight frown on her eyebrows, but I still feel that something is a bit off. After all, that guy is the holy son of the Heavenly Dao sect no matter what. If he doesn't have a skill, Spirit Sparrow Z would definitely not take him in as a protege. Yi Qingxian smiled without saying anything. In the original story, the male lead was only accepted as a disciple by Spirit Sparrow Z after displaying the attribute of an extreme heavenly spirit root within the Heavenly Dao sect, and now that Spirit Sparrow Z had been killed, the male lead had long since fled, and as for how the Heavenly Dao sect would end up in the future, it had almost no relevance to him whatsoever. Yi Qingxian raised his head at this time to look at the worried Empress Lang Xuangning in front of him and asked, Master, I once heard that the Heavenly Dao sect has a disciple named Guqinga. I wonder if there is such a person? Guqinga? Lang Xuangning shook her head. For that kind of people with low cultivation, she almost didn't even have the desire to look at them. Thus after Yi Qingxian raised this question, there wasn't any information about this person in her mind. Yi Qingxian narrowed his eyes. If he was not wrong, this disciple who assumed the name of Guqinga was none other than the holy daughter of the Tianqian sacred land of the western Nuga prefecture, Guqingru. Although 100 years had caused his memories of his previous life to be somewhat blurred, he was vaguely able to wring out the most controversial female lead in the book. Guqingru was one of them. Because of the completion of the Heavenly Xian Holy Lands examination, Guqingru joined the Heavenly Dao sect in her male body, becoming an outer disciple within the sect. She met the male lead by chance, and was saved by the male lead in the process of hunting demonic beasts, and accidentally discovered the identity of the other side's daughter's body. Thus begins the relationship between the two men. Chapter 13 Guqingru, Holy Daughter of Tianqian Holy Land, seek for follow-up reading, seek for collection. With the Heavenly Dao sect now destroyed, it was naturally impossible for the Holy Maiden of the Tianqian Holy Land to remain there, and it would be too much of a loss if she were to go back just like that. One must know that it was in the hands of the Holy Maiden of the Tianqian Holy Land that the male protagonist had obtained a large number of precious treasures, the most precious of which was none other than the 10,000 Beasts Totem, which was a sacred treasure that possessed the ability to summon 10,000 beasts. It was even one of the rare and sacred items of the Tianqian Holy Land. If it wasn't for the female lead not being able to spare the male lead, she wouldn't have been able to give him such a treasure as the demonic beast totem. Yi Qingxian slowly stood up and poured the water in his cup smoothly into the clear fish pond, saying faintly, the tea is cold. Northern border of the southern continent, Heavenly Dao sect. Above the straight and towering cliffs, a classical sect was built majestically on the mountain. The mountains were surrounded by clouds and mist, and the clan's buildings were staggered, with red walls and golden tiles, as if they were isolated from the world, giving off a mysterious and noble aura. Bright moonlight, like poetry and picturesque, sprinkled with mountains and rivers, quiet and deep, mesmerizing. Since the death of the sect master and all the elders, the sect has lost some of its vitality, and even the disciples in the sect have almost lost the desire to continue practicing. Miss, if the Taoist sect is destroyed today, we'd better return to the Tianqian Holy Land again. Just now the patriarch has already brought news for us to return on a certain day without fail. In the room where the green smoke was curling up, an old man in black robes half kneeled on the ground, his voice indifferent as he reminded. Guqingrua, who was the holy maiden of the Tianqian Holy Land, slowly opened her eyes. Guqingruo's posture was tall and slender, a moon-white brocade robe moving with the wind, a white belt bunching out a sharp waist. The ink hair was tied up high by an exquisite jade crown, and a few strands of broken hair fell down in front of the fair forehead, further accentuating the sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and the heroic spirit. Her face has smooth lines, thin lips without pointing but vermilion, nose straight, eyes deep and dark, as if hiding endless stars, occasionally flow, but through a trace of imperceptible spirit and playfulness. That was the unique flavor that belonged to a woman, hidden underneath this men's clothing, calling out to people who couldn't help but look at it a few more times, wanting to explore the gentle truth that was hidden underneath the heroic appearance. A generation of clans can fall in a single night. Is this the cruelty of the cultivation world? The black-robed old man sighed. The previous battle-old slave has seen. This son is gifted, nearly 100 years old, will break through the middle Mahayana realm, but also will move to kill several elders of the Heavenly Tao sect. Miss or leave here as soon as possible is better, lest that guy found out your identity. To that time, I am afraid that there will be a change. Gu Qingrua stood up, pursed her green lips, and sighed. Where is senior brother Chunan? Where is he? Young master Chunan has already left the Violet Sky dynasty. The old way is heading to the Heavenly Sage Imperial dynasty. Is it really leaving after all? Gu Qingrua's voice was a bit melancholy. She had thought that he would return to the clan, but now it seemed that she had overthought things. Knock knock. Just then, a sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Gu Qingga turned around, her eyes were cold, and even her voice changed to its original form. What is it? Senior brother Gu, a senior has come to the sect. It seems like he's a strong person from the Violet Sky dynasty, and wants all of our disciples in the sect to go forward to the sect square. A strong person from the Purple Sky dynasty? Gu Qingda and the old man in front of her looked at each other, and after thinking about it for a long time, she nodded her head and agreed, wanting to see what else the powerhouse of the Purple Sky dynasty wanted to do. At this time, above the square of the Heavenly Tao sect, many disciples in the sect had already gathered. Most of them were disciples who had just joined the Heavenly Tao sect and did not yet know what had happened. At the head of the group was a twilight old man with a white beard and hair, dressed in a blue Taoist robe. Only to see him take half a step forward, bowing and saluting towards where Yi Qingxian was sitting. Elder Huang Longjinjin of the Heavenly Tao sect of the late generation. I have met senior. Yi Qingxian, who was leaning on his jaw with one hand, had his eyes closed the entire time, facing the salute of this harmonized spirit stage child, turning a blind eye to it and not giving the other party any face at all. Huang Longjinjin laughed awkwardly, and did not get annoyed because the other party did not pay attention to him. After all, the cultivation world has always been the strongest, is the most respected. He is only a mere god of transformation realm. How can he be equal to the Mahayana stage powerhouses? Gu Qingda also followed his senior brothers to the square at this time. His gaze similarly rested on Yi Qingshuan's body, and he could not help but show a look of astonishment on his face. The original him had thought that Yi Qingxian was an ugly-looking man who was determined to kill, but he hadn't thought that the other party had been born so handsome and was the only man he had ever seen in his life. Senior, my Heavenly Tao sect's outer disciples have all gathered here. I wonder what Senior's business is? Yi Qingxian, who heard the commotion, finally opened his eyes. His gaze swept through the crowd and rested on Gu Qingda. According to the memories and characterizations from his previous life, this should be the holy daughter of the Tianxian sacred ground, Gu Qingru, right? It had to be said that under the male disguise, she was surprisingly able to fool everyone. Even the sect leader, who was also in the Mahayana realm, did not see through his true identity. It seemed that it was because there was a holy magic treasure as a cover that caused the Mahayana cultivator to not be able to see through the true identity of one of them. Yi Qingxian didn't break down the other party's identity in public, but instead stood up and announced something. This seed is prepared to travel to the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty to participate in the clan competition in the northern border of the southern continent, and since your Heavenly Tao sect is a subordinate clan to my Purple Heavenly Palace Dynasty, you will have an opportunity to do so. Those who are chosen by the seed will have one chance to go to the competition, and if they are able to obtain a ranking during that time, this seed will grant your Heaven's Path sect an immortal magic treasure. As soon as these words came out, the disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect were all stunned in their expressions, looking unbelievably at the arrogantly superior Yi Qingxian. Immortal magic treasure? That was a magic treasure that only a Mahayana powerhouse would have the chance to possess, and their group of cultivators who were only in the Chi practitioner and foundation establishment realms had never heard of it, not to mention having seen it, even if they had heard of it. Huang Longjinren also had an odd expression as he carefully asked, then I wonder if Senior can select the disciples who will go to the sect competition? Yi Qingxian stretched out a finger and it landed impartially on the body of Gu Qingda, who was dressed as a man. This little friend has notable talent. His cultivation has already reached the foundation establishment Great Circle realm. On a certain day, you will accompany this seat to go to the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty. When the disciples of the sect saw that Yi Qingxian had chosen senior brother Gu Qingda, they all cast shocked gazes, unable to believe that he would choose this trash. It should be known that Gu Qingda has been in the sect for more than 10 years, and every time he participated in the examination for promotion from the outer to the inner courtyard, he ended up failing, and now after many years, he is still an outer disciple, and is even regarded as the weakest outer disciple by the disciples in the sect. Chapter 14, The Light is Dying and Sleep is Coming. Huang Longjinren was also filled with puzzlement as he once again inquired, Senior, do you really intend to let him follow forward to participate in the competition? What, you dare to question this seat's words? Yi Qingshuan's gaze looked indifferently at Huang Longjinren, his icy and bone-piercing cold aura like a 10,000-year-old glacier ruthlessly plunged into Huang Longjinren's body, and the latter instantly retreated 2 steps backward in fear, and his sweat could not be stopped from falling down. Huang Longjinjin wiped the sweat from his face, subconsciously stabilizing his mind, and hurriedly cupped his fists and saluted towards Saint Yi Qingxian. Latecomers wouldn't dare. The rest of the Heavenly Tao sect disciples naturally dared to be angry. Even the elders were respectful to the youth in front of them, let alone this group of mole crickets. Huang Long real person is naturally nothing to say, who called the current Heavenly Tao sect has long been different from the past, if in the past then perhaps still be able to select some of the Heavenly Pride disciples to participate in. But now that all of the clan's strongest men had died in battle, the lifeblood of the clan was in Yi Qingxuan's hands, so what people said was what they said. Gu Qingge looked at Yi Qingxuan's back as he left, frowning slightly, and said in her heart, could he have discovered my true identity? But soon Gu Qingge rejected this kind of conjecture. After all, Yi Qingxian was only a Mahayana cultivator, it was impossible for him to see through his own identity, and the one who wanted to see through his own male disguise was at least in the immortal realm. Just Yi Qingxian did not have this ability yet. Huang Longjinjin stroked his pale goatee beard, turned sideways, looked at Gu Qingge in front of him, and said righteously, Gu Qingge, this time, when you follow senior to the Heavenly Sage Dynasty, remember to utilize my Heavenly Tao sect's prestige, and even if all the strongest members of the sect die in battle, my Heavenly Tao sect will still be the strongest sect. Gu Qingge returned to her senses and bowed toward the elder, disciple knows. N. Huang Longjinjin nodded his head in satisfaction, with an expression of a child that can be taught, patted Gu Qingge on the shoulder, and then continued, this time, I heard that the champion is an immortal magic treasure. This time, I heard that the champion is the immortal magic treasure. If you can win the match, not only can you obtain 2 immortal magic treasures, but also be able to raise the authority of my sect. Don't slack off in your cultivation. If you are able to obtain an immortal magic treasure, I will make an exception and accept you as a disciple, making you a holy son of the Heavenly Tao sect. Nowadays, the strongest of the Heavenly Tao sect is only a strong person of the realm of the transformation of God, so Huang Longjinjin has replaced the position of the sect's headmaster, although there is no difference with the previous, but after all, the headmaster and the elders of the gold content he still knows. As usual, Gu Qingge bowed his hand towards Huang Longjinjin, I will definitely achieve good results. Aha! Huang Long real person smiled with satisfaction, waved his robe, took out a spirit magic treasure and gave it to Gu Qingge. This spirit magic treasure can withstand the full force of the Yuaning stage. Maybe it's useful to you, so you can take it. Thank you, elder. Although Gu Qingge didn't care about this so-called magic treasure, as the holy maiden of the Tianxian Holy Land, she still had her own mission to accomplish, and if she could become the holy son of the Heavenly Tao sect, she would definitely be able to speed up the process of her mission. Returning to the room, the black-robed old man from earlier asked with a face full of puzzlement, Miss, why did you still agree to Huang Longjinjin to participate in this competition? We should return to Tianxian Sacred Land immediately. If I am able to obtain a ranking, I will be able to become a Huang Long realist progenitor, and then it will be much easier to complete the task left behind by my father. Gu Qingge replied expressionlessly, then turned sideways and asked, Uncle Fu, you've seen Yi Qingxian just now, with your strength, can you kill the other party? The black-robed old man called Uncle Fu was silent for a long time before he leisurely opened his mouth, above the old slave. Gu Qingge's right hand was suddenly stunned, subconsciously nodding his head. The other party was an intermediate-stage Mahayana cultivator, while the Fu Bo in front of him was only a peak early-stage Mahayana powerhouse, and it was a bit difficult to face an intermediate-stage Yi Qingxian who had stepped into the middle stage. It was just that from their expressions, it was not difficult to tell that if they were to really face Yi Qingxian, Fu Bo's chances of surviving would be almost zero. Go and investigate, where the hell did this guy go? Why was he able to break through to the Mahayana realm in 100 years? And looking at the scent, he must have killed quite a few people. Gu Qingge had a sharp mind, naturally she could also find the answer from the clues, and as the holy maiden of Tianxian Sacred Land, she herself had been arranged to go to the Heavenly Tao sect since she was a little girl to search for the supreme treasure that had been left behind back then, and she was not allowed to allow anything to happen during this period. Uncle Fu asked in a low voice, Miss, this son is exceptionally gifted. Back then he was thought to have died prematurely, but now that he has returned to the Violet Sky Dynasty, and has even reached the mid-Mahayana realm, is there any need to tell this matter to the head of the family? May not. Gu Qingge directly spoke out to stop it, none of you are allowed to say anything about this matter. Yi Qingxian I have my own use for, if I can recruit our Tianxian Holy Land, it will definitely allow me to complete my next plan. Upon hearing this, Fu Bo subconsciously blurted out, if Miss wants it so much, why didn't you directly identify yourself and send him an invitation just now? But sudden Fu Bo realized that he had talked a bit too much and immediately lowered his head. I'm sorry young lord, my subordinate talked too much. Gu Qingge just indifferently glanced at the black-robed old man Fu Bo who was half kneeling on the ground, and then turned her head to look out the window, her eyes flickering with a touch of bizarre color. Grandpa Fu, you only need to follow what I have explained, and if anything happens, I will personally inform father. Yes. The black-robed old man nodded and also disappeared into thin air at this moment, leaving behind only the residual fluctuation of special spiritual energy in the air. Gu Qingge came to the window with a glass of wine, looked at the scene inside the Heavenly Tao sect and exclaimed, it seems that you are really different from the others, and you might be able to completely take on a side of the Emperor's throne in the future.
I hope, however, that I do not make an enemy of you in the future. Returning to the dynasty, Yi Qingxian arrived at the dungeon where the male lead was previously imprisoned. The dungeon was under construction at this time, and the thick iron bars had long since been torn to pieces. It seems that it was that old fellow who forcefully utilized the few soul powers in his body, which unlocked the seal. It's quite interesting. Yi Qingxian picked up the steel that had fallen to the ground, and feeling the energy laced within his body, he was able to guess how the old grandfather in the ring was currently doing. It looks like it has run out of light and is about to fall into a deep sleep. Holy Sun, why are you here in person? The cultivator stationed here wiped the sweat from his face and cautiously stepped forward to ask. Yi Qingxian casually threw away the worn-out steel and glanced at the cultivator who had long ago been scared to the point of pissing his pants, and didn't make things difficult for him as he straightly stepped towards the outside world. Chapter 15, Courageous and Resourceful, this is what immortal cultivation should be like. 3 days later, all of the major dynasties and clans of the northern border of the southern continent's celestial pride had embarked on their journey to the central state, and even the pavilion master of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion and the pavilion master of the Yellow Springs Pavilion had also traveled with Yi Qingxian on a flying boat to the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty just so that they could have Yi Qingxuan's holy son remember the two as good people. Saint Sun Yi, according to our speed, we should be able to arrive at the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty in half a month's time. The Heavenly Thunder Pavilion master with a smile on his face slightly arched his hand and saluted towards Yi Qingxian who was seated on the chair, and then glanced at Su Shanshan, who was brewing tea, with his remaining light, and then retreated to the side. Yi Qingxian picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, then asked as if nothing had happened, what are the rules for participating in the competition this time? The Yellow Spring Pavilion master replied with a smile, reporting back to the words of the Holy Sun, this is a test specifically held for talented disciples, their age must not exceed 150 years old, and they must not kill others during the competition. As for cultivation, the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty did not give a clear answer. After all, in their minds, the cultivators in the northern border of the southern continent had low talent, and being able to break through the Jedan realm at the age of 100 was already considered a genius, let alone breaking through the Mahayana realm at the age of 100. Because of this, the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty did not specify the rules of this competition. As long as one met the age and status, one could participate in this sect Heavenly Pride competition. Oh, Yi Qingxian shrugged his shoulders and glanced at the middle-aged man beside him with his afterglow, saying, in that case, this seat can also participate? Theoretically, it's possible. The Yellow Springs Pavilion master nodded and said, that does kind of make sense. Yi Qingxian hung behind his back with one hand, stepped to the front of the flying boat, looked down at the group of cultivators under the clouds as if overlooking heaven and earth, then lifted his head and nodded, it seems like we have to speed up the warboat by a few points. Su's shallow teeth lightly bit her lips as she looked at Yi Qingxuan's back, those eyes showing some despondency. It wasn't just because of what happened last time, or what about facing the next Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty. Meanwhile, the male lord who was also traveling to the sacred Heavenly Royal Dynasty had a gloomy expression on his face. Sitting on the flying boat he slammed his fist on the table and said angrily, damn Yi Qingxian, if it wasn't for that guy, the glazed adamantine circle of the Purple Sky Dynasty would be mine. With the glazed Vajra circle, I'll be able to come out on top in the next clan's Heavenly Pride competition, damn you Yi Qingxian. The ring spiraled with an old voice, that's just it, since there's no destiny, why bother to force it? The Tianxian continent is huge, the Violet Sky Dynasty isn't the only one that possesses a supreme treasure, so we'll just go back and look for it when the time comes. But my heart is unwilling. The male lead clenched his fists and said with a face full of indignation, so shallow that even abandoned me for the female emperor Ling Xuangning, is this what is called freshness over? When he thought of Su Shanshan abandoning himself for the sake of the Zhixiao dynasty, his anger couldn't stop raising up. If he met her again, he would definitely let her see clearly what is called 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and don't deceive the youngsters to be poor. Master, this time, the Heavenly Pride competition organized by the Heavenly Sage Dynasty is said to have a handful of Xiantian magic treasures. If we are able to obtain them, we won't be returning home empty-handed from this trip. The male lead clenched his fists, and his eyes seemed to burn with a fiery flame. What are you going to do about the Heavenly Dao sect? Poof. The male lord let out a cold snort and replied with a disdainful face, it's just a clan that I casually utilized. Do you really think that I would go through fire and water for them? In the male protagonist's eyes, the regional Heavenly Dao sect was nothing more than a plaything in the palm of his hand, and as for joining the Heavenly Dao sect, it was only for the Heavenly Sage Dynasty's Heaven's Pride competition that was to come next. After all, only with the clan's reliance could one participate in the competition, which was why the male protagonist had worshipped under the sect of the Heavenly Dao sect. It was only a pity that old undead, spirit Sparrow Z, could not defeat Yi Qingxian, who was at the early stage of the Mahayana period. It was really unimaginable to him. The old grandfather in the ring stroked his pale goatee beard and nodded his head in satisfaction, killing and decisive, courageous and resourceful. This is what cultivation should be like. The road to immortal cultivation is bumpy, everywhere is the trickery. If you cannot do without distraction, the future cultivation will certainly be many more crises. This time, the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty is set to be as strong as the clouds,
and without the help of the clan elders, you still need to act carefully to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to yourself. Yes, master. The male lead nodded his head heavily, showing his conviction that he was bound and determined to pocket the mana this time. Time flew by and soon the crowd arrived at the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty. As one of the top imperial dynasties in the central state, the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty could be said to be extremely prosperous, and cultivators in groups of 3 or 5 could be seen everywhere. This group of people were all Heaven's Pride disciples from various great sects, ordered to come to participate in the Dynasty Heaven's Pride competition that took place once every 300 years. During this period, if they were able to win first place, they would definitely make the strength of their dynasties and clans soar, and their group of disciples would also be able to obtain a large number of cultivation magic treasures and elixirs. The Heavenly Thunder Pavilion Master walked up to Yi Qingxian and introduced himself. I think it's the first time for the Holy Sun to come to the Heavenly Sage Dynasty. Let me introduce you. All of these million miles around are the territory of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, to which are attached 100 top-tier clans. The clans vary in strength, but their strengths are all around the Mahayana realm. This time, the venue to participate in the Dynasty Celestial Pride competition is not far away from the Imperial Palace, and we only need to show our identity tokens to enter, but it hasn't started yet, so most of the cultivators who have come to the Imperial Dynasty will choose to stay here. Right at this moment, Su Shanshan, who was following behind Yi Qingxian, suddenly spoke up. Senior brother, not far ahead is my Su family, we can go and live there. Yi Qingxian stopped his footsteps, then remembered that Su Shanshan was a disciple of the Su family of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, who had been attacked by thieves due to being naughty back then when she ran away on a trip. Luckily, she was saved by the passing Empress Lang Xuanning, who then chose to worship her as her teacher, and since then Su Shallow has become the holy daughter of the Purple Sky Dynasty. Yi Qingxian nodded and said, good. Su Shallow pursed her lips and led the crowd to the Su family in this place, although the Su family is a business family in this place, but the annual offerings of gold, silver and jewels are also to make their family clothed and fed in this place. Upon learning that his daughter had brought the seniors from the northern border of the southern continent to visit this place, the Su family's family head smiled like a child and personally greeted the crowd. The Su family head immediately greeted him with a smile. Seniors, please come inside. I'll let someone arrange for the food and drinks. We'll have a good meal tonight. Su Shanshan walked forward at this time, took his father Su Daqiang's wrist, and opened his mouth to introduce. Father, this is my senior brother Yi Qingxian, while these are the Heavenly Thunder Pavilion's Pavilion Master, the Yellow Spring Pavilion's Pavilion Master, and the Heavenly Dao Sect's Outer Sect disciples. Chapter 16, like an old friend of mine. Su Daqiang subconsciously looked towards Yi Qingxian, who was covered in fury and had a head of white hair. He had never heard of the female emperor of the Purple Heaven Dynasty accepting any other disciples. However, those who came from afar are guests, so Su Daqiang stepped forward with a smile on his face and greeted, all immortals inside. Please, the Su family has not been well received, so I would like to apologize to all immortals. The Heavenly Thunder Pavilion Master looked at the surroundings, and then faintly opened his mouth. It's also considered to make do. If not for the recent shortage of housing, the old man a few people will have to go forward to live in the Imperial Palace. Su Daqiang was full of smiles. It wasn't that the Heavenly Thunder Pavilion Master was exaggerating, but that he did have the strength to do so, and by virtue of coming to the Heavenly Sage Dynasty at the early Mahayana realm, he would naturally be received by a specialized person. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was the home of the Holy Maiden of the Violet Sky Dynasty, Su Shanshan, they wouldn't have come to live here. Yi Qingxian didn't care much about the environment. After all, when he was in that strange space, the only things that could accompany him were corpses and demonic beasts. Not to mention finding a room to live in. Even a cave has become a dream place for many people. Yi Qingxian stepped into the large hall. His voice was flat as he said, no harm done, just find a room at random. Cultivators don't have so many mundane festivities, they just need to be quieter. Don't worry Saint Sun Yi, just leave this little matter to us, don't worry. Although Su Daqiang was not an immortal, as a businessman he usually encountered many immortal cultivators, so he did not show any expression of nervousness or panic when facing Yi Qingxuan's men. Yi Qingxian picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and asked flatly, how much time is left until the competition starts? According to normal time, it should be 3 days later, but perhaps the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty will be mindful of the fact that the rest of the cultivators haven't arrived here yet, and thus delay the time by a few days. The Yellow Springs Pavilion Master replied softly. In the past, there had been things that had changed on the road, which was why the decision to postpone the clan competition was based on the identity of the other party. The rest of the clan or dynasty's strongman also dare not say anything. After all, Jili is the Heavenly Sage Dynasty. People decided things naturally do not allow anyone to speak out to refute. Yi Qingxian nodded and didn't say anything about it. Instead, he rested his gaze on Guqinga. Although the other party had utilized a holy magic treasure to cover his breath and appearance, but for a traveler, there was almost no need for any cover at all. Guqinga likewise sensed that Yi Qingxian was paying attention to him, and cautiously turned around, asking, Senior, is there something you want? Yi Qingxian nodded and smiled. It's nothing, just remembering a deceased person in your body. Deceased?
Guchinga was full of doubts and asked again, I don't know who was the deceased in senior's words, is it possible that he is a bit similar to me? Sort of. Yi Qingxian put down the teacup in his hand and exhaled a deep breath of hot air. 100 years of time passes by in a flash, and all of my former close friends die young. This is perhaps one of the saddest things in life. In the past, when he hadn't mistakenly entered the strange space, he had had many friends and close friends, but 100 years had passed, and when he looked back again, he realized that those people had long since disappeared within the long river of history. This is perhaps one of the most important things you need to do to cultivate immortality. Break the love. Yi Qingxian stood up and was just about to go back to his room to rest when he heard some playful mocking voices from not far away. I heard that your Su Shallow has returned from her studies? Hurry up and let her come out for this young master, just so this young master can see how that girl has changed over the past 10 years or so. The one who spoke was a young man who appeared to be only in his 20s, dressed in polished clothes, holding a folding fan in his hand, with the appearance of a foppish disciple. The main thing was that this youth's cultivation had already reached the foundation establishment stage, while the cultivation of the several guards following beside him were all in the Yuanying realm. It was obvious that this person's identity was not ordinary. Su Dachan's expression was a bit ugly, and it was easy to see from the groveling appearance that he did not dare to offend the other party. Can only take out some silver tickets from his pocket and hand them over towards the dude in front of him, intending to break the bank to avoid disaster. Li Gongzi, here are 10,000 taels of silver, just as the little old man invited Li Gongzi to drink tea money. Today my daughter brought some seniors, can you give a face? That Li Gongzi, however, knocked the silver ticket to the ground, his face sank, and he said, you old man, do you think that this young master doesn't care about this few stinking money of yours? This young master must see that Su Shallow today. If you block again, don't blame this young master to be impolite. Bean-sized beads of sweat emerged on Su Dachan's forehead, and he said fearfully, Mr. Li, my daughter does have something on her mind, so I hope that Mr. Li will raise his hand. Li Yin sneered, something? What could be more important than seeing this young master? Is it possible that she thinks she's great because she went to the Purple Heaven dynasty, and she doesn't even care about this young master? What is the Purple Sky dynasty but a dynasty in the northern region of the southern border? Compared to this young master, it's nothing but trash. What do you want? Su Shanshan heard the commotion and ran over from a distance. Seeing his father who fell to the ground, he immediately glared angrily at Li Yin in front of him. When Li Yin saw Su Shanshan appeared, that eyes instantly became lewd. Recklessly surveying on Su Shanshan's body, licking his lips, he said, little beauty, you finally come out. After all these years of not seeing each other, this body of yours is more and more charming. Su Shallow was ashamed and angry, and said in disgust, Li Yin, what the hell do you want? What am I doing? Li Yin smiled lewdly. This young master heard many years ago that you joined the Purple Sky dynasty and became the personal disciple of the female emperor, Leng Xuanning. Nowadays, you really are a woman who is getting more and more watery. Ha ha ha. Li Yin licked his lips as he stepped over and said, why don't you become a concubine for this young master, and this young master will make sure that you have unlimited pleasure night after night. Su Shanshan was so angry that she was trembling. She didn't expect the son of the Li family to be this kind of bully. Just now, I heard your father say that your Su family has a guest, and it's just as well. I also want to meet what your Su family's guest is like. As if Li Yin had already eaten Su Shanshan, he glanced at the pair of parents, and then whirled around and walked directly in the direction of the Su family's main hall. But when he saw Yi Qingxian sitting in the main seat, he was a bit upset. You're the guest Su Daxian was talking about, right? Get the hell out of this position. Yi Qingxian coldly looked at Li Yin in front of him, his voice indifferent. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to make this seat go down from this position? Yo-ho, still a stubborn youngster. Li Yin said with a sarcastic smile, that's just it. It's normal for you country bumpkins not to know the name of my Li family. Chapter 17 Either you don't kill, or you kill them all. Li Yin said arrogantly, my Li family is a subsidiary family of the Heavenly Sage dynasty. My grandfather is the prime minister here. Do you know what prime minister means? My father is the Jingui general, my grandfather is the current chancellor, and my mother is even the princess of the Heavenly Sage imperial dynasty. Taking out just one of them would be able to suppress your entire southern continent's northern frontier. Oh? Listening to the words of the dude disciple Li Yin in front of him, Yi Qingxian raised an eyebrow, then stood up and said, in that case, you really do have some background. When Li Yin saw Yi Qingxian standing up, he thought that he was afraid of his own identity and chose to give up the main seat to him, and immediately laughed out brightly. Not bad, you have a few attitudes of a person who knows what's right. Why don't you serve as a dog for this young master, and I will guarantee that you'll have endless glory and riches to enjoy. Noisy. Suddenly, a vast and boundless energy transformed into panic and shot unexpectedly and explosively towards the position of the arrogant and domineering Li Yin. The Yuaning stage cultivator beside Li Yin immediately realized that something was wrong and rushed to block in front of Li Yin. And he didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was instantly obliterated by this spiritual force. Seeing the dog he raised being killed, Li Yin instantly became furious. If you dare to kill my dog, my Li family will definitely exterminate your entire family and kill all 10 of your clans. That's quite a mouthful. Yi Qingxian coldly smiled. In so many years there had never been anyone who dared to talk to himself like this,
the small foundation cultivator really had a big mouth. Li Yin rolled up his sleeves and, relying on the fact that he was the grandson of the current prime minister, directly pointed at Yi Qingxuan's nose and said, "I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel down, or else this young master will surely whip your soul and refine it to death." Yi Qingxian did not reply to his words, only that he raised his right hand, and above his fingertips, a crystalline aura flashed, and the spiritual energy within his body, clouded and surged, condensing above his fingertips. The faces of the several Yuaning stage cultivators beside Li Yan instantly turned white, and they hurriedly blocked in front of Duke Li, loudly reprimanding, "This fellow Daoist, if you kill the son of the Jingui general, you will surely suffer the retaliation of the Li family. Stop. Yes, fellow Daoist, if you kneel down and kowtow twice to Mr. Li, this matter will be considered in the past. There's no need to offend the entire Li family because of a tiny Su family." Noisy. Yi Qingxuan's fingers moved slightly, the energy above his fingertips exploded again like a shocking bolt, and the several Yuaning stage cultivators in front of him changed their faces drastically, and without thinking, they offered up their magic treasures in an attempt to ward off the attack. However, in the face of absolute strength is nothing more than an ant trying to shake a tree. Almost the instant the blood mist bursts out, in front of a few Yuaning stage cultivators instantly turned into pieces, disappearing into thin air. Li Yin froze in place, unable to believe his eyes, and immediately yelled, You dare to kill me, my father and grandfather won't let you go. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, please be merciful. Just then, the Yellow Spring Pavilion master flew over in a hurry and stopped Saint Yi Qingxian who wanted to kill Li Yin. Yi Qingxian stopped the movement in his hands, slightly side-eyed the Yellow Spring Pavilion master who was filled with nervousness, and asked indifferently, "What, is the Li family very powerful in the Heavenly Sage dynasty?" "Powerful doesn't count." The Yellow Springs Pavilion master wiped the sweat from his face and replied, "But after all, they are the strongest of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, and if you kill him, you will surely anger His Majesty of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty." When Li Yin saw Yi Qingxuan's hesitation, he immediately laughed out loud, "Ha, kid, if you kill me, the entire Su family will definitely disappear from this world. At that time, even the Violet Sky Dynasty will be littered with corpses, leaving no one alive for 10,000 miles around." Yi Qingxian nodded. It seems that only killing will solve the trouble. Holy Sun. Before the Yellow Springs Pavilion master could finish his sentence, Yi Qingxian had already instantly moved behind Li Yin, and before the latter could react, he forcefully ripped out the other party's soul with extreme ease. With his soul being stripped from his body, Li Yan's entire body collapsed to the ground like a puddle of rotten meat, no longer alive. The Yellow Spring Pavilion master was also speechless and could only sigh, "That's just it, since the Saint's son is like this, if he meets the Jingui general in the future, I will put in a good word for you." "That won't be necessary." Yi Qingxian replied without a care in the world, "Just find a chance to kill the others together. I, Yi Qingxian, never like to leave behind scourges." Hearing such arrogant words, the Yellow Springs Pavilion master was also speechless and could only shake his head, turning around and leaving the place. Yi Qingxian indifferently said, "Su Daxian, lead your family disciples to quickly leave the Heavenly Sage Dynasty and go to live in the Violet Sky Dynasty. This seat will protect your family's safety. As for the Li family, after this cut and thrust is over, it will be killed." From ancient times to the present, Yi Qingxian believed in the principle of eliminating the roots and roots. If it was determined that the other party had the ability to threaten themselves, then they must be slaughtered in their entirety, only then would they not add to their own troubles in vain. Relying on this belief, Yi Qingxian was able to survive for 100 years in that world where there were countless killings and killing battles everywhere. Su Daqiang nodded his head heavily. In his heart, he did not blame Yi Qingxian for his hasty move, and in his heart, he also understood that if Yi Qingxian did not kill the Li family disciple today, in the future, Li Yin would still come here to look for trouble. "Thank you, senior brother." Su Shanshan's shell teeth lightly bit her lips as she thankfully nodded towards Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian also just glanced at the latter, turned around and went back to rest in the room that the Su family had prepared in advance. As for the other matters, he would leave it to Su Daxiang himself. Su Daxiang was worthy of being a businessman, and quickly found a buyer for the mansion and obtained many spirit stones with his 3-inch tongue. Spirit stones could be much more precious than gold, silver and jewelry, and it was easier to carry them, so Su Daxiang also directly agreed to this matter. However, it was necessary to hand over the Su family residence to the latter after the conclusion of the Heaven's Pride competition of the major powers. Within the opulent room, an old man in gorgeous robes was sitting on his knees, and by his side lay 2 corpses that had already had their qi sucked out, and it was not hard to tell from the expressions of the corpses that they had been drawn out alive and died in agony. The old man slowly opened his eyes and said with a cold expression on his face, "What a useless woman, to only provide this amount of qi. It seems that only a woman born in a year, a month and a hour can maintain the old man's cultivation. Now that I have successfully touched the threshold of the Thunder Tribulation, within 100 years, I should be able to break through to the Thunder Tribulation realm, and by then, my Li family's status in the Imperial Dynasty will still be able to rise a few points." Just then, the old man's expression changed and he suddenly felt a touch of pain in his heart, and before he could react, the lock of longevity hanging at his chest suddenly shattered. Chapter 18, The Upper Spring and the Yellow Spring.
Seeing this, the Li clan's ancestor couldn't help but freeze in place for a long time before reacting. This piece of long lifelock simple as he personally with his grandson's essence blood refining and become, if the long lifelock still have light, it means that the grandson is safe and sound, but once broken, it means that his precious grandson has been dead and gone. The Li clan's old ancestor couldn't believe that someone here would dare to kill his grandson, but no matter how many times he went to confirm it, he realized that his grandson was long dead at this moment. My amazing child. The Li clan's old ancestor was furious, and immediately hissed angrily, Grandpa swears that even if I go to the bottom of the sky and fall into the yellow springs, I'll still thwart your bones and raise your ashes. Li Yan was his favorite son and the only male member of his Li family. Now that he was killed, as his grandfather, he must avenge the death of Li Yan. The roar of the Li clan's oldest ancestor echoed over the Li clan, and Li Qingshan, who was the head of the family, hurriedly ran over and asked, Father, what's wrong with you? As the door of the room was opened, the old ancestor of the Li clan appeared in front of Li Qingshan in an instant, slapped his right hand fiercely on Li Qingshan's face, and threw the long-lived lock that had long been broken on the ground. Seeing the broken long life lock, Li Qingshan's expression also changed incredulously, and he suddenly raised his head, Father, this is Yenner's long life lock. My Yenner! Li Yan's mother covered her red lips in disbelief at the sight of the broken long life lock, but when she saw her father's furious expression she realized that Yenner was really gone. Li Yan's mother sat paralyzed on the ground and suddenly fainted with a black eye. Father, what the hell is going on? Li Qingshan was in agony inside. Anyone knows that Li Yan, the second-generation ancestor, only cares about causing trouble outside, fish and meat people, is a complete bastard. This kind of asshole is also the cultivation family can only be raised. The real descendants of the rich and powerful, focusing on elite education from childhood, when they grow up, they will inherit the many social resources of their elders, and are often social elites, with introverted and calm character, not to say that every one of them is courteous, or at least they will not cause trouble for no reason. Only Li Yan his father is not useful, over 1,000 years before the birth of such a baby, usually pampered not, see his son pulled pants, are eager to lick clean with their mouths. It's also the only child of the Li family. Now that he was killed, how could Li Qingshan not be angry? The old ancestor of the Li family stared at his bloody eyes and let out a stern cry, his tone filled with an aura of resentment as he said grimly, anyone who kills someone from my Li family will be cursed. I, Li Tianxiong, will one day find you, extract your soul and refine it for 10,000 years. Give me check, even if the entire dynasty turned upside down also have to give me to find out who killed my grandson, anyone who knows not to report. The old man will surely wipe out his 10 clans, family disciples' souls into the soul lamp, refining to death. Li Qingshan immediately arranged for people to go to investigate. With the strength of his Li family, want to find his son's murderer is more than enough. At this time Yi Qingxian was still putting home to cultivate. As for the Li family's anger, he research would have guessed that if the other party came to the door then he would kill them directly, and also save the district the time to go forward to look for himself. Knock knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Yi Qingxian opened his eyes and sidled over, come in. As the door to the room was opened, Su Shanshan, who was carrying fruits, walked in from the outside and said with a shy face, thank you senior brother for relieving me today. Something in passing. Yi Qingxian glanced at Su Shanshan before closing his eyes again, if you die, master will definitely blame you, but this seat will only keep you from dying. Senior brother. That old Li family ghost is strong, I'm afraid. Are you afraid that this seat won't be able to kill him? Yi Qingxian asked rhetorically. No. Su Shanshan replied in a busy voice, senior brother's strength was seen by Shanshan in the beginning. Shanshan didn't know what to say, and thought that it was a mistake for senior brother to come back. Today Shanshan apologized to senior brother, and asked senior brother to please remember that senior sister was young and ignorant, and rushed senior brother. Yi Qingxian still had his eyes closed the entire time. It's not that easy to re-establish a good persona with 2 apologies. Su Shanshan understood in her heart that senior brother Yi was still angry because of what happened back then, so she placed the fruit plate in her hand on the table and took out a magic treasure from her storage ring and handed it over. Senior brother, this is Shallow's most precious magic treasure. Although it's nothing more than trash in senior brother's eyes, senior sister is willing to exchange the most precious thing for senior brother's forgiveness. Please still ask senior brother to forgive Asahi this time. Su Shallow's voice with a few choking. In other people's place maybe they really do not want to let her cry. After all, the heroine's chi is also placed here, born to be pitted physique. Yi Qingxian slowly spoke. I'll take the item. If you want this seat to forgive you, it's up to you to decide. Don't let this seat down again, stand down. Su Shanshan's shell teeth lightly bit her lips as she looked towards Yi Qingxian, who was sitting cross-legged, and finally withdrew her magic treasure and turned around to leave the room. The following morning, the golden cockerel was in the air. The news of the Li family disciples' murder was a big deal in the city, however, the most was the sound of relieved celebration. After all, in the eyes of the people, Li Yan's death was definitely a great relief. Relying on the power of the family, rape and pillage, no evil, now killed is also deserves to die. Still no one is willing to tell to the Li family is who killed Li Yan. Even if he saw Li Yan enter the Su family, there would be no snitching. From here, he was able to see that Li Yan had long since become a street rat and everyone was shouting at him. If it wasn't for the ceremonial father and grandfather, I'm afraid I would have been drawn out of my soul by others and refined to death. Ha ha ha, this little child of the Lee family finally died, relying on his family's power to do no harm, and now being killed is really letting people too fast hearts nah. Yeah, I heard that the Lee clan's old ancestor came out early because of this and offered a reward of immortal magic treasures to find the murderer. Immortal treasure? This old man is really generous. That's a treasure that would make even a Mahayana cultivator fall short, and you're giving it away just like that? That's for sure. The Li family is after all a royal relative, plus the Li family head Li Qingshan is a Jingui general, the old ancestor Li Tianxiong is even the current prime minister, the family treasures are countless, so naturally they are able to come up with such treasures. Isn't there anyone to report it? That's an immortal magic treasure? In the noisy restaurant, many cultivators gathered together to talk about this matter. The most attractive thing among them was the immortal magic treasure. If they could get it, it would definitely be like a tiger adding wings nah. Who dares to report the person who dared to kill the disciples of the Li family is certainly not a soft touch. There is no need to offend a strong person because of a magic treasure. And you don't even know it yet, right? The most cheering voices in the city right now are all anxious for Yan Li's youngest child to die, not to mention reporting that senior. Chapter 19, This is the God of Murder, Yi Qingxian. Remember to report my name when you are reincarnated. Li Yan had long since become a street rat that everyone was crying out for, so even if a strong Li clan member utilized an immortal magic treasure as a reward, no one was willing to agree to it. Moreover, the Li family is famous for its two-facedness, promising to be amicable on the surface, but secretly killing you behind your back, and then snatching the magic treasure back. This kind of thing hadn't happened once or twice, and it had long been rumored in the imperial dynasty, which was why no one was willing to help the Li family. Yi Qingxian also nodded and smiled after hearing the voice coming from his ears. This Li family is really interesting, even using immortal fabrics as rewards, he. Taoist Huang. The Yellow Spring Pavilion master immediately put down the wine cup in his hand and turned around. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, I wonder what your orders are? Since the Li family has already brought the magic treasure to their mouths, is there any reason not to eat it? The Yellow Springs Pavilion master was stunned and subconsciously frowned, then he looked at the Holy Sun Yi Qingxian in front of him, as if he had guessed something, and asked, what do you mean? Exactly. Yi Qingxian nodded and said, since the Li family wants to kill me, let's give him this opportunity, and since immortal grade fabrics are not rare, since the other party wants to give them away, is there any reason not to take them? The Yellow Spring Pavilion master nodded his head in understanding, but in his heart, he admired Saint Sun Yi Qingxian even more. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have fled long ago to avoid getting involved with the Li family. However, Yi Qingxian was doing the opposite, even trying to get his own people to expose his location, which was absolutely appalling nah. However, the Yellow Springs Pavilion master did not ask Yi Qingxian why he did so. After all, he naturally had his reasons for doing so, and with Yi Qingxian's strength, there was almost no one within the same realm who could injure him by half a point. Yi Qingxian elegantly and casually sipped a mouthful of tea, the corners of his mouth sketched out an arc as he said in his heart, it's just as well to settle the matter together, never mind. With the Mahayana stage cultivation, it should be able to give me a boost in my realm and treasures as well. Following Yi Qingxian's instructions, the Yellow Springs Pavilion master personally came to the Li clan and told the story of Li Yan, a direct disciple of the Li clan, being taken by Yi Qingxian. Upon learning of this, Li Qingshan, the head of the Li family, immediately roared out in anger, taking my son's life, extracting my son's soul, Yi Qingxian Jr., my Li family will not rest in death with you. Li Yan's mother was also incomparably angry, and was bound to make Yi Qingxian's soul fall apart, otherwise it would be hard to resolve her heart's hatred. The Yellow Spring Pavilion master shrugged and said, fellow Taoist Li, I don't know the magic treasure promised by the Li family. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows, and finally took out an immortal magic treasure from the storage ring and gave it to the Yellow Spring Pavilion master, and then in order to ensure the deadline, or this magic treasure on top of the soul imprints left behind their own souls, so that they can kill people in the future. This kind of small tactic was naturally caught by the Yellow Springs Pavilion master, but he didn't make a sound about it, deciding to utilize the other party's greed to introduce him to the designated location before wiping him out directly. Looking at the Yellow Springs Pavilion master's departure, Li Yan's mother hurriedly said, husband, you must avenge Yenner's death. Don't worry, amazing child's death must be repaid with blood. I'm going to go to the Su family and slaughter the entire Su family. The beautiful woman was a little worried about whether things would be fraudulent. Husband, why don't you inform father about this matter? There's no need for that. Li Qingshan said indifferently, that Junior should be most eager to leave the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty right now. If we let him leave, all of our efforts will be in vain. Today is His Majesty's big feast to reward that group of sect powerhouses. Father is busy with his affairs, don't delay his old man's big business. The beautiful woman's shell teeth lightly bit her lips. She was still a little worried, but when she thought of her amazing child being killed, her inner hatred towards Yi Qingxian overflowed. Li Qingshan patted the beautiful woman's shoulder, and then his body transformed into a wisp of clear wind and disappeared in place. The beautiful woman raised her head to look in the distant direction, her heart incomparably worried. Husband, you must be careful. But soon the beautiful woman heard thick footsteps and turned around to realize that the Yellow Springs Pavilion master, who had just left, had turned back at this moment. The beautiful woman asked with her willow eyebrows raised, "This fellow Taoist, what are you doing back here again?" The Yellow Spring Pavilion master smiled faintly and said, "Of course it's for an important matter, please accompany me, ma'am." "Where to?" The beauty's strength was only in the realm of merging, while the Yellow Springs Pavilion master was in the early stages of the Mahayana, and only needed a breath to be able to make her unable to move half as much as a lamb to be slaughtered. However, the Yellow Springs Pavilion master didn't tell her, and directly instantly moved to the beautiful woman, and gave 2 hard nods at her chest, and only after determining that the other party's meridians had already been blocked by himself was he satisfied with picking her up. After a hefty laugh, he disappeared into thin air. At this time, Li Qingshan immediately came to the mansion where the Su family was located. Looking at the empty rooms of the Su family, Li Qingshan's face instantly turned gloomy and murmured, "Could it be that old man deceiving me?" But suddenly Li Qingshan felt a vast and boundless energy sweeping in. Too late to resist, he immediately formed a boundary with the entirety of his own spiritual energy, which barely managed to withstand this cold and chilling color. Somewhat interesting, it seems that the Li family head still has some means, able to resist this seat's divine sense attack at the early Mahayana realm. Good boldness. Li Qingshan's complexion was aghast, and he immediately turned his body sideways to look at the red-clothed, white-haired youth who walked out from within the great hall, and immediately frowned and asked, "Who are you, and why are you sneaking up on this seat here?" "Ha ha ha, Family Master Li is still really forgetful. Just now didn't you want to strike down this seat? It's you!" Li Qingshan instantly reacted and immediately rebuked, "You're the sinful animal that killed my son. Your son's life ended here. Originally this seat didn't think of killing him, but nay, your son was bent on death, so of course this seat had to fulfill his wish." Yi Qingxian shrugged his shoulders and replied with a smile on his face. Only his smile was incomparably cold, giving one the feeling that one's yuaning was frozen, and even the illusion of wanting one's yuaning to detach from one's own body. Li Qingshan's breathing became rapid and he staggered backward 2 steps, his fists clenched tightly as he stared at his bronze bell-like eyes and questioned, "Who the hell are you? Why did you kill my yener and lure old me here?" At this moment, Li Qingshan also felt the murderous aura emanating from Yi Qingshuan's body, which was exactly the kind of aura that only a strong person in the middle stage of the Mahayana could possess. In other words, the junior power in front of him was even more powerful than himself. "This seat is the god of murder, Yi Qingxian. Remember to report my name when you reincarnate, and the toll will be waived." Li Qingshan suddenly felt a strong aura of death and immediately yelled, "Fellow Taoist, this is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Chapter 20 Your Majesty, you must do my son justice." Feeling a strong sense of crisis, Li Qingshan was worthy of being a great avatar cultivator of the Mahayana realm. He could clearly feel that the attack contained a power to destroy everything. At this moment of crisis, his body sprinted back, and at the same time his eyes suddenly widened, his hands formed seals, and his yuaning even instantly appeared at the top of his head, and similarly began to form seals, only to see a spell seal spirit talisman appearing in front of him in an instant, trying to stop the other party's attack, only that the golden lightning that Yi Qingshuan's body had transformed into was as powerful as a bamboo streak, speeding all the way. Without any pause, Li Qingshan bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time the yuaning on top of his head also sprayed out a mouthful of yuaning essence with it. Li Qingshan's face was grim as he drank under his breath. Blood shield. A huge blood shield protruded out, yet in front of the lance, everything was as fragile as paper mache. Pust. The lance broke through the body. Li Qingshan once again spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body fell to the ground twitching like a lost dog. With his physical body damaged, Li Qingshan was forced to abandon his physical body and transform into a golden metamorphosis that broke out of his body. Only Li Qingshan within the golden yuaning looked pale. He stared at Yi Qingxian suspended in the air and said word by word, "Fellow Taoist, just now it was just a misunderstanding. Now that my flesh is shattered, it is no longer possible for me to be a threat to you. Let me go." Li Qingshan fell backward in fear. The fear in his heart had caused his body to stop trembling. Die. The sword flashes, the void Huakai Shiki change. Li Qingshan saw that the big event was not good, turned around and ran. The whole person like a lost dog seems to escape like scurrying out of the Su family hall. Yi Qingxian snorted coldly in his heart, and with a slight movement of his fingers, an azure-colored immortal sword broke through the air and instantly shot explosively in the direction of Li Qingshan's escape. A cold aura arrived in an instant, and then mixed with the powerful sword aura, directly from Li Qingshan's undershirt, penetrated out, bringing up a blood arrow. Li Qingshan unwillingly lowered his head, looking at the blood arrows soaring from his chest. His heart was even more horrified, not expecting that with his strength, he would fall here today. The vitality in his eyes quickly dissipated under the dripping of blood from the tip of the sword, and finally, in the countless horrified gazes around him, Li Qingshan could no longer control his yuaning, transforming into a wisp of golden light, and his body died. Congratulations to the host for killing a Mahayana cultivator, rewarding the host with an 8th grade elixir. Yi Qingxian nodded slightly as he heard the system tone coming from his ears. Although he did not raise his cultivation level, for himself, the 8th grade elixir was still very useful. The next one is only the old man of the Li family.
Right at this moment, the Yellow Springs Pavilion master walked in smilingly and gave Yi Qingxian the immortal magic treasure from earlier. Yi Qingxian saw the other party's springy face and knew what was going on, then said, "Don't leave any survivors." "Don't worry, Your Highness the Holy Sun, that woman has already been refined into a furnace by me. There won't be any problems, only for the Li family. I've already set up an array. As long as the old ancestor of the Li family falls, I can make my move." Yi Qingxian nodded his head in satisfaction, and then he returned to his room to continue his cultivation. As for the beautiful woman from earlier, she had long since become a plaything in the hands of the Yellow Springs Pavilion master. When you get tired of playing with it, maybe you'll just shoot it. At this moment, within the palace, the Li family's old ancestor, Li Tianxiong, was enjoying a drink with His Majesty today, as well as many powerful people. Sitting on top of the dragon chair was an imposing middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was tall, with a bright yellow dragon robe, his long black hair tied up, and a crown on his head, tied with a bright yellow crown rope, the top of the crown with jewels set in the middle, and thin beaded chains of tassels hanging down on either side. The middle-aged man was very majestic looking, with a face like an axe, eyes like hanging bells, eyebrows like black paint, and a calm demeanor. Even just standing there would be an invisible sense of oppression that would make one sweat. "Aiching, I heard that a cultivator recently appeared in the city and killed your grandson Li Yan, right?" Li Tianxiong turned around and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. If I let my old man catch this person, I will make sure that his soul is dispersed and he will never be able to transcend his life." His Majesty of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty nodded and said, "Currently, all of the major dynasty powerhouses are visiting this place, so it's better not to increase the killing recently and bring unnecessary trouble to the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty." Li Tianxiong looked at His Majesty, who had an indifferent expression, and finally nodded. Since His Majesty had already said so, he was naturally embarrassed to kill in vain. One could only wait until after this competition was over to exterminate the culprit who had killed his grandson. Li Tianxiong had just raised his wine glass when he felt a sharp pain coming from his chest once again, and immediately, the soul jade slip symbolizing his son and his son's souls unexpectedly all shattered at the same time. Seeing this, Li Tianxiong's entire body was dumbfounded, somewhat unable to believe his eyes, but no matter how much he tried to rub his eyes, he couldn't change the shattered facts. His Majesty of the current Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty also stopped his drinking, and his face changed slightly as he looked towards the broken soul jade slip in Li Tianxiong's hand, and only then did he realize the seriousness of the matter. Li Tianxiong immediately roared out in defiance of his status, "Who is it? Who killed my son?" At this moment, Li Tianxiong, completely crazy, regardless of their own identity, a foot will be in front of the table, kicked down to the ground, and then mad as if towards the direction of the family galloped, bound to kill their son and grandson's murderer to pull out the bones. The powerful men in the hall looked at each other, none of them knowing what had happened and why Taoist Li Tianxiong was so angry. There was a lot of whispering down. Dongfang Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems like that guy did indeed go a bit too far, even killing people's sons and daughters-in-law. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid that he would have already stormed out." As the lord of a country, Dongfang Yu wasn't able to let Li Tianxiong go on a killing spree here, and the importance of the matter this time around wasn't Li Tianxiong's turn to be reckless. It was a small matter to exterminate mortals, but if other dynasties and sects were allowed to mock it, where should this Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty's face go when? Li Tianxiong had already instantly moved to the sky above the Li family at this moment, roaring, Who killed my son? Get the hell out of here, or else I will definitely massacre the people here." "Enough!" Dongfang Yu similarly came here, grabbed Li Tianxiong's raised arm beside him, and publicly rebuked and shouted out, "Remember your own identity. Slaughtering mortals is wanting others to laugh at my Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty? Your Majesty!" Li Tianxiong roared with red eyes as if blood would drip out of them in the next second. "My Li family has a single lineage, and now that my grandson has been killed and my son's corpse has not yet survived, how can I be willing to do this? My son is a Zhenghua general of the Heavenly Sage Dynasty. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me, my son." Chapter 21, 8th Grade Advanced Pill. Seeking for catch-up reading, seeking for favorites. Dongfang Yu's face changed slightly, his divine sense spread out in all directions, quickly finding Yi Qingxian's location. It was not that he deliberately searched for him, but Yi Qingxian actually released his spiritual energy in public, attracting other people to go and look for him. Middle Mahayana? Dongfang Yu looked odd and did not tell Li Tianxiong beside him. After all, the strength of the Mahayana realm powerhouses was terrifying, and rashly making a move would most likely cause irreversible results for the living beings in this place. A fire in the city gates is a calamity for the fish in the moat. Dongfang Yu put one hand behind his back and said in a 1,000-mile voice transmission, "This Taoist friend, why did you kill my Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty's Zhenghua general for no reason? Could it be that you really think that this seed can kill you?" Inside the Su family hall, Yi Qingxian slowly opened his eyes after hearing the voice coming from his ears, and then he nodded and smiled lightly. "Elder is overstating the case, I'm just returning the favor in the same way as others. The head of the Li family visited late at night, presuming to kill this seat. How could this seat let him have his wish?" Yi Qingxian did not have the slightest intention of being cowed. Instead, he questioned the other party. As the head of a country, is senior condoning his subordinates to act recklessly like this?
Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yu frowned slightly, subconsciously looking towards Yi Qingxuan's position, his heart calculating, could this guy not be the holy son of some ancient holy land, or the royal son of some dynasty? Yi Qingxian appeared to be no more than 100 years old and his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Mahayana. Such an exceptionally gifted heavenly pride could definitely not be an obscure generation. Rushing into a fight would most likely bring unnecessary trouble to the imperial dynasty. Dongfang Yu did not pay any attention to Li Tianxiong who was on his side, but instead instantly moved to the Su clan's main hall, his gaze clear and cold as he gazed at Yi Qingxian who was still calm and composed, sipping his tea. Yi Qingxian made an inviting gesture. Senior doesn't have to be polite, feel free to sit down. Interesting. Dongfang Yu asked with a teasing smile on his face, fellow Daoist, do you know that this seat's cultivation has already reached the Thunder Tribulation realm while you're only in the middle stage of the Mahayana? I'm afraid that you'll bring trouble to yourself if you're so arrogant and domineering. After saying that, a vast and boundless spiritual power fluctuation erupted from Dongfang Yu's body, and the spiritual power was like a shocking wave constantly spreading out towards the surroundings, and wherever it passed, the air became distorted. If Senior doesn't make a move, no one in the entire Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty will be able to hurt me halfway. Yi Qingxian elegantly and freely sipped his tea and was not intimidated by Dongfang Yu's aura. It wasn't like the Thunderbolt cultivator had never seen one before. It was naturally impossible to be scared to the point of trembling and kneeling on the ground wagging their tails and begging for mercy to spare their own lives because of Dongfang Yu's words. When Dongfang Yu saw Yi Qingxian this calm, his heart was also lost, and his eagle-like eyes stared at Yi Qingxian with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to see through his identity completely. Senior doesn't need to be nervous, I'm just the holy son of the Violet Sky Dynasty, and don't have any cultivation background, not to mention a powerful division to help me. Yi Qingxian directly exposed himself. Oh? Dongfang Yu raised an eyebrow, also coming to be interested, turning to sit on the chair, narrowing his eyes and asking, fellow Taoist is so honest, aren't you afraid that this seat will execute you here? With Senior's divine ability, I'm afraid that even if Junior has a strong background, he won't be able to escape from you, plus the strength of the Heavenly Sage Dynasty. Investigating a person's background only requires the lifting of a finger, so why should Junior ask for trouble? Yi Qingxian nodded and asked in return. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Yu was amused by Yi Qingxuan's words and laughed appreciatively. Junior, you really are somewhat similar to the old man back then, both are masters who are not afraid of losing. Yi Qingxian elegantly and casually put down the teacup in his hand, only to see his fingers move slightly. A special cold jade box appeared in front of Dongfang Yu out of thin air. In that cold jade box, a golden elixir the size of a dragon's eye was quietly lying in it. The surface of the elixir was extremely rounded. The golden air current flowed erratically inside the elixir, occasionally swooping up. Looking closely, the golden airflow actually converged into two tiny golden divine dragons, intertwined with each other. The subtle sound of the dragon's roar, through the vibration of the air, slowly spread out, so that the souls of those who smelled it could not help but tremble under the dragon's might. Looking at the interior of the pill where the Danqi had condensed into the shape of a dragon, Dongfang Yu's body couldn't help but tremble a little, and that cold face was filled with shock that was hard to hide. Danqi condensing spirit, only the 7th grade and higher grade pills have the vision. This is an 8th grade high grade elixir. Dongfang Yu violently jumped up from his chair and asked in disbelief, You actually possess an 8th grade high grade elixir? One must know that such things as pills were extremely precious treasures in the entire Tianxian continent, with the 1st grade being the lowest and the 9th grade being the highest, of which the 8th grade pills were not necessarily able to be possessed even by Thunder Tribulation powerhouses. An elixir of that grade could only be made by cultivators within the western Nuga prefecture. It wasn't that the Thunderjack cultivators were too weak, but that the pills were too precious, and there was almost no one in the entire central state who was able to have an 8th grade, high-level pill. In Dongfang Yu's memories, there was only one person within the central state who was capable of refining 8th grade pills, and that person could only refine 8th grade low-grade pills. Even so, this alchemist still became a dream alchemist in the hearts of all the powerful people in the central state. If Senior no longer meddles in this matter, this 8th grade high-grade elixir will be Senior's. Yi Qingxian gently sipped a mouthful of tea and said, Dongfang Yu put away the expression of excitement he just had, narrowing his eyes and holding in a smile. Fellow Taoist, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and then take this elixir for myself? Sure. Yi Qingxian smiled naturally. Senior can kill me, but only if Senior can kill Senior in an instant second. If not, Senior will be an enemy of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty. With my talent, I think I'll be able to step into the Thunder Tribulation realm in less than 10 years, and at that time, I'm afraid Senior's intestines will be green with regret. Dongfang Yu did not answer directly. Yi Qingxuan's talent was indeed very good, and was the only wizard he had ever seen in his life. To be able to step into the mid-Mahayana realm at the age of 100 was an unimaginable existence when looking at the entire Tianxian continent. This kind of person could only be befriended, not made an enemy, or else he would be an enemy of the entire Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty. What do you want? Dongfang Yu put away his previous smile and asked with a solemn expression. Exterminate all the disciples of the Li family. Yi Qingxian slowly stood up, one hand hanging behind his back, and spoke quietly. The late generation has never been a person who was addicted to killing, but will not cut the grass and leave the roots. The Li family has already been offended, and it has long reached the point of immortality. If we cannot slaughter them cleanly, the Li family disciples will definitely retaliate in the future. The cultivation world has always been about the weak and the strong and the survival of the fittest. This seat doesn't want to lay the groundwork for the destruction of the violet heavens in the future because of today's soft-heartedness. Chapter 22, Holy Sun, What a Cruel Heart. Dongfang Yu's expression moved. After all, Li Tianxiong was the prime minister of the Heavenly Sage dynasty, and his son was the country's Jinhua general. Now that he was killed, how could he, as the king of a country, stop there? If this were to spread out, how would he, Dongfang Yu, be able to gain a foothold in the central state in the future? As if Yi Qingxian could see the concerns in Dongfang Yu's heart, he gently sipped a mouthful of tea and said, Senior need not worry too much. Cultivators have always been the weakest and the strongest, and this 8th grade elixir is enough for you to break through to the scattered immortal realm in the future. The lesser of the two, I'm sure that even if I don't say it, Senior should understand, right? These words of his were obvious: either take this elixir and live in peace, or help Li Tianxiong make a move against himself. But the price of making a move would be the future destruction of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty. Dongfang Yu was silent, his eyes were like eagles gazing at Yi Qingxian sitting on the chair. This junior gave him a feeling that he couldn't probe. If he made a move rashly, it would only bring unnecessary trouble to his dynasty. Coupled with Li Tianxiong more and more powerful, in front of the face of the whole court dared to speak out against himself. If the future breakthrough of the realm of the Thunderbolt, this country's master is whose really cannot say it. Weighing the pros and cons, Dongfang Yu slowly stood up, and in passing, pocketed the 8th grade high-grade pills that Yi Qingxian had given him. Alright, the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, will not intervene in this matter, but I also hope that you, Taoist friend, will not harm the mortals here, or else even if I have to fight for my soul, I will make sure that you, Taoist friend, will stay here forever. Yi Qingxian stood up and slightly arched his hand. Then I'm sorry for not seeing you off. After this sect-cutting competition is over, Senior will definitely solve this trouble personally. Yes. Dongfang Yu nodded, looked meaningfully at Yi Qingxian, and after pondering for a long time, he turned around and was whirling back into the sky above the capital. At this moment, Li Tianxiong was still searching for his son's murderer without leaving any stone unturned, and even if his divine sense expanded throughout the entire Heavenly Sage dynasty, he could not see any traces. Right at this moment, Dongfang Yu appeared in this place out of thin air, and said with a displeased face, let's forget about this matter for now. The clan competition is just around the corner. Don't leave a bad impression on the clans and dynasties here. After this is accomplished, this seat will personally help you find and punish the murderer. Li Tianxiong's face was distorted, and there seemed to be flames burning madly in his eyes, but as a subject, he had no way to disobey the decree, and could only angrily follow His Majesty back to the palace. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, the Yellow Springs Pavilion master cautiously walked in from the back hall, wiping the beads of sweat from his face. Your Highness the Holy Sun, are you so sure that the other party will definitely stay out of this matter? Not sure. Yi Qingxian glanced at the Yellow Spring Pavilion master who walked out, and answered with a quiet voice, but he has no choice, doesn't he? Ah. The Yellow Springs Pavilion master had a solemn expression. So, you're gambling with your own life? The cultivation world has never had a word of fairness. If Dongfang Yu chooses to help Li Tianxiong and chooses to make a move against me, then there will be no need for the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty to exist in the future. Yi Qingxian didn't care as he sipped his tea. For him, as long as he wasn't a cultivator who had reached the loose immortal realm, he wouldn't think of keeping himself. Even if Dongfang Yu was a Thunder Tribulation realm powerhouse, if he did not have a special magic treasure, it would be impossible for him to pose any threat to Yi Qingxian. The Yellow Spring Pavilion master kept cursing Yi Qingxian in his heart that he was a madman. This guy did not have their lives in mind at all. If Dongfang Yu went on a killing spree and Yi Qingxian was able to leave unharmed, then wouldn't they, the group of old guys, just sit around and wait for death? What a hard heart! It was rumored that Saint Yi Qingxian had disappeared for 100 years, and it seemed that he had gone through a lot in those 100 years. Not only had his character changed, even the viciousness of his actions surpassed everyone else's. The Yellow Spring Pavilion master subconsciously wiped the beads of sweat on his face with his sleeve, and only after a brief chat did he leave inside the Su clan's main hall. Yi Qingxian narrowed his eyes, those sharp eyes flickering with some light red, and said with a slight smile, things are getting more and more interesting. Time passed in an instant, and soon it was time for the great competitions of the great sects and dynasties. Kyoto has already been crowded. The people cannot wait to come to the area where the martial arts stage, but also some people in order to be able to buy a ticket, even at the expense of smashing pots and pans to witness the contemporary pride of the time of the rebellion. Each clan and dynasty could only arrange for one person to fight, during which they were not allowed to injure or maim their opponents, and even more so, they were not allowed to strike again when their opponents conceded defeat, or else they would face severe disciplinary action from the Heavenly Sage dynasty. Why don't you let me in? I'm the Holy Son of the Heavenly Tao sect. I'm qualified to participate in this cutting competition. At the entrance of Kyoto City, the male lord wearing the robes of a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect crossed his arms and asked with a face full of indignation. He, in order to participate in this clan pride competition, but wasted a lot of effort, not only worshipped in the Heavenly Tao sect, but also at any cost across the central state and the northern border of the southern continent of the crisis of the demonic beasts of the forest, but did not expect, but was told that the Heavenly Tao sect does not have a place to participate in this competition. The soldier at the doorway glanced at the list of disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect that had already been registered and responded indifferently, "I've already said that your Heavenly Tao sect's disciples have already entered the competition grounds, so you're ineligible to continue participating. If you want to watch the competition, you can enter at the other gate, where the protectors of the strongest participants of your clan are." The male lead, Junan, clenched his fists angrily and asked somewhat unwillingly, "Who came to participate in place of our Heavenly Tao sect disciples?" "A person who calls herself Guchinga, you should know her as well." "Is he?" The male master Chunan's face instantly turned blue. Of course he knew who Guchinga was. That was the waste senior brother who hadn't been promoted to the inner courtyard in the Heavenly Tao sect for several years, and he was even able to participate in this competition instead of the current Heavenly Tao sect. This waste. The hero gritted his teeth. Originally, he used to be quite grateful to Guchinga for helping him in his cultivation, but he never thought that, for the sake of a Xiantian magic treasure, the brotherhood of the past had long since disappeared. It was also at this time that the old voice came from the ring. "Apprentice, you have grown up. You should have understood this long ago. The cultivation world has never had any friends to speak of. There are only those thieves who are deceitful, so what if they sacrifice the lives of their entire clan for a single immortal magic treasure?" The male lead clenched his fists and said with clenched teeth, "I understand, master. In the future, if I am able to ascend to the top of this world, and make that group of guys pay a bloody price." Chapter 23, Mahayana stage to participate as well? Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, competition venue. Many cultivators from the Imperial Dynasty came to this place to observe. Dongfangyu, who was the head of a country, smiled as he welcomed the Dao friends who had come, and among them, those who were able to make him look at them squarely were the sect masters of the major sects and the majesties of the dynasties. As for those sects that couldn't even be named, Dongfangyu didn't even have the desire to read on. It was also at this moment that several long rainbows came through the air, revealing dozens of men and women in uniformed Taoist robes after landing on the ground. The man at the head looked to be in his 30s, with a wickedly handsome look on his face, and when he saw the fat messenger, he immediately said respectfully, "Acacia sect patriarch, Chenyu has met senior." Young woman dress, charm not to say is the corner of the eye with Mei, looking at the East Yu, respectfully said, "Acacia sect Xingling, pay respects to the East Yu seniors." Dongfangyu nodded his head slightly and then stopped paying attention to the two of them. Obviously because the Acacia sect was in no way comparable to their Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, coupled with the fact that the Acacia sect leader was only a mere half-step Mahayana cultivator, and being able to come here and speak to him was good enough. It didn't take long before more than 500 people arrived one after another, most of which were the sect's Heaven's Pride disciples. Yi Qingxian and the others were among them. At the same time Dongfangyu saw Yi Qingxian, he immediately walked up quickly in front of everyone and said with a bright smile, "Hehehe, fellow Taoist Yi, you finally come." Seeing this, the cultivators in the arena all cast puzzled gazes. Who is this guy? To have the current saint, Dongfangyu, greet him with such politeness, it was really mind-boggling. Even the heads of the rest of the sects cast puzzled gazes. In their hearts, Dongfangyu was a Thunder Tribulation realm powerhouse, and the only ones who could strike up a conversation with him were cultivators of the same realm. As for the Mahayana stage, it was only worthy of a nod from him. But Dongfangyu would even treat a junior in the middle of the Mahayana stage with such a polite regard today. Could it be that the other party's background was not strong? Yi Qingxian slightly cupped his fists. "Senior, there is no need to be courteous. Senior has come here today to participate in this dynasty's competition as well." "Ha?" Dongfangyu froze. After reacting, he subconsciously asked, "Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by that?" "If I'm not mistaken, this time it's a test specially organized for talented disciples. Their age must not exceed 150 years old, and they must not kill others during the competition, and as for their cultivation level, the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty didn't give a clear answer?" Yi Qingxian replied with a smile on his face. His age was just over 110 years old, and he was perfectly capable of participating in this competition, just with a cultivation level that was slightly higher. Dongfangyu rubbed his nose, so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. "You're a powerful person in the Mahayana realm, but you want to snatch the immortal magic treasures with that group of heavenly pride in the foundation establishment, Jiedan, and Yuaning realms? If this gets out, won't it be thought that this is bullying the small by the big?" But there was no problem with what Yi Qingxian said. His age did not exceed the regulations of the competition, and his cultivation level was similarly not accurate, so there was really no problem with him participating in the competition. Dongfangyu's expression moved as he asked, "Fellow Taoist, do you really intend to participate in this competition? What's the problem?" Yi Qingxian narrowed his eyes and asked rhetorically. This immortal magic treasure was an extremely important thing, when the protagonist was using this magic treasure to survive many times, and it was also a special key to open the cave. As long as you can get it, you'll be able to open the cave and get what's inside. This was something necessary for the pre-protagonist,
only now this immortal magic treasure was his own. Dongfang Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart, but the rules were set by himself personally, so there was naturally no way to cancel them. However, in order to give face to the other sect masters and kingdom lords, Dongfang Yu still negotiated in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist, can you suppress your cultivation to the transformation spirit realm for my sake, so as not to let that group of heavenly pride lose too quickly?" Yi Qingxian shrugged his shoulders, nodded his head and smiled lightly. "Since Senior has said so, it is only natural that Junior is going to give you this thin face." "That would be a pleasure." Dongfang Yu let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. He only hoped that those old guys wouldn't come looking for trouble afterwards. After all, the Mahayana stage cultivators of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty had arrived, the 7-colored clouds in the sky became even denser, and Dongfang Yu's face was serious as he pinched his right hand and punched out a few spell seals into the sky. Immediately after that, the clouds in the sky immediately tumbled, and a red light fell from the sky and shot within the large square of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, forming a boundary that completely shrouded the square. Dongfang Yu and the rest of the powerhouses stood up at the same time, and with a single movement of their bodies, they appeared in midair, and said in a loud and respectful voice, "Late generation Dongfang Yu, welcome Senior Shine Zone." The clouds dispersed, an old man dressed in gorgeous robes appeared out of thin air in this place, and the surging energy was like a shocking wave constantly spreading out towards the surroundings. All the peak powerhouses of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty had their hearts pounding the moment this old man appeared, and their yuaning even nearly collapsed. They didn't have the slightest doubt that if the other party gazed at them for a moment longer, their own yuaning would definitely not be able to withstand this huge pressure and explode in its own form. Surprisingly, it's a powerhouse at the half-step loose immortal realm. The child-faced, crane-haired old man nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked down at the heavens and earth and said, "I am the elder of the Western Nuga Prefecture, and I have been instructed to come here today to observe the Great Sect competition, and whoever obtains the first place will be bestowed with a 7th-grade elixir, and an immortal magic treasure, and gain a chance to break through to the loose immortals when his cultivation breaks through the Thunder Tribulation stage. Listen carefully, everyone's age shall not exceed 150 years old, and no one shall be killed during this period. If anyone dares to violate the rules, I will definitely slaughter the clan they are in." Endless pressure exploded out, and whether it was the elders of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty or the powerhouses of other sects, they fell to their knees and trembled under this strong pressure. Is this the strength of a peak Thunder Tribulation powerhouse? Although Yi Qingxian felt the same pressure of this spiritual energy, after taking a sip of the special red liquid, the pressure disappeared out of thin air. The childish old man appeared out of thin air on the main seat prepared by the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, and with his strength, he naturally had to sit on the main seat. As for the others, the only ones who were qualified to sit beside him were Dongfang Yu and the other Thunderbolt cultivator. Within the audience, the male lead Chunan climbed up from the ground with great difficulty, the entire person as incomparably wretched as a bereaved dog. Raising his head, he coldly stared at the old man who was looking at the high and mighty, his heart filled with resentment. "Secretly," he said, "bullying old man, when I grow up, I will definitely make you kneel on the ground and kowtow to little master me to make amends." Chapter 24 only kills, not saves. The emissary of the upper realm gently sipped his tea, stroked his pale goatee beard, and in the midst of the crowd's stunned gazes, his show robes lightly waved. In a blink of an eye, a void wormhole that had been hardened and torn apart quietly appeared in the center of the competition venue. The competition can begin. According to the rules, each clan and dynasty will send one cultivator to the ancient realm, and the one who obtains the most tokens will win. The so-called ancient realm was the special space where the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty had cultivated the pride of the heavens through the generations, and the cultivator who could enter this place must not be more than 150 years old, and if he exceeded that, he would be strangled on the spot by the forbidden system inside. The ancient realm is full of poisonous insects, snakes and ants, and even has demonic beasts that can rival immortal cultivators, so it can be considered dangerous. However, in order to be able to ensure the safety of the disciples, the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty had distributed a special body-protecting magic treasure to each of them before the competition began. If a life-threatening situation occurs, it can be crushed, and their body will be transported to the most initial position by the formation of this place. Likewise, the contest is declared an official failure. Dongfang Yu looked to Yi Qingxian at his side and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't forget our agreement." Yi Qingxian nodded and smiled, suppressing his cultivation to the early harmonization spirit realm, but even so, trying to win at the hands of Jin was almost impossible to accomplish. The male lead secretly said in his heart, "Teacher, can we go in? I also want to get that immortal magic treasure." You see the disciple on the left, he's from the Ghost King sect, follow him and kill him secretly, then change into his token and clothes. At that, the male lead brightened up and immediately sneaked up. Yi Qingxian landed smoothly in the center of the competition venue, his long silver-white hair fluttering in the wind, his red robe vaguely revealing a faint smell of blood, giving off a feeling of poise and decisiveness. Gu Qingga also walked over. He was replacing the Heavenly Dao sect. Naturally, he was also going to follow Yi Qingxian into the ancient realm. As the sunlight at noon was hot and blinding, the disciples in the arena could not wait to rush inside the ancient realm, as long as they were able to obtain enough tokens, then they would be able to obtain that immortal magic treasure. Within the ancient realm was a special small world, and the spiritual energy in the small world wasn't too strong, and was comparable to the outside world. However, the trees here were extraordinarily lush, and it was different from the crisis-ridden demonic beast forest. Everyone was passed to a different location, and each area would have a dozen or so tokens, and when the token search was over, it would be necessary to grab someone else's token in order to gather more points. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back, raised his head to look at the vibrant ancient realm in front of him, and murmured, even though my memories of my previous life are somewhat disordered, I vaguely remember that the space demonic powerhouses here have moved, and that the demonic beasts that come next will indiscriminately attack the cultivators in this place. After all, this is the world of novels, and what the world of novels loves most is to add to the troubles of the protagonist, that is, the moment when the male lead confirms his feelings for the other female lead, Guchinga. The female protagonist, Guchinga, enters this place with the help of the Tianxian Holy Land's name, but while searching for the token, she is seriously injured by a demonic beast. The hero shows up while he's at it, saves the heroine while he's at it, and the two encounter each other several times, slowly discovering new identities for each other. What a familiar plot, what a familiar scene. It's a tried and true trope in either fictional world. How could Yi Qingxian not know? As expected, before long had passed here, the sound of iron clashing against scale armor came from the quiet forest. If there is a chance to crush the jade slip, maybe still be able to live, but if it is a step too late, I am afraid that it will only become the food in the belly of the demonic beasts. Yi Qingxian did not pay any attention to the group of heavenly prides fighting. Even if he was passing by, he would only take the token away. As for helping this group of juniors, he was not interested. One can only kill, not save. The male lead side was also in danger, facing several demonic beasts surrounding him. The male lead was forced to use his master's soul power before barely managing to slaughter all the demonic beasts here. But successive master's soul power caused the old grandfather to be in an illusory state now, as if he might fall into slumber again at any time. Teacher, are you okay? The old grandpa in the ring replied weakly, the demonic beasts here are odd, their souls are being manipulated by some kind of power, it should be done deliberately by someone. You'd better look for the token as soon as possible. As long as there are enough tokens, you have to leave this place quickly. There's no way for master to keep helping you fend off the attack of the demonic beasts. After continuous battles, the protagonist's cultivation had already broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Although breaking through the Foundation Establishment at this age was already very good, but facing those powerful people, Foundation Establishment was nothing more than overrating a tree. Without his teacher's help, he didn't even dare to imagine what would end up happening. Perhaps he might even die here himself. The male lead, Shunan, decided to give up looking for the token first and said with a firm expression, Teacher, let me go and help you find herbs to restore your soul power first. There should be a lot of herbs for refining pills in this place, and by the time teacher's soul power is restored, we'll have a better chance of winning. In his lifetime, the old grandpa was a pill refiner, and he had no problem refining 8th grade pills with his hands, and as long as the herbs were correct, he would be able to refine pills that restored his own soul. But would there really be herbs to restore soul power in this place? The male lead said with a firm expression, once a teacher, always a father. Disciple assures you that one day disciple will help you recover your body, teacher. When the old grandfather in the ring heard his disciple's heartfelt words, he was also moved to tremble inwardly, and secretly said in his heart, originally, I no longer believed in anyone, but the little guy has restored my faith. Perhaps in the future, he will really be able to help me remake my physical body. My soul power will expand the most to help you find the location of the herbs, and will also avoid letting you run into demonic beasts. Follow my guidance. It's the teacher. The ancient realm of Crisis was filled with bloody corpses that had been split in two. The group of demonic beasts died miserable deaths, all of them were snapped at the waist, and without even having the chance to react, their heads were instantly sliced off by the breeze that swept over. The male lead also couldn't help but stop when he saw this, looking at the blood-stained ground, as well as the demonic beasts that were still struggling and didn't die right away, and asked with a face full of astonishment, Teacher, these demonic beasts were actually all killed, and it looks like they were all instantly killed in seconds. This is the definitive sword intent. The old grandfather's voice sounded again, it's Yi Qingxian. Chapter 25, appearing 100 feet in an instant, this senior is indeed a god transformation powerhouse. It's Yi Qingxian again. Upon hearing this, the male lead was shocked and subconsciously looked at the demonic beast that was struggling in a pool of blood, unable to believe that this guy was so murderous and decisive. Some of these demonic beasts were just cut off at the waist and didn't die, but without their bodies they could only struggle. They didn't even have the strength to stand up, and in the end, the only thing waiting for them was to be eaten up by their own kind. The male lead gripped the long sword in his hand tightly and said in a low voice, let me end their suffering. Yi Qingxian kills decisively and is too hostile, he already has a way to take his death. Between his hands and his sword, the male lead did not hesitate to kill all the demonic beasts in front of him, and before leaving, he did not forget to dig out all the demonic pills of the demonic beasts and take them away. These can be good, one of the must-haves for an alchemist. Only the demonic pills of demonic beasts are able to refine the best pills. If there is no demonic pills, although the pills can be refined, but the medicinal effects are worlds apart. It was a rule that no disciples from other sects should be injured or disabled during the competition, but it didn't say that they couldn't defeat their competitors. Yi Qingxian snorted coldly and turned around to run in the direction of more tokens, waiting to settle the other matters. Then he would come back to educate the protagonist properly on what it meant to be two-faced. The sect powerhouses outside the ancient realm had frowned. It had only been opened for only 2 hours and there were dozens of disciple casualties within the ancient realm. At this rate, I'm afraid that after 10 hours, the cultivators will all die in the hands of the demonic beasts. The emissary of the upper realm sipped his tea, glanced at Dongfang Yu who was sitting on pins and needles on the side of his body, and said if anything, there are oddities within this ancient realm. In the past, the demonic beasts never killed like today. Could it be that your heavenly sage imperial dynasty has increased the difficulty? Dongfang Yu replied indifferently, there has never been one. These demonic beasts by definition will not take the initiative to kill a cultivator. There must be other forces in this that are causing trouble. So, someone did make a mistake? The upper realm emissary Linny stroked his pale goatee beard and narrowed his eyes. Since that's the case, let's make this competition just a little bit more difficult. Anyway, that group of juniors have jade slips on them, so as long as they crush them, they'll be able to teleport out. But if they don't have the chance to teleport out, it's their destiny to have this calamity, so there's no need to be too concerned. Dongfang Yu's frown was unspread, his right hand set dead center on the wooden chair. Because of the rules of the ancient realm, there was no way for old generation cultivators like them to enter it. As long as Dongfang Yu dared to enter this place, even if it was a cultivator of the Thunder Tribulation realm, he would likewise die for sure. This ancient realm was obtained by chance between the old ancestor of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty and the sects of the Western Nuga Prefecture, and every time it was opened it required the presence of a strong person from the Western Nuga Prefecture to be able to do so, and as for the ancient realm, it was left within the plaza of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty. This ancient realm also said to come up. The age of small people can enter it unharmed, but as long as the age is more than, then it will be prohibited to wipe out, and it is difficult for the cultivators of the Thunderjack realm to enter this place for half a step. Dongfang Yu didn't care much about the juniors from other clans. What he cared about was his own daughter, Dongfang Tong. That was her favorite daughter. If anything happened to her, how would she meet Tonger's dead mother in the future? 18th token. Yi Qingxian looked at the token in his hand and murmured, according to the original, one only needs to gather 30 pieces to be able to secure the number 1 position. However, there are only 48 tokens within the entire ancient realm, and one can only have the opportunity to gather 30 pieces by snatching them from the hands of others. It was also at this moment that the sound of cultivators scrambling for the token suddenly came from the front, and although the sound was 100 miles apart, it was so clear in Yi Qingxuan's ears. Yi Qingxian instantly moved to this place, only to see a dozen or so cultivators besieging a small team formed by 9 people, fighting each other, all trying to grab the tokens on each other. Who is it? Don't get in the way. One of the cultivators immediately swung his immortal sword and shot explosively towards Yi Qingxuan's position after seeing the sudden appearance of Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian did not even have the desire to raise his right hand, standing there quietly, while the sword in the cultivator's hand seemed to poke a wall of water leaving ripples on it as if it were poking a wall of water, but it was unable to pierce into the boundary for half a minute. What kind of cultivation are you? Roll. Yi Qingxuan's lips slightly opened and his cold voice suddenly exploded in the minds of all the cultivators. Without any resistance, all the cultivators knelt on the ground in pain as if their cultivation had been shattered. Some were even directly shaken to the point of fainting on the spot. Who the hell are you? The Acacia sect powerhouse questioned with copper bell eyes. Hand over the tokens on yourselves, and you need not ask about the rest. The cultivators of this place looked at each other and eventually handed over all the tokens they had managed to obtain on their bodies to Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian put away the token and did not intend to go on a killing spree against the mole crickets here. Instead, he took a step towards the distance, an icy and bone-piercing coldness permeated around his body, and with every step he took, a thin layer of frost was left on the ground. The frost was like a shocking wave constantly spreading out in all directions. Wherever it passed, not an inch of grass could grow, and the trees on both sides were frozen to 3 feet and instantly exploded. It gave one the feeling of falling into a cold valley, unable to resist the appalling chill of the valley. Only to see that every time Yi Qingxuan's footsteps fell, the void would ripple, and when the ripples dissipated, the silhouette had already appeared 100 feet away. Extremely strange. Appearing 100 feet in an instant, the senior really is a transformation god powerhouse. The hearts of the cultivators in the arena were horrified. Such a young senior of the god transformation stage, could it be that he was the peak powerhouse of some sect in the central state? The token is gone, it's useless to continue staying here, let's just leave this place. Alas, this time the champion is not this senior. Go, don't look back. Some of the Gate Pride know that they cannot beat each other, can only be in the hands of the Jade Slip crushed, however, in the past are able to use the teleportation Jade Slip. At the moment there is no teleportation array appears. Seeing this, it also caused this to cause the faces of the people in the arena to show a stunned expression, unable to believe their own eyes. What's going on? The teleportation Jade Slip isn't working well. Mine's useless too. Damn it, there's no way to teleport out of this place. What's next for this? Let's stay away from the forest for a while. as long as the time for the competition is over, we can get out of here just the same.
Chapter 26, Reincarnation of the Fire God, Dongfangtong with the body of the Fire Phoenix.
The time for the competition was set at 20 hours, and after the time was over, the cultivators within the ancient realm would all be teleported back as well. Although they didn't know why the teleportation jade slips within the ancient realm couldn't be used, the cultivators didn't panic and instead chose to embrace the group and wait for the time to expire to leave the ancient realm. Without the token, the competition has long since lost any meaning, and this place is full of demonic beasts. Alone action is likely to die. It is better to gather together, thinking about how to deal with it. Yi Qingxian was not aware of this matter, nor had he ever thought of utilizing the teleportation jade slip to leave this place. Now that he had gotten 25 tokens on his body, he only needed to get all of the remaining 23 tokens, and then he would be able to obtain all the tokens.
The more tokens you have, the more rewarding it will be for the dynasty you are in.
If one was able to obtain all the tokens in here, the upper realm emissary would also gift the other person's clan or dynasty a realm-breaking creation. At the same time said all the tokens can also get a supreme treasure. This supreme treasure is extremely important, but also related to the future direction of the plot. Even if the entire Heavenly Saint Imperial Dynasty of the Heavens Pride, after many years there has never been anyone able to complete. Yi Qingxuan's divine sense spread out in all directions and quickly found the third female lead in the book, the natural daughter of Dongfang Yu of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, Dongfang Tong, who possessed the body of a fiery phoenix. Dongfang Tong is one of the most popular heroines in the book, is the reincarnation of the ancient fire god. Cultivation can be said to be 1,000 miles a day. As long as the need for an opportunity to activate the ancient bloodline in the body, it will be able to completely metamorphose into the ancient fire god.
Yi Qingxuan's gaze landed on Dongfang Tong, and he couldn't help but be stunned by her appearance.
Her eyebrows are like a distant diaper, her eyes are just like stars falling into the autumn water, deep and bright, between the flow of eye waves, as if there is a flame jumping in them, full of desire to burn. Xiang nose show straight, such as peak show standing, lips like cherry, not point and jus, slightly upward corner of the mouth with a touch of stubbornness and arrogance. Her skin was snowy, and in the dim light of this ancient realm, it actually seemed to emit a soft glow. A head of green silk like a waterfall, casually draped behind her, a few strands of hair playfully brushed across her cheeks, adding a little more spirit. This was the charm of the body of the fiery phoenix. Countless men would be attracted by its charm and unable to move their vision away whenever they saw her. Dongfang Tong was currently sitting on a rock eating the pastries that had been prepared in advance, with 3 of the obtained tokens hanging on her waist. It doesn't look like this is here to grab a token, just wanting something tasty far from home, I guess. An open package rested on her lap, piled high with pastries and snacks of all shapes and colors, like a small mountain, and so far, only one small hill had been eaten by Dongfang Tong.
I've got some good food to eat here. I wonder if you'd be interested in trying it? Yi Qingxian took a step forward.
Dongfang Tong's expression was a bit dumbfounded as she burped 2 times one after another, then she seemed to be choking as she hurriedly puffed out her chest and reached out to vigorously pat her chest. Soon after, Dongfang Tong reacted and hurriedly hugged the pastry she had specially brought, glaring, "No robbing me of my pastries." With such a love of food, it was no wonder that she was one of the most popular heroines in the book, except that in the beginning, the male lead had managed to trick this little silly girl into his hands with just 2 meals. Yi Qingxian nodded and said, "There is no need to misunderstand, I am merely passing through this place, seeing that the girl likes to eat pastries, it just so happens that this seat has a good thing here."
"What good stuff?"
Dongfang Tong pursed the remnants of the pastry at the corner of her mouth, still holding her own pastry, waving her small fists. "I've eaten a lot of good things, if you can't take them out, you'll see how I'll clean you up." Yi Qingxian flipped his right hand, only to see a crystal-like food appear in his hand. It was only a third of the size of his palm, but its crystal-like appearance managed to attract Dongfang Tong's eyes. "This is what I got from the Red Dust Lady back then. It's not an ordinary pastry, but a wine cake that utilizes the Tianshan Mountain ice spring to brew. Eat a piece of it and be able to get drunk for 3 days.
Wine cake."
Dongfang Tong walked over with trust, gently poked the food that was just like jelly with her finger, looked serious, and nodded her head. "Awesome, awesome, awesome.
It's the first time I've seen one of these. You want this wine cake?"
Dongfang Tong subconsciously nodded vigorously. Yi Qingxian laughed. "Then this wine cake will be given to you, but if you still want to eat it, you need to exchange it with the token on your waist."
Dongfang Tong blinked, then smiled happily. Fox charming and foxy.
Yi Qingxian had wanted to take out a few more pieces, however, Dongfang Tong naturally took off the token at her waist and pushed it directly into Yi Qingxuan's arms, impatiently picking up the wine cake and taking a small bite. The peculiar flavor burst in her mouth, sweet, something like tasting the sweetest honey in a forest of peach blossoms and fallen leaves, and it soon made her forget a little what she had come here for. Seeing Dongfang Tong who loved to eat so much, Yi Qingxian also took out a few pieces of wine cake and handed it over. "Eat less, with your cultivation level eating one piece will make you drunk for 3 days, wait until you leave here." Dongfang Tong looked at the wine cake in her hand and pointed to the open parcel not far away, signaling that she could trade those pastries for the wine cake. Yi Qingxian shook his head and laughed. "No, your pastry is a mundane product, while mine is made from the Heavenly Mountain ice spring. to which is added the heavenly mountain snow lotus, and the Bodhi ancient tree roots. Eating a piece of it is enough for you to feel like you have been cultivating for 3 years. It wasn't that Yi Qingxian was bragging here. While this was really something that he had brought back in the strange space, it was because of these pieces of wine cake that he had been hunted down by the Red Dust Lady for 10 years in the first place. It was no longer of any use to the Mahayana realm, which was why Yi Qingxian intended to give it to Dongfang Tong in front of him. Dongfang Tong pursed her green lips, nodded her head, did not force anyone to do anything, silently sat back to the original position, carefully placed the wine cake at her feet, and then continued her sit and eat business. "What's your name?" Dongfang Tong suddenly asked. "Yi Qingxian. I'll remember you. After this competition is over, I'll treat you to something to eat." "This girl, my name is Dongfang Tong." Dongfang Tong wiped the remains of the pastry from the corner of her mouth and said. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back and looked at Dongfang Tong, who had the feeling of sitting on the ground, before turning around and running into the distance to take a step away. When Dongfang Yu in the outside world saw the image of his daughter being bribed, he subconsciously stroked his forehead and murmured, "Tongera, how many times have I told you that food given by strangers should not be eaten? Why don't you listen now? It's better this time." Not only was Dongfang Yu bribed by Yi Qingxuan's pills, even his own precious daughter was bribed by Yi Qingxuan's wine cake. It's true that it's not a family that doesn't have a family. Chapter 27, Devil Sex Late God Transformation Powerful Person, Request for Subscription, Request for Catch-up Readings. There were still 3 hours until the end of the competition, and now Yi Qingxian had already collected 40 tokens, with the remaining 8 in the possession of Gu Qingge and the male lead Chunan. Based on the search of his divine sense, Yi Qingxian quickly found Gu Qingge, who was resting by the campfire. After more than 10 hours of fighting, the current Gu Qingge has already exhausted its spiritual energy, and can only hold on to the end of the competition, and will be able to leave this place. As for the demonic sect powerhouses using special techniques to cause the demonic beasts within the ancient realm to become abnormally violent, almost all of them had been resolved by Yi Qingxian. Gu Qingge also discovered the silhouette walking towards him. Without thinking, he directly drew out the sword at his waist, and after seeing that it was Senior Yi Qingxian, his nervousness instantly loosened up a lot. "Senpai." Gu Qingge stood up and performed a heavenly bow towards Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian nodded, turned around and sat on a rock and said, "Did you encounter any danger?" "I encountered some demonic beasts sneak attacking on the road. It's a good thing that none of these demonic beasts are too strong, otherwise there's a real possibility that I'll die here today." Gu Qingge also didn't understand why this kind of demonic beast riot had suddenly appeared, and the cultivators who had recently arrived either hugged each other or were torn to pieces by the rioting demonic beasts. So far, almost 60% of the sect's heavenly pride had been slaughtered, and the group of powerful people in the outside world could only stare in disbelief, only to watch the disciples within the sect being slaughtered by the demonic beasts. "Don't dare to step inside the ancient realm against the rules," Yi Qingxian said indifferently. "This is a special formation set down by the demonic sect's strongest person. Not only is it able to make the demonic beasts in this place more violent, but more importantly, there is no way for the jade slip to be transmitted." "No way to teleport?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingge was full of astonishment and said, "Doesn't that mean that all the cultivators here will become fish and meat to be slaughtered?" "You could say that." Yi Qingxian took out a jug of wine, tilted his head back and took a sip, and asked with a slight sideways glance, "Currently, I have obtained 40 tokens, how many more do you have on you?" Gu Qingge was naturally able to hear Yi Qingxuan's meaning beyond his words, and immediately took out 3 tokens from his storage ring and handed them over. The token on Gu Qingge's body is of no use at all, and at most, it can only bring meager resources to the sect, which is meaningless. It would be better to give it all to Yi Qingxian and leave all the resources within 100 years to the Violet Sky Dynasty with a full harvest. As long as there were enough resources, the Heavenly Dao sect would also be able to take a token share. As to whether or not they could return to their peak moments, it could not be said. As the heroine in this book, Gu Qingru was only there to be able to complete the task her father had given her, as well as repair the injury she had sustained, and as to whether or not the clan could become the strongest today, it basically had nothing to do with her. Yi Qingxian was natural to pack up these 3 tokens. Now with only the 5 on the protagonist, he would be able to perfectly round up the 48. The reason why Yi Qingxian was obsessed with these 48 tokens was not just for the monstrous chance, but because only when all 48 tokens were gathered together, would he be able to obtain a piece of inheritance within the ancient realm. This object is a divine ability. The degree of preciousness even the strongest of the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture are in love with this, but also in the final battle, play a vital role. The male protagonist possessed a fortune plus, and thus obtained all the tokens in the course of this competition, and not only obtained immortal magic treasures, but also obtained the inheritance of divine abilities within the ancient realm. A gong method is a relatively basic cultivation method, and is the foundation for cultivators to enhance their strength. It mainly consists of methods of absorbing, operating, and accumulating the true qi, reiki and other forces in the body. For example, some gong methods focus on guiding the practitioner to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, converge it into the dantian, and go through a series of complicated meridian running routes, so that the spiritual chi gradually integrates with oneself, thus enhancing the realm and cultivation, like the evergreen gong, which allows the practitioner to enhance his or her own real chi capacity and quality by practicing this gong method for a long period of time. Avatars, on the other hand, focused more on special displays of ability. It is a skill that is performed through special techniques or a unique utilization of power after the cultivator has a certain foundation of power. For example, some divine abilities allow the practitioner to move instantly, or summon flames or lightning for attack and defense, like the Palm Thunder divine ability. The user can send out lightning power from the palm to attack the enemy. In a nutshell, feats focus on the cultivator's basic power accumulation and realm enhancement, and aptitudes focus on exerting special abilities in battles or special scenarios. Because of this, divine powers have often become the most coveted things for cultivators. Right at this moment, as if Yi Qingxian had sensed something, he slowly stood up, his brows slightly furrowed, and then he looked into the depths of the silent forest with an indifferent expression. Since you're here, come out. Hiding degrades your transformation god stage cultivation. GGG. As a morose voice suddenly rang out, the old man in black robes slowly walked out. The old man had a withered figure and a grim face, and on top of his palms, there were two scorpion totems. A transformed god powerhouse? Gu Qingge looked at the black-robed old man who suddenly appeared and immediately stood up, alertly drawing the sword at her waist. From the aura, one could already tell that this old fellow's strength was at the great perfection of transformation realm. The black-robed elder shrugged his shoulders and said grimly, "Junior, you're really gifted. You actually slaughtered all the demonic beasts that we arranged for. What a big nerve." Yi Qingxian nodded. "As a demonic cultivator, you are not tired of following us all the way?" "Oh." The black-robed old man raised his eyebrows and looked meaningfully at Yi Qingxian in front of him. "I didn't think that you, this little doll, would even sense the old man's aura. Interesting, really interesting. But knowing or not knowing, neither of you can leave here alive today." A cold, chilling color flowed out from the black-robed old man's face, and he instantly walked towards Yi Qingxian in front of him, ready to kill all of these two fellows before snatching all the tokens on his body. At that time, he would be able to obtain that immortal magic treasure without any problems. Yi Qingxian put down the wine gourd in his hand and slowly turned his head, those sharp eyes also flushed a bit of blood red at this moment. The black-robed old man subconsciously stopped his footsteps and staggered 2 steps backward, unable to believe that he would be scared by a doll's eyes today, and even backed away. "This seat doesn't want to kill anyone, so I'll give you 3 breaths of time to leave this place, otherwise you'll stay here forever." The black-robed old man laughed out loud and said, "Little boy, are you drunk, even talking nonsense? The old man is a late-stage harmonized god powerhouse. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me?" Chapter 28, The hero breaks with Gu Qingru again. Noisy. When the voice fell, the black-robed old man only felt a silver-white murderous aura being released on the latter's body, and immediately saw that the legs underneath him were suddenly frozen, and a cold murderous intent filled his entire body. Clang! Sparks were flying. A blood-red longsword appeared in front of the black-robed old man. However, the sharp claw's lightning bolt stabbed, but only left white traces on top of the longsword. The white marks only existed for a moment before completely dissipating. Seeing this, the black-robed old man's heart was startled, and he raised his head violently. What kind of cultivation are you in the end?" Under his own attack, even a cultivator of the same realm could not possibly be his opponent. However, the other party was able to easily block it, and did not even fall backward with his body. This fellow, actually pretending to be a pig eating a tiger here. "Come out, 10,000 ghosts binding." The surrounding black light once again appeared, his sleeve robe lightly waved, and the black shadows that covered the sky violently surged out from behind him, and in a flash, the black shadows that rushed up to the sky almost obscured the entire sky. The black curtain that filled the sky suddenly surged, and black pikes that covered the sky erupted out from it, entwining with each other and also shooting explosively towards Yi Qingxian in front of him. However, at the time when the black shadow impacted on Yi Qingxuan's position, apart from a cloud of smoke and dust, even the human form could not be seen. Seeing the other party unharmed, the black-robed old man was terrified and inwardly shocked. A middle-stage Mahayana powerhouse? The black-robed old man immediately exerted sudden force with his legs, using the force of his backward retreat to try to break away from the periphery surrounded by the sword chi. However, he was being a bit whimsical. As Yi Qingxian swung out blandly, a plain blade-like sword whistled past, and the thick force of heaven and earth completely shocked the surrounding space. Feeling the cold sword aura, the black-robed old man said in a busy voice, "Senior, spare my life. Now that you're here, don't go." All of a sudden, the cold air forced, and with it, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. The black-robed old man's face changed violently, and just as he was about to turn his head, he felt a tearing pain in his chest. A mouthful of crimson blood spurted out. A cold aura arrived in an instant, and then mixed with the powerful sword aura, directly from the black-robed old man's undershirt, penetrated out, bringing up a blood arrow. The black-robed old man lowered his head unwillingly, looking at the blood arrows soaring from his chest. His heart was even more horrified, not expecting that with his strength, he would fall here today. In the eyes of the vitality, in the tip of the sword under the drop of blood quickly dissipated, but also finally in the surrounding Gu Qingge horrified gaze, black-robed old man can no longer control his own body, collapsed. Yi Qingxian sat on the stone without any expression from the beginning to the end, as if killing this cultivator was nothing more than simply crushing an ant, and he didn't even have the desire to look on. It was not allowed to take someone's life during the competition, but this was the strongest person of the demon sect who had moved first, and he was just defending himself, so there was nothing wrong with that, right? Let's go find a few other tokens. Yi Qingxian slowly stood up, retrieved his Saint-grade immortal sword, and without waiting for Guqinga to react, he grabbed his wrist, and with a single movement, the two of them quickly disappeared into thin air. There were less than 3 hours left until the end, so take this opportunity to put away the aptitude of this place, or else the time would end and the previously obtained token would return to its original position once again. At this time, the male lead was picking spiritual herbs in the valley, and following his teacher's teachings, he soon found some herbs that could replenish his soul power. Teacher, I didn't expect that there would be so many herbs within this ancient realm. If we were all able to bring them back, we would be rich, the male lead said with a face full of excitement. Well, these herbs are indeed the only ones that exist in the outside world, and if there is plenty of time, perhaps picking herbs here would be considered a chance. The old man in the ring replied. After years of catalyzing, the herbs in this place were extremely precious and were likewise the best choice for refining pills. It was only that everyone existed for only 20 hours, and after the hour was over, they would be transported to the initial place, so they could only take this opportunity to pick some more herbs for refining pills to restore the soul power in their bodies. Just as the male lead was excitedly stepping on the herbs, Yi Qingxian had also brought Guqinga here. When she saw her senior brother Chunan pouting and picking, Guqinga immediately greeted her with, "Senior brother." Guqinga has a very good relationship with the male lead in the sect, and every time she has cultivation techniques and pills, she will give them to the male lead to use first. Hearing the commotion, the male lead raised his head and subconsciously looked towards Guqinga, who waved her hand towards him. Originally, he was also a bit surprised, but when he thought that Guqinga had snatched his own place, his face became a bit ugly. If it wasn't for Guqinga's sudden arrival in the central state, he would have been able to utilize his identity as the holy son of the heavenly Tao sect to search for opportunities within the ancient realm. However, he never expected to be Guqinga to take a step ahead of him, not only let him miss a lot of opportunities, but also with the Ghost King sect to the end of immortality, which I am afraid that anyone else would find it difficult to accept, right? Guqinga ran over in 3 steps and cried tears of joy as she laughed. "Senior brother Chu, why are you here? If it wasn't for Senior Yi Qingxuan's words, I really didn't know that you had also come to the central state." The male lead, Chunan, said in an indifferent tone, "Whether I come to the central state or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with Senior brother Gu, does it? Moreover, Senior brother Gu should have come here to obtain an immortal magic treasure, right?" The sudden icy voice made the Guqinga in front of him a bit bewildered. He couldn't believe that these words would even come out of his junior brother Chunan's mouth. Guqinga grabbed the male lead Chunan's shoulder and said in a busy voice, "Senior brother, what's wrong with you? I'm Senior brother Gu." Without hesitation, the male lead opened Guqinga's hands with a slap, turned around with extreme indifference, and said indifferently, "I'm no longer a disciple of the heavenly Tao sect, and our love affair as senior brother and senior sister ends here." Guqinga looked on with a puzzled face. He didn't even know what had happened. Why Chunan, who was used to calling himself senior brother, had become so cold today. "Because he's jealous that you took away the Tian Dao sect's quota." Yi Qingxian stepped over and said with a teasing voice, "Each dynasty and sect can only arrange for one disciple to come and participate in the competition, and since you represent the heavenly Tao sect, Chunan will not have a place in the heavenly Tao sect. As for why you're wearing Ghost King sect's clothes, if I'm not mistaken, you should have taken the opportunity to sneak up on a Ghost King sect's disciple and utilized his identity card to get in, right?" Chapter 29, Heaven and Earth Will Not Be Destroyed. In the face of Yi Qingxuan's questioning, Chunan, who was the male lead, was obviously flustered in his eyes and his voice was slurred. "You're spitting blood. Am I Chunan the kind of person who is ungrateful and ungrateful? Is that so?" Yi Qingxian waved his right hand, and the Ghost King sect's token in the male lead's arms was directly grasped in his hand, holding in a sarcastic voice, "Then what is this? You left the heavenly Tao sect only a few days ago. Even if your talent is no longer exceptional, the Ghost King sect leader shouldn't be so old and foolish as to give you the place of the heavenly pride this time, right?" Yi Qingxian instantly moved to the front of the male lead and waved his right hand once again, only to see a cold corpse fly out of the male lead's storage ring, which was none other than a disciple of the Ghost King sect. The evidence was overwhelming, and the male lead's face was so blue that he subconsciously clenched his fists. He was about to open his mouth, but he only felt a hot burning sensation coming from his cheeks, and before he could react, his body was like a kite with broken strings that drew a perfect arc in midair and hit the ground heavily. Pust. Crimson blood continuously flowed out along the corners of his mouth, even his teeth had fallen out several times, and his entire person was in a sorry state like a bereaved dog. The male lead's breathing was a little short. He tried hard not to get angry, simply because with his current cultivation level it was absolutely impossible for him to be Yi Qingxuan's opponent. If he were to exchange blows, the only thing that awaited him would be death. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back and walked step by step towards the male lead who had fallen to the ground, speaking leisurely, "What, you still haven't recognized reality? The male master forcefully wiped clean the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and glared, "It's not fair for you, a powerful person of the Mahayana realm, to bully me, a junior who has just stepped into the Foundation establishment realm. Fair?" Yi Qingxian directly held in his sarcasm, "This world originally has no fairness to speak of, some people grow tall, others grow short, some people have high positions of power and some people come from lowly backgrounds, fairness is just a joke. No matter in which century, the weak are the slaves of the strong, even if the times are different, what has changed is only the way of enslavement, only the winning side can define right and wrong, the real world is like this, in order to achieve the goal, all can do whatever it takes." Although Yi Qingxuan's words were not pleasant to listen to, they made sense. The hero lapsed into instant silence. What makes this world interesting is that it exists in unfairness. And the fairness in this group's mouth is nothing but the most ridiculous of jokes. Can the strong do whatever they want? Shunan, the male lead, asked, clenching his fists. That's right. At this moment, Yi Qingxian was already holding a fire in his heart, and now that this group of guys were here to ask for fairness, today, he would let them know what fairness was. A strong man can change the laws of this world. If he lets you die, you must die, and if he lets you live, you can live. What's wrong with the strong just being able to do whatever they want? Yi Qingxian pocketed all the 5 tokens that the male master had gotten, while looking at Guqingda and said indifferently, "Since you are a disciple of your heavenly Tao sect, do it on your own, this seat has another matter to attend to." Saying that, Yi Qingxian no longer paid any attention to the male master who was lying on the ground, turning around and turning into a wisp of clear wind disappearing into thin air, and it was the deepest part within the ancient realm that he was going forward to. It had been clearly stated in the book that the male protagonist, Shunan, suffered from the pursuit of the rest of the clan's heavenly prides after obtaining all the tokens, and accidentally broke out into the depths of the ancient realm, thus obtaining his own divine chance inside. Guqingda looked at the male lead with a face full of disappointment, silently shedding a clear tear as she asked, "Senior brother, have you never treated me as your senior brother from the beginning?" "Senior brother?" The male lead climbed up with difficulty and Jia laughed. "There was indeed a time in the past, but when you chose to be in cahoots with Yi Qingxian, I, Shunan, broke ties with you. From now on, I am no longer a disciple of the heavenly Tao sect, much less the senior brother Chu you speak of. I, Shunan, do not have a senior brother who has become friends with a murderer." Shunan walked toward the distance with difficulty. He had to leave the ancient realm as soon as possible now, otherwise once the competition was over, Yi Qingxian would definitely not let himself go. With his current cultivation level, he was not a match for Yi Qingxian, and even with the help of his teacher, it was absolutely impossible. As for his senior brother, Guqingda, he only had resentment in his heart. Guqingda looked at the back of the male protagonist's departure, briefly silent, and then self-deprecating bitter smile. "It seems that my father was right, this world where there is no such thing as wishful thinking, but it's just their own wishful thinking. Shunan, from now on you and I have no relationship, so be good." Deep within the ancient realm, Yi Qingxian, who was dressed in a blood-red robe and full of hostility, instantaneously moved here out of thin air. Yi Qingxian hangs behind his back with one hand, looks around, then steps towards the front. Every time his footsteps fall, the void will ripple a circle of ripples, the ripples dissipate, but the silhouette has already appeared 100 meters away, extremely bizarre. The stone walls on both sides were instantly shaken apart by the resulting chi as they came into contact with the ripples, which was extremely spectacular. "It should be right here." Yi Qingxian stopped his footsteps and looked at the open space in front of him, only to see that in the center of the open space stood a pale yellow stone monument that was about 100 feet in size and stood here in silence. An ancient aura permeated the air as if it had existed for eternity. "If I'm not mistaken, this is where the protagonist acquires the avatar." Yi Qingxian waved his show robe, and the 48 tokens in his storage ring broke into the air, and under his control, they were all set within the indentation on top of the stone monument. With the token set in the stone monument at the moment, the huge stone monument unexpectedly trembled at this moment. The resulting tremor caused the boulders on both sides of the stone wall to roll crazily, and even the ground within the ancient territory was also shaking at this time, as if it were an earthquake, which was very puzzling. Yi Qingxian narrowed his eyes. It was also at this moment that 4 lines of text suddenly appeared above the stone tablet. "No boundaries, Lingyun Mountain, common branches and trunks swailing wish, where hair and teeth with grievances hard to eliminate, heaven and earth will not return. No, common. Yi Qingxian took a step forward and looked at the prophecy that appeared on the stone tablet and murmured, "Why was this sentence not mentioned in the book? Could it be that my appearance has caused the hidden plot to appear?" Without much thought, Yi Qingxian smoothly landed right in front of the stone monument, and the moment his palm touched the stone monument this time, the sound of roaring, suddenly from this stone monument, heaved up to the sky. Under this monstrous sound, the 48 tokens in the stone monument, at this moment, were actually like streams of light and stars circling crazily around here, and from afar, the light of each token was incomparably colorful, so that when one looked at it, one would be attracted by its color. Chapter 30 Ancient and Modern Avatars, Chaotic Hongmeng Skill. And at this moment, dozens of tokens were waved at the same time, a scene that made the hearts and minds of all the cultivators within the ancient realm vibrate, not knowing what to feel as gusts of inhaling sounds were emitted. Yi Qingxian was much more calm, only to see him standing there quietly, allowing the light condensed by the token to merge into his divine sense. These memories quickly surfaced in his mind, transforming into a mantra that formed a crippled divine law. As a traveler, Yi Qingxian naturally understood that this was the divine ability that the male lead had obtained back then, and it was also a major chance that related to whether or not he would be able to become a great emperor realm in the future. Also utilizing this so-called divine power, the male lead then perfectly accomplished a side of the great Tao. The crippled aptitude, instantly complete, surfaced clearly. Chaotic Hongmeng skill. 5 big words quietly surfaced in Yi Qingxuan's mind, as if they were bells ringing in his ears with a constant crashing sound that seemed to speak of the strength of this divine ability. Hongmeng is born in chaos, dissipates in heaven and earth, nourishes all things, fuses new life, and blesses one side of heaven and earth. The voice of Hongmeng sounded like pale thunder in the sea of divine consciousness. The voice was faint at first, but in the end, it was like tearing through the heavens, transcending the heavenly thunder in Yi Qingxuan's mind as it roared. At the same time, the ancient realm began to fragment. Countless demonic beasts scrambled towards the entrance to the outside world. Even the pride of the remaining clans were scared by the sudden change and trembled, scrambling to escape from this place like a lost dog. Just at this time, above the stone monument suddenly condensed a shocking, straight within the clouds, the formation of 100 feet of vortex will originally azure sky-dyed gold. The condensed energy is extremely easy to tear the emptiness of this place, revealing star-like cracks in space. What the hell is going on here? The ancient realm is starting to collapse. Run, run. The ancient realm with millions of legacies has unexpectedly shattered. Something must have gone terribly wrong here. Since ancient times, no one has ever gathered all the tokens, much less traveled alone to the depths of the ancient realm. There's a problem this time. The sect elders and dynasty powerhouses in the outside world all stood up, their eyes staring angrily at the picture, the gradually collapsing heaven and earth, their eyes turning even redder as they all looked towards Dongfangyu, who was the sire of the heavenly sage imperial dynasty. What the hell is going on here? Why is the ancient realm in pieces? Can it be that your heavenly sage imperial dynasty's powerhouses did this intentionally? The emissary of the upper realm immediately looked at Dongfangyu beside him. This matter was a bit too big. If the ancient realm was shattered, he himself would not be able to withstand the anger brought about by the dynasty. Dongfangyu's expression darkened. He wasn't sure what was going on because there was a barrier deep within the ancient realm, which was able to resist the divine sense of the thunder tribulation realm, allowing them to not be able to see clearly what was going on in this at all. But surely, some of them must have moved some kind of inheritance within the ancient realm, otherwise how could the ancient realm that has been inherited for 10,000 years appear to be broken into pieces? The emissary of the upper realm stood up and gazed at the situation of the ancient realm in the picture, his face gradually becoming gloomy, while a ball of energy coalesced in his palm, as if at any moment, he might be able to decimate all the people here. If the ancient realm were to shatter, it would be an absolutely unimaginable loss for the upper realm and the heavenly sage imperial dynasty. It was something that not even immortals had the ability to destroy, and if it were to shatter just like that, the secrets hidden within it would be absolutely staggering. The rest of the sect leaders also looked pale. They looked at each other with a grave expression, not understanding what had happened and who had obtained the inheritance inside. Within the ancient realm, Gu Qingga narrowed her eyes and looked at the golden pillar of light that shot away in the depths and murmured, "Is this the inheritance within the ancient realm? In the past, my father once said that there was a supreme treasure left within the ancient realm, and I never thought that it would be obtained by senior Yi Qingxian today." There was no one angrier than the male protagonist who left, Shunan, who had originally planned to wait nearby until the end of time to leave this place, but never wanted to get involved in this crap. What he didn't expect was that Yi Qingxian was able to get the inheritance in the ancient realm at this moment, which should have been his own thing, but was shortcut by Yi Qingxian, this person. The male lead clenched his fists and lowered his own voice, "Yi Qingxian, just wait, one day I will surpass you and defeat you, so that you understand what the consequences of offending me are." The time for the ancient realm competition soon ended, and the cultivators here who participated in the competition left this place one after another, but their expressions didn't have any joy. Instead, they were scornful and fearful of the middle of the ancient realm. Yi Qingxian slowly opened his eyes, and immediately felt the energy of the avatar, and that handsome face revealed some meaningful smiles. This is the chaotic Hongmeng skill. It's true to its name. It is said that the chaos Hongmeng skill is 1,000,000 years ago the creation of the saint, waving his sleeve between the sky and the earth, but also able to cohesion of the heavens with the power of chaos. A finger will be able to make the entire Tianxian continent divided into two. Extremely scary. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back, and then his body transformed into a phantom and disappeared in place. As for the stone monument in front of him, the moment he left, it erupted with dazzling golden light from the inside out, and eventually collapsed completely. Ending this competition, Yi Qingxian meaninglessly became the first place. However, the upper realm emissary did not give the champion an immortal fabric as in the previous competitions, but instead, he instantly moved to Yi Qingxuan's face and immediately said in a questioning manner, "Kid, say, what exactly did you get in there?" Yi Qingxian replied with a silent expression on his face, "Senior is just putting together 48 tokens. As for what Senior is talking about, Senior doesn't know. Do not challenge the patience of this seat."
The face of the emissary of the upper realm gradually turned gloomy, as if warning Yi Qingxian that if he did not tell the truth, he would not be able to take half a step out of this place today in such a peaceful manner. Yi Qingxian narrowed his eyes, his right hand behind his back, similarly condensing his spiritual energy. If the other party insisted on doing so, then he could only fight to the death. This upper realm emissary's cultivation was at the Thunder Tribulation Stage Grand Completion realm, only half a step away from a loose immortal, but it shouldn't be so bad that he would be killed on the spot by the other party if he himself used all his holy magic treasures. At the same time when the two were at swords drawn, Dongfangyu, who was the emperor of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, hurriedly flew over in the guise of a peacemaker, stopping Yi Qingxian and the upper realm emissary who were ready to make a move. Dongfangyu stopped the emissary from the upper realm with a smile on his face and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, you're still too nervous. For tens of thousands of years our Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty has sent no less than 1,000,000 cultivators into this place, but there's still no clues, so perhaps fellow Taoist you really hasn't found anything." Chapter 31, Absorbing 100,000 Souls, Cultivation Breakthrough in Late Mahayana Period. Upon hearing this, the face of the upper realm emissary was a bit gloomy as he raised his head and stared at Dongfangyu, lowering his own voice. "Dongfangyu, you should also understand what it means for the ancient realm to be shattered, if it's that this junior is getting some sort of inheritance and thus shattering it. Don't worry." With a solemn expression, Dongfangyu righteously patted his chest and swore, "I'm willing to vouch for him, and if that's really the case, I, Dongfangyu, am willing to give all of the Heavenly Sage Dynasty's holy magic treasures to your friend, Dao." The upper realm emissary looked at Dongfangyu with a face full of suspicion, and seeing that the other party was so convinced, he didn't continue to inquire any further. As for why the ancient realm suddenly collapsed, perhaps it had a lot to do with the long history. No one knew exactly how many years the ancient realm had existed, only that at the beginning of the Hongmeng, the ancient realm had stayed within the Kyoto where the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty was located. In the beginning, the seniors of the upper realm had already come here once and checked that the space of this place was on the verge of collapsing, and at any time, it might completely disappear from this world. That might make sense. Right at this moment, Li Tianxiong, who was the prime minister of the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty, suddenly noticed that the magic treasure Yi Qingxian was holding in his hand was none other than the inherited item of their Li family. At this moment, Li Tianxiong also finally realized that the junior in front of him was the murderer of his grandson and son, and immediately shot towards Yi Qingxian explosively as if he had gone mad. "Junior, return my grandson's life." Yi Qingxian glanced at Li Tianxiong who was rushing up towards him with his afterglow and smiled faintly. "A mere peak Mahayana still dares to condole and bark in front of this seat. Get off." As Yi Qingxian let out a broken cry, it shook Li Tianxiong's internal spiritual energy into disarray, subconsciously stopping his steps of rushing up. It was somewhat unbelievable that his own hallowed half-step Thunder Tribulation cultivator would be intimidated by a mid-Diana Yi Qingxian today. Li Tianxiong was a little red in the face. In front of so many cultivators, he was scared by a rascal and fell backward 3 times. This was more difficult for a strong man like him than killing himself. "Little Yi Qingxian, die for me." The huge palm tore through the void, such as the heaven and earth havoc should fall. The purple-black palm contains unimaginable energy. As long as it slaps down, even if it is a late Mahayana cultivator, it will die. In an instant, the air of the entire ring became distorted, and every cultivator who had come here to observe was unable to move a single bit at this moment after seeing the strange changes in the sky. This old bastard actually dared to make a move here. Yi Qingxian drew the sword on his waist and swung it at the purple-black palm in the sky. This time he did not intend to stay his hand. Facing a half-step Thunder Tribulation realm powerhouse, if he were to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger again, he was afraid that there would be a change of heart. There was a startling snort. The airwave generated by the collision between the sword chi and the handseal suddenly skyrocketed, and the stone pillars on both sides instantly burst apart under the impact of the chi, and several tons of boulders fell to the ground, and deafening explosions resounded in everyone's ears. Yi Qingxuan's drunken eyes looked at the sky and another mouthful of the fine wine entered his mouth. At this time, his aura followed and changed again. "A mere half-step Thunder Tribulation, it's not worth a single blow. Little child, how dare you be so insolent?" Li Tianxiong waved the large flag with his right hand, and the human faces within the flag were immediately thrown out from within the flag, only to see a wandering soul with only a head, rushing towards Yi Qingxian without any hesitation, and in their eyes, they revealed a crazed look of seeking death. Watching what was happening in front of them, the cultivators in the arena fell backward sharply while the corners of their mouths lifted up, as if they had already seen Yi Qingxian die a tragic death at the hands of Li Tianxiong. The emissary of the upper realm resumed his seat on the chair and said smilingly, "Li Tianxiong's 10,000 soul streamer doesn't have enough fire yet, and by the looks of it, there are only more than 100,000 souls, which can't even be counted as a small number of Cheng. Back then, this seat saw a fellow amongst the demonic domain powerhouses, and that fellow's soul streamer had already collected tens of millions of souls, which barely reached the middle stage." Dongfangyu slightly side-eyed. This kind of thing the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty could not do. After all, every soul, corresponding, is a human life.
Similarly, the souls had no way to reincarnate and were trapped within the 10,000 souls streamer for eternity, and only by destroying all of them could the group of souls be completely free of the 10,000 soul streamer's bondage. Li Tianxiong waved his soul flag. More than 100,000 essence souls surged towards Yi Qingxian in front of him. When it was too late, in the blink of an eye, the essence souls densely surrounded Yi Qingxian and frantically burrowed into Yi Qingxian's body. However, just as everyone thought that Yi Qingxian would surely die, the young man dressed in a blood-red robe with long snow-white hair stepped out without any pressure. As for those souls, at this moment, they had long since become energy bodies for Yi Qingxian to enhance his strength, and even more so, they had helped him to directly ascend to the late Mahayana realm. Thanks for the hospitality. Yi Qingxian smiled grimly, his tongue gently licking the blood from his fingers. Those sharp eyes had actually morphed into a blood-red color at this moment. Seeing that all of the souls he had accumulated over the years had been absorbed by Yi Qingxian, Li Tianxiong went completely insane. Cunning little child, you dare to destroy my soul that has been cultivated for more than 10 years. Today, I will definitely turn you into a sacrificial streamer. That depends on whether you have the skills or not. Yi Qingxuan's expressionless right hand probed forward, only to see him pulling out a blood-red lance from the void, and the rich smell of blood kept spreading out towards the surroundings like a shocking wave the moment the lance was pulled out. Surprisingly, it's a holy weapon. The emissary of the upper realm and Dongfang Yu stood up at the same time, staring somewhat covetously at the saint-grade Dharma treasure in Yi Qingxuan's hand, their hearts filled with jealousy and suspicion. One must know that even a strong person like him at the peak of the Thunder Tribulation realm had never possessed a holy magic treasure, and now Yi Qingxian, who was only at the late stage of the Mahayana period, actually possessed it. Could it be that this guy came from some power in western Nuga prefecture? Li Tianxiong was even more caught off guard by the sudden saint-grade fabric, and subconsciously questioned, You actually possess a saint-grade fabric, who the hell are you? At this moment, Li Tianxiong instantly wilted like a frosted eggplant. The fear in his heart had long been visible on his cheeks, never imagining that this rat in front of him even possessed a holy magic treasure. Appalling! Go ask your grandchildren in the Yellow Springs. Go to hell, little boy. Li Tianxiong waved his large hand once again, and this time, what appeared was a huge stone pillar, which was covered with thorns, and countless brilliant golden runes flashed with a dazzling light. The shock wave that ripped through the void caused the void to tremble, and the air on both sides of the mountain gate was huakai shirkai change, and there was a vague sense of the impact of the piercing. Absolute dust golden pillar, immortal grade top grade magic treasure. The golden stone pillar, under Li Tianxiong's control, aimed at Yi Qingxian, who was underneath him, and blasted away. The loud sonic boom was deafening, the endless waves of air were as continuous as a monstrous river, and the chi energy that was set off was also causing countless cultivators to be terrified. This was a half-step Thunder Tribulation realm powerhouse. It's scary as hell. Chapter 32, The Li family is nothing but fish and shrimp in the water. Dust filled the air and did not dissipate. The Yellow Spring Pavilion Master and the Heavenly Thunder Pavilion Master looked at each other. Their expressions were extremely hard to read, not knowing if Saint Yi Qingxian could survive the attack of a half-step Thunder Tribulation powerhouse. If he dies, I'm afraid the two men will be killed today. After all, the Yellow Spring Pavilion Master had refined Li Tianxiong's daughter-in-law into a cauldron and shared it with the Heavenly Thunder Pavilion Master for a long time. If Yi Qingxian was killed, Li Tianxiong would definitely not be able to let the two of them go, and they would even have their tendons pulled out and their souls refined for 1,000 years. Yenner, Grandpa has avenged you. You see, this isn't over yet. After the dust clears, Grandpa will draw out his soul and seal it inside the 10,000 soul streamer, so that he can't beg for his life and can't beg for his death. The corner of Li Tianxiong's mouth hooked up in a cold smile as he said in his heart, a mere late Mahayana stage child, daring to provoke a half-step Thunder Tribulation powerhouse, really not knowing what to do. The male protagonist Chunan similarly turned around, and the old grandfather in the ringside, I didn't expect that Yi Qingxian, the 100-year-old heavenly pride, would fall here today. His will is honorable, his heart is compassionate, and I am ashamed of him. Serves you right for dying. The male lead said with a teasing smile, I was afraid he wouldn't die. Li Tianxiong was just about to make a move when his eyes were suddenly startled, immediately show robe waving, will be in front of the dust dispersed, only to find that their own gold column was actually visible to the naked eye the speed of the range of chaffing. Before he could retrieve his magic treasure, he completely lost contact with the golden pillar. Surprisingly not dead? The upper realm emissary's brow peaked in disbelief, also never imagining that the tiny Mahayana child could still be alive. This life, it's tougher than Little John. Yi Qingxuan's eyes were cold, the long spear in his hand flashed with an icy blue light, and the energy in his body slightly spread out in all directions, and all the living beings within a 100-mile radius were able to feel this amazing intimidating force. How is this possible? Li Tianxiong was horrified in his heart. He could not believe that Yi Qingxian was able to survive his own attack. Where exactly was this guy from? The magic treasure was destroyed and Li Tianxiong suffered a yawning backlash, suddenly spewing out a mouthful of blood. His entire body staggered backward 2 steps, trembling immensely. Mistake. Misunderstanding, fellow Daoist, misunderstanding. Feeling a strong sense of crisis, Li Tianxiang was worthy of being a half-step Thunder Tribulation Realm Great Aptitude Cultivator, and he could clearly feel that the attack contained a power to destroy everything. Yi Qingxian instantly moved behind Li Tianxiang and spoke coldly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly, I'll let you see with your own eyes how your family disappeared from this world." Before Li Tianxiang could react, he felt a stabbing pain coming from his chest, and only when he lowered his head did he realize that the holy weapon had pierced through his chest at some point. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Help me! Help me!" Li Tianxiang looked towards Dongfangyu, his words filled with pleading sounds. Dongfangyu sighed and shook his head. "Prime Minister Li Tianxiang, forgive me for not being able to save you. What your Li family has done in the Heavenly Sage dynasty is already considered a capital offense. I have never made a move against you in light of the fact that you've been contributing to the dynasty for 1,000 years, now I've been kind enough to do so." Hearing these words, Li Tianxiang stared unwillingly with copper bell eyes, unable to believe that these words could have come out of His Majesty Dongfangyu's mouth. I, Li Tianxiang, fought for half of the Heavenly Sage dynasty and killed countless people, never thought of plotting to usurp the throne, much less thought that today would be such a calamity, but in the end, I was planted on top of this lowly drama of a ruler and a courtier. Pathetic, just pathetic, ha 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 ha. Li Tianxiang laughed maniacally, his body dissipated a little bit in the air like broken glass, and following him as he dissipated, there was also that self-deprecating laughter. Yi Qingxian snorted coldly, picked up Li Tianxiang's storage ring and put it away in a smooth manner, turned around and then quickly disappeared in the same place, ready to take care of all the disciples of the Li family. Li Tianxiang's death would soon reach the ears of the Li family disciples. Taking this opportunity to kill them all was the only way to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to himself in the future. Li Family Ancestral Hall. As an ancient family that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, the Li family has always continued the tradition of their ancestors, and every first day and 15th day, incense burning and praying for blessings are carried out here, and 3 pillars of incense are lit in front of the spiritual plaque enshrined to the family head of the generations, praying for the ancestors to bless the family's younger generations and to continue the flame of the incense. Among them, all the instinctive jade slips of the successive family heads and ancestors would remain here, and if they were all shattered, it meant that the Li family was in dire straits and needed to leave the family as soon as possible, just to save their lives. The elders of the Li family were currently burning incense to worship their ancestors, blessing them to successfully find the murderer of their Li family disciples. However, right at this moment, the native jade slip that was hanging high above the ancestral hall unexpectedly made a crisp breaking sound at this moment. And under the astonished gazes of all the Li family elders, the original jade slip that symbolized the old ancestor unexpectedly began to become dull at this moment, and eventually fell apart in pieces and fell to the ground. Ah! Old ancestor's original jade slip is shattered. The Grand Elder tremblingly held up the jade slip that had long since dimmed, realizing that the Li family would be in great trouble, and immediately yelled towards the rest of the elders, quickly lead the family disciples to leave from the passageway, go. Late! However, just as he had finished speaking, a special aura suddenly filled the air above the entire Li family. The face of the elder who was in the late Mahayana stage was stunned, and he violently stood up from the ground, quickly coming to the position of the square, eyeing Yi Qingxian who looked like a god of killing in the mid-air, as well as the blood-red fluctuation of spiritual energy. The Grand Elder's pupils suddenly narrowed as he looked at Yi Qingxian, who had come from a bad place, and tried to calm himself as he arched his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist, what is the reason for you to come to my Li family?" Because the aura was too strong, the strongest members of the Li clan rushed out one after another, looking at the movement around them, as well as Yi Qingxian in mid-air, their expressions gradually changing. It was not understood what had happened and why this strong man would suddenly visit the Li family. Yi Qingxian put his left hand behind his back and said indifferently, "There is no need to think about escaping, the space of this place has been blocked by this seat, and you can only enter and leave." As soon as these words came out, the latter's expression changed abruptly, and he violently raised his head to look at the blood-red light, only to realize that his Li clan had already been blocked by Yi Qingxuan's spiritual power. Unless one was a Thunder Tribulation Realm powerhouse, one would not have the ability to break through the boundary over the Li family. "What exactly do you want?" the Grand Elder asked with red eyes. "Fellow Taoist, do you really think that my Li family is a soft persimmon? The Li family is nothing but a fish or shrimp in the water, a mere late stage of the Mahayana period, and also in front of this seat to dance with swords and spears, really don't know the heights of heaven." Chapter 33, Slaughtering the Li family's entire door, requesting for follow-up readings, seeking subscriptions. In the face of the Li clan strongmen's desperate resistance, Yi Qingxian barely saw any semblance of emotion on his face, as if this group of guys were nothing more than ants as fragile as ants in his eyes. Yi Qingxian whirled around and snorted out coldly with disdain, lifting his own finger and moving it downwards. 10 red lightning bolts appeared out of thin air. Under his control, the red thunderbolts instantly landed on the ground. More than 100 disciples of the Li family spewed out blood from their mouths, their bodies convulsed for a few times, and they collapsed to the ground and died. Seeing this, the Li family's Grand Elder's eyes instantly turned red and roared as if he had gone mad. "Killing my Li family's disciples, my Li family will not rest in peace with you." Noisy! Blood-red heavenly thunder like a dragon madly in the clouds wantonly shuttle, every time the shocking thunder at first glance will add a few points of bizarre to this place. A sense of trepidation immediately spread amongst the remaining disciples. The Grand Elder was also trembling with anger, his legs suddenly exerted force, the whole person directly flew up, and his sandbag-sized fist aimed at Yi Qingxuan's chest was ruthlessly smashed over. Yi Qingxian looked at the strong wind that was whistling, but he also just snorted coldly, and while his fingers moved slightly, the red lance that was suspended beside him quickly popped up, directly blocking the full force of the Grand Elder's strike. A loud popping sound suddenly rang out. The Grand Elder of the Li family only felt as if he was pounding on a diamond, the bones of his right arm crackled, and then under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the Lord Patriarch's arm unexpectedly burst apart inch by inch. At the Grand Elder's pupils instantly reflected a burst of surprise, and his entire person was also bounced out by his own power, hitting the ground heavily and splattering a cloud of dust. Great Elder! Elder! The two people, the second Elder and the third Elder, rushed over and looked at the Grand Elder in the deep pit, and their expressions changed skyward. Because the Grand Elder's right hand was gone, even the ribs in his chest had dented down, and his entire person appeared to be in an extraordinary state of disarray. Yi Qingxian cast a glance at the Li clan's heir, who had already gone mad and fled, and then he whirled his right hand to raise it once again. Immediately afterward, in the middle of the empty square, there were suddenly a dozen disciples, who grunted miserably, bled from their 7 orifices, and collapsed to the ground. At the moment of their deaths, their bodies instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist, which merged into the 7-killing sword. The Grand Elder climbed up with great difficulty, spraying blood from his mouth, his face green and red. He raised his head fiercely, and said hideously, "Fellow Daoist, the shame of today, our Li family will remember it in our hearts, and if we have the opportunity in the future, we will definitely avenge our hatred." Yi Qingxian said indifferently, "If you are still able to survive, this seat welcomes you to come and take revenge, but do you think that this seat will be able to let the tiger return to the mountain and keep your Li family disciples alive?" The Grand Elder's face was haggard, exhaling a wisp of turbid air out of his mouth and nose. His face was gloomy as he said, "Fellow Daoist, spare the life of my Li family's children. I, Li Tsong, am willing to die at your hands." What a hilarious joke! Yi Qingxian contained a smile, one hand behind his back, eyeing the Li family disciples underneath him. Letting the tiger return to the mountain was not Yi Qingxuan's style. Since he was the enemy, it was natural not to leave behind the root of the trouble. Today, the Li family will completely disappear from the Tianxian continent. Yi Qingxian held a Saint-grade weapon in his hand, and the sky crumbled between the waves of his sleeves, and the entire ground of the Li family was even chafed at a range of speeds visible to the naked eye at the same time as it came into contact with this energy. Knowing that the other party was planning to exterminate the clan, Li Tsong immediately roared, "Since you're not leaving any room for error, even if I die with you, I'll still exterminate you here. That's if you're up to it." Yi Qingxuan's fingers moved slightly, the holy weapons in the sky turned their guns and shot explosively towards Li Tsong underneath him, perhaps because the energy was too violent, causing the void on both sides of the sky to Huakaisha change. Li Tsong's fingers danced rapidly, bleeding from his 7 orifices. He stared at his unwilling eyes, fuming like a madman to gather the last of the power in his yuaning. Even if he died, he would still make Yi Qingxian accompany him for his Li family disciples. If you want to blow yourself up, you have to see if this seat agrees. Of course Yi Qingxian could not let the other party get what he wanted, a late Mahayana powerhouse blowing himself up. The entire heavenly sage dynasty could be completely swallowed up, even he himself could not be spared. Even now he has long been invincible in the same realm, but facing the Mahayana stage powerhouse's yuaning self-detonation, still able to feel some sense of oppression. After all, that is the cultivator's lifelong energy. Outbreak is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Yi Qingxuan's fingers danced, and the Saint-grade weapon in the sky shot out steeply and violently like a shock, so fast that it even surpassed Li Tsong, who was about to self-destruct. Li Tsong was secretly bad, but it was too late. Snort! The holy weapon landed directly on the ground without any politeness, and the entire ground was left behind a deep, bottomless trench, under which magma tumbled and sparks flew everywhere. Li Tsong unwillingly stared at his blood-red pupils, the vitality in his eyes, rapidly dissipating under the dripping of blood from the tip of the gun, and finally, in the countless horrified gazes around him, Li Tsong, who was in the late Mahayana realm, could no longer control his body and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Great Elder! Yi Qingxian sighed with relief in his heart. If he let this guy succeed in blowing himself up, the entire heavenly sage imperial dynasty would be turned into scorched earth in a radius of 100 miles, and everyone else would die here, except for those few Thunder Tribulation realm powerhouses. The numerous disciples of the Li family had long since been scared to the point of pissing their pants as they knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing towards Yi Qingxian to make amends, just to be able to spare them a way out. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Please, let me go, I don't want to die." Letting the other party beg for mercy, Yi Qingxian, who was the god of killers, was unmoved. For him, since it had already happened, he could not leave himself in trouble. Otherwise it's too late to regret it. I don't know how much time has passed. There was no sound coming out of the great hall, only a smell of blood, but it came from within the hall. With a wave of Yi Qingxuan's right hand, all of the Li clan's disciples were drawn out of the hall and casually thrown onto the ground. On the faces of these corpses, a strong look of resentment and fear appeared. None of them were very old, they were all very young, and if Yi Qingxian had not appeared, then after a number of years, it would certainly be possible for a Mahayana realm or a Thunder Tribulation powerhouse to appear amongst these people. It's just a pity that they shouldn't be disciples of the Li family. A thick smell of blood filled the air over the entire Li family, making people feel like vomiting when they smelled it. Yi Qingxian slowly walked over to the flower bed and stuck his hands into the cold pool to clean the blood remaining on his hands. It was also at this moment that he stepped into another shrine of the Li family as if he sensed something. He happened to see that a boy who was only a 7 or 8-year-old child was hiding under the table, looking at Yi Qingxian, who walked in with a face full of fear. Chapter 34. The city is extremely deep, this sun must not be kept. Yi Qingxian looked at the boy with a grumpy face and did not rush to make a move, but asked with some curiosity, "What is your name?" The little boy had long been scared to the point that his legs were soft, and he climbed out of the table in fear, timidly answering, "My name is Li Chan." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back and said with a silent expression, "This seed has never been a person who was addicted to killing, so go away, the next time we meet, I will personally kill you. Say it." He turned to leave, leaving Li Chan frozen in place, not knowing what to do. He just let himself go? Did he really just let himself go? Seeing Yi Qingxian's back gradually fading away, Li Can only came back to his senses. Yi Qingxian really let himself go, but there wasn't the slightest hint of gratitude in his eyes, there was only deep hatred in his eyes. The vengeance of extermination must not be forgotten. He's going to make a break for himself someday. Chapter 35. Gu Qingrou's stunning face, almost crushing all female leads. Dongfang Yu said with a smile on his face, "This time, the Li family was destroyed. It is also regarded as pulling out the nails in my heart. The Li Tianxiang is ambitious, coveting the throne has not been a day or two, this time with the help of Taoist friend's hand, I am also here to thank. Elder is overstating the case, I'm just cutting off the roots. If I let the Li family disciples stay in this world, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of troublesome things in the future." Yi Qingxian nodded and replied. The destruction of the Li family had already been actualized a long time ago, coupled with the fact that the disciples of the Li family were arrogant and domineering in Kyoto based on the identity of their old ancestor, Li Tianxiong. There were already many people who wanted to take this opportunity to execute the Li family. Now that he was exterminated with his entire family, naturally he would not cause others to panic, and would even clap his hands and celebrate today's demise of the Li family. Dongfang Yu nodded and turned around to ask, "When will you leave the Heavenly Sage Imperial Dynasty?" Yi Qingxian sipped his tea and said, "Tomorrow morning." Chapter 36. The Key to Unlocking the Rain Immortal Realm. Yi Qingxian slowly stood up, one hand behind his back, and said with a calm gaze, "Now, can you hand over that immortal magic treasure to me?" Gu Qingru smiled bitterly. Sure enough, Elder was running after the immortal magic treasure he had obtained. This was one of the keys to open the Rain Immortal Realm. If it was handed over to Yi Qingxian, then their Tianxian Holy Land would have no chance to open the entrance to the Immortal Realm, and wouldn't their efforts over the years be wiped out? Yi Qingxian seemed to be able to see the concerns in Gu Qingruo's heart, so he agreed without ambiguity, "Don't worry, when the time is ripe, this seat will personally go to the Tianxian Holy Land, and at that time, I will also use the key to help you open the entrance to the Rain Immortal Realm." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingrua asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Then why are you like this, senior?" This seat has long heard that there is an abundance of spiritual energy in the Rain Immortal Realm, and even more so, there is a surge of immortal chi, so if a cultivator is able to obtain a strand of immortal chi, Chapter 37. The Underworld Spirit Valley in Crisis. The Heavenly Thunder Pavilion Master sat in front of Yi Qingxian and said with a smile, "Don't worry Saint Sun Yi, for our group of Mahayana powerhouses, this amount of consumption is nothing." Yi Qingxian shook his head, elegantly and casually putting down the teacup in his hand and did not say anything more. But look at these two old guys smiling brightly, obviously in the Li family beauty of the woman's help, the mood of a lot of pleasure. Well, the Heavenly Thunder Pavilion's Pavilion Master said at this time, "Saint Yi, we have currently reached the territory of the Purple Sky Dynasty, and we should be able to return to the capital in 2 more days. Aha! Your Highness, the Holy Sun, I wonder what you plan to do next?" The Heavenly Thunder Pavilion Master asked curiously. Yi Qingxuan's voice was flat as he replied, "I haven't thought about it yet, but there is a place I still need to go to." "Where?" The Heavenly Thunder Pavilion Master had also been convinced of Yi Qingxuan's strength at this moment, so his heart was. Chapter 38. Gathering 10 Draconic Chi Crystals. The opulent palace was filled with songs and dances, and the skimpily dressed dancers danced their bodies to the beautiful sound of the zither, and the ministers on either side of them smiled brightly, enjoying the dance very much. Even the 2 pavilion masters were drinking and having a good time. As for cultivation, it was as if they didn't care about it at all. Enjoying life was the most important thing. Yi Qingxian was somewhat speechless. Whoever said that the majority of cultivators are clear-minded, now it seems that it only exists in those very small numbers. Empress Lang Xuanning turned around and looked at the expressionless Yi Qingxian and couldn't help but ask, "Xianer, what, you don't like this environment?" Yi Qingxian replied softly, "Perhaps, after 100 years of loneliness, seeing this kind of lively scene is indeed a bit unappealing. Master, I'll go back to rest first." Yi Qingxian was somewhat disgusted by this environment. After all, for a god of killing like him, he simply couldn't tolerate it too noisy. Chapter 39, This is my brother, a Yuaning stage powerhouse. Yi Qingxian replied with a calm expression on his face. Disciple knows in his heart that if danger does occur, he will also leave the underworld spirit valley as soon as possible. If he let his master go to see the strange space that he had entered back then, I am afraid that his master, Lang Xuanning, would only understand that the underworld spirit valley was nothing more than a small witch compared to the strange space. Xianer, promise me that you will never step into the core of the underworld spirit valley. Even if you come across a supreme treasure, you must leave as soon as possible. The Empress Lang Xuanning slightly hung her head, her lips gently wriggled, and a faint voice with a hint of pleading in it was transmitted into Yi Qingxuan's ears. Yi Qingxian didn't understand why Master Teacher and the other powerhouses were so hostile towards the underworld spirit valley, and it was never said in the original story what kind of secrets the underworld spirit valley was hiding, right? Could it be a hidden plot? Disciple understands, if danger does occur, Disciple will leave the underworld spirit valley and never go deeper. Cold Frost Nimbus, Empress. Chapter 40, Li Bailey with the body of Xian Ice. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back and said expressionlessly, within 3 breaths, those who still remain here will die. Arrogant brat, since you don't know how to die, don't blame us for not being polite. The big-headed cultivator was furious, and immediately waved his hands, and in a flash, a special furnace tripod suddenly appeared in the air, blasting towards Yi Qingxian with a thunderous momentum. Quickly dodge, it's a spirit magic treasure. The woman from earlier was also a bit nervous when she saw the big-headed cultivator offer up his own life magic treasure, and hurriedly made a move to try to pull Yi Qingxian aside. However, Yi Qingxian did not care about this, only to see him naturally stretch out a finger, wanting to come next with this so-called spiritual fabulous treasure. The big-headed cultivator held in a teasing voice and said, you really don't know how to die, this is a magic treasure bestowed by the master of the gang, even the old ghosts of the Yuaning stage wouldn't dare to take it, I think you're asking for death. Just at the moment when that spirit-grade magic treasure was about to hit Yi Qingxuan's finger, a bit of ghostly light suddenly lit up at the tip of the finger, like a deep star appearing at first glance. The ghostly light instantly spread out, transforming into a seemingly light but impenetrable film of light. The furnace tripod smashed on top of the light membrane, emitting a deafening roar, and the powerful impact swept out in all directions like raging waves, causing layers of ripples in the surrounding space. How can this be? Yi Qingxuan's expression remained cold, and with a slight flick of his finger, the furnace tripod was actually like being hit by a huge force, and the reverse big-headed cultivator was blasted back, several times faster than when he came. The big-headed cultivator's eyes were wide and filled with horror as he panicked and formed seals with his hands in an attempt to fend them off. But that furnace cauldron carried Yi Qingxuan's supreme power, how could he easily block it? With a loud bang, the big-headed cultivator was ruthlessly hit by the furnace tripod, and his entire body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, blood spurting wildly from his mouth, and his breath instantly wilting. The rest of them were horrified when they saw this. How could they not expect the seemingly young Yi Qingxian to have such terrifying strength? For a while, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, their original arrogance disappearing without a trace, only endless fear and hesitation remaining, not knowing whether to continue to go forward or hurry to escape this horrible place. Who the hell are you, and how were you able to withstand my attack? Yi Qingxian said indifferently, you guys can go to hell. Run! The 2 remaining Jiedan cultivators turned around and ran, however Yi Qingxuan's divine sense had already arrived in front of them. Before these 2 Jiedan perfect cultivators reacted, they instantly let out a miserable scream and instantly turned into a wisp of ash and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the big-headed cultivator immediately knelt on the ground and cowed out frantically, I'm sorry, senior spare your life, senior spare your life. Yi Qingxian stepped forward and asked blandly, your bloodshed gang came here, but for a junior named Chunan? The big-headed cultivator didn't dare to conceal himself and immediately replied, yes senior, this fellow Chunan has obtained a magic treasure, our gangmaster arranged for us to come after him when he learned of this matter, I don't know your identity senior, please spare my life senior. Yi Qingxian narrowed his eyes, it seemed that it was just as he expected, the male lead got the chance and was informed by the Bloodshed clan who hunted him down in this place and befriended another important female lead. As for the big-headed friar, Yi Qingxian turned around in a dashing manner and snapped his fingers, and the latter's body instantly exploded in place, not even being able to let out a scream. The woman from earlier stood where she was with a face full of astonishment, looking in Yi Qingxuan's direction and said, so powerful, killing 3 Jiedan great perfection cultivators in an instant. By all rights, I should have killed you as well. Yi Qingxian stopped and looked at the surprised woman, then said, however, I feel a familiar aura on your body, so I will let you live today and leave this place quickly. Senpai. The woman immediately ran over and pulled Yi Qingxuan's wrist. My name is Li Bottle, I'm a pharmacist in the neighborhood, thank you senior for saving me. You got something else? Senior came here, it should be for the treasures inside the underworld spirit valley, I can give you a most detailed map, but out of the conditions, senior you have to protect me. Li Bottle hemmed and hawed with a rather slick look. Yi Qingxian snorted coldly in his heart, but he still stopped and asked, "You even have a map of the underworld Spirit Valley, take it out."
"That won't do." The corner of Li Bottle's mouth outlined an arc, then with her hands behind her back, she jumped in front of Yi Qingxian and said, "This is the guy who eats, of course, I only have a map of the periphery, as for the interior I don't really know." After all, she was only in the early Jiedan realm, and being able to draw a map of the entire periphery of the underworld Spirit Valley was already not easy, not to mention the core area that even the powerhouses of the Mahayana realm didn't dare to step into. Seeing that Yi Qingxian had no intention of agreeing to come down, Li Beer's eyebrows slightly knitted and her dark eyes turned. Then she once again pulled Yi Qingxuan's wrist and said, "This big brother, let's put it this way. As long as you are able to escort me to the Xiongfeng mercenary corps, I will give you the map. Besides, I know where the Chunan you're talking about has gone. I know who she is." Yi Qingxuan's heart suddenly recalled the memories of his previous life. The name of Li Bottle in front of him was familiar, but when he heard that she was able to provide Chunan's location, he understood in his heart that she was one of the popular female supporting characters in this book. The Li family's young lady with the body of Xian Ice, Li Bailey. Li Bail was born in the Li family of Linglong country. As a famous family, Li Bail was born with unimaginable glory and wealth, but was born with a body of metaphysical ice, and every time it erupted, the living beings in a 100-meter radius would be instantly frozen in flesh and blood. At that time, Li Bailey was only 3 years old and ignorant, but because of the sudden outbreak of the Xian ice body in her body, it led to the deaths of almost all of the Li family's disciples. The tragic death of the Li family's disciples is soon known to all, and Linglong Kingdom recovers all of the Li family's assets, originally wanting to execute Li Bottle, but she is adopted by an old gentleman from the pharmacy next door. That old gentleman used various medicinal herbs to help her maintain the coldness in her body, just to prevent the Xian ice body from erupting again and hurting innocent people. Well, it's not a losing proposition, is it? Seeing that Yi Qingxian did not refuse, Li Beer also raised her head with some pride, the corners of her mouth slightly rising as she said, "The map I have here is not something that anyone can get. If it wasn't for the fact that Big Brother saved my life, I wouldn't have even told it to you." Yi Qingxian glanced at Li Beer, then asked, "Are you sure you know where Chunan is? Didn't swindle this seat?" "Of course not." Li Bottle let out a light humph and cut a hateful glance at Yi Qingxian. "I guarantee it with my life." Chapter 41, The Know-It-All, requesting for catch-up readings, seeking subscriptions. Looking at the pretty and serious Li Beer, Yi Qingxian tentatively believed her words, but the most important thing was to get the map in here, otherwise it would still be too much of a waste of time to travel back and forth. "Alright then, I'll send you back. You give me the map of this place and the exact direction of Chunan. Deal." Li Bottle clapped her hands and said, "I'm the physician of Linglong National Pharmacy, this brother. What's your name and where are you from?" "Yi Qingxian, Zishao Dynasty." "The Purple Sky Dynasty?" Li Bailey hadn't heard of it and shook her head. Carrying the bamboo basket, she walked merrily towards the distance. Yi Qingxian, on the other hand, followed his side, and the demonic beasts on both sides of him, upon seeing Yi Qingxian, avoided them, fearing that if they offended the human cultivator in front of them, they would really die easily. The strength of the Xiongfeng mercenary regiment was not as good as the Blood Fury gang, and the cultivation of the leader was only at the late harmonized spirit realm, but those who were able to hunt and kill demonic beasts in this place had always had a strong background. Naturally, he did not fear the entanglements of the Bloodshed gang. However, Li Beer stole a glance at Yi Qingxian from time to time, not knowing whether she was attracted by Yi Qingxuan's handsome appearance or Yi Qingxuan's unique appearance. When the two returned to the group, they realized that the mercenaries who had been resting in place had already been waiting expectantly in the same spot. "Li Bottle, if you don't come back, I'm going to have to send someone to look for you." Seeing Li Bayer walk out from the dense forest, a silhouette hurriedly walked over, but when he saw Xiao Yan behind Li Bayer, his footsteps slightly lurched and he asked with a smile, "This little brother is?" "He's a mercenary from the neighborhood who just randomly ran into him." Li Bailey returned a cry as if nothing had happened, then softly said, "Brother Yi, let's go. There's still a short distance to go. We'll reach our destination soon." Yi Qingxian nodded and glanced at the Xiongfeng mercenary group's cultivators, not putting it to heart, but escorting Li Bailey to successfully return to the area where the tent was located. After learning that Li Bailey had encountered the Blood Fury gang's Jiedan realm cultivators, the leader of the Xiongfeng mercenary regiment said with some anger, "This group of Blood Fury gang is really unforgiving. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's cultivation is above mine, I would have slaughtered them all." Li Bottle smiled and introduced, "Head of Grinding Iron, this is the Big Brother Yi I was talking about. If it wasn't for Big Brother Yi, I would probably have become a dry bone in the mound." The head of Grinding Iron stood up. At over 2 meters tall he was stocky and walked over with a wide smile. "Thanks a lot, little brother. If it wasn't for you, our mercenary troop would have to carry a bad name." He just wanted to pat Yi Qingxuan's shoulder, but for some reason, when he saw Yi Qingxuan's cold cheeks, this feeling suddenly vanished. The head of Grinding Iron withdrew his raised right hand and also immediately arranged for people to prepare the wine and meat. He would definitely have a good drink with Yi Qingxian tonight. "Forget it, I still have things to do." Yi Qingxian spoke out and refused the good intentions of the head of Grinding Iron, his gaze resting on Li Bailey's body as he asked, "Can you tell me now?" Li Bailey put her finger on her mouth and thought for a moment,
Tell you what, brother Yi, you wait until tomorrow when we return to the town and I'll tell you, is that okay? Yi Qingxian frowned tightly. You're teasing me? Of course not. Seeing that Yi Qingxian did not believe him, Li Beer also said directly, Shunan arrived in the underworld Spirit Valley half a month ago, and the first thing he did was to go to the nearby medicinal herb team to purchase herbs to restore his soul power, and he ran in the northeast direction. There's a city in the northeast called Underworld City, a city attached to the Underworld Spirit Valley. Oops, that seems to be all I can think of. Looking at the mischievous Li Beer, Yi Qingxian was equally speechless in his heart. Sure enough, the female counterparts in the original were all heartfelt figures. However, Li Bailey has a great improvement in the future, and even in the male lead's help, the body of Xian Ice is maximized, not only the cultivation breakthrough unimaginable existence, but also known to the world as the Ice Emperor. Yi Qingxian casually found a place to sit on his knees and silently closed his eyes, waiting for tomorrow when the Xiongfeng mercenary corps had left the underworld Spirit Valley before going to look for what he wanted. What a strange man. Li Bottle pursed her lips, bored, jumped onto the wood, shook her two short legs, folded her hands at her jaws, and looked at Yi Qingxian, who was practicing with his eyes closed. The head of Grinding Iron stepped forward, also noticing the hostile Yi Qingxian, and asked curiously, Bottle, this Taoist friend shouldn't be from our Linglong kingdom, right? No, it's said to be from the Purple Sky Dynasty, but I haven't heard of it. Have you heard of it? No. The head of Grinding Iron shook his head. This place is 10 million miles away from the Purple Sky Dynasty, and the strongest of their cultivation is only a cultivator of the spirit transformation realm, so how would they know about the Purple Sky Dynasty in the northern border of the southern continent? The mercenary corps powerhouses here were very different from the clan powerhouses in the outside world, and perhaps because they were partners in life and death, most of the cultivators here had a great deal of bravado. As for the outside world, the cultivators were at war with each other, facing the weak cultivators with almost no meaning to look down on them. The cultivation of the Grinding Iron head in front of him had reached the late stage of god transformation, and the fact that he was still able to chat with an early stage of Jiedan like Li Bailey also showed how this person's character was. The next morning's sun was streaming in. The Xiongfeng mercenary regiment began to pull out their camp, and according to the imprint left behind by the leader before he came, the crowd of their mercenary regiment soon left the ghostly place of the underworld Spirit Valley. The environment in the outside world was naturally too much better than the crisis-ridden, deadly underworld Spirit Valley, and all these mercenaries drank as painfully as if they had regained their lives. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Li Bailey was so happy that she was on the verge of jumping. I'm sure it's still a wonderful life in the outside world. What a cozy sunshine, I haven't seen the sun for 2 days. Li Bailey wanted to get up for the engagement, only to see her take out a map from her storage ring and throw it into Yi Qingxuan's hands, smiling. Brother Yi, if you come back, you can go to the Green Mountain town at the foot of the mountain and come look for me. Just ask around and you'll know where I am. I'll treat you to dinner then, huh? Yi Qingxian caught the map that was handed over to him, and then after sweeping it with his divine sense, he raised his head to look at Li Bailey, who had already followed the Xiongfeng mercenary corps to leave, and turned around, then re-entered within the crisis-ridden underworld Spirit Valley. The location marked in the map given to himself is very clear. Which place has demonic beasts, which place has spiritual grasses are almost all marked out by Li Bailey, which is also considered a know-it-all. Satisfied, Yi Qingxian put the map into his storage ring, and then said softly, it seems that it was not in vain for this seat to escort you out of this place. With the map, I will be able to find what I need. Chapter 42 Peak Mahayana Stage Demonic Beast, Phantom Thunderclap Beast. Yi Qingnan put one hand behind his back and took a step towards the front. There were not many demonic beasts here, most of their cultivation was at the Jiedan and Yuanying stage, which was as weak as ants for him. Casually releasing a bit of divine sense, it was able to cause the demonic beasts on both sides to quickly escape from this place with their tails between their legs, and at the same time, it was also able to see that many mercenary groups were working together to round up the demonic beasts in this place. The underworld Spirit Valley is covered by a special kind of poisonous miasma all year round, and if ordinary people inhale too much of it, they will all have hallucinations, and in serious cases, they will even be directly overwhelmed by the miasma, thus losing their sanity and turning into bloodthirsty sinful animals. Yi Qingnan had also learned about this place in his previous life, and although the protagonist stepped into this place, it was rumored that even the Thunder Tribulation realm had the possibility of death. However, the protagonist's chi is naturally unrivaled. For others, this place might be an unimaginable disaster, but for the protagonist, it is definitely a natural sanctuary for cultivation. Jagged, strange stones stood in jagged rows, or sharp as wolf's teeth, or hideous as ghostly faces, their surfaces crawling with ghostly green moss, glittering eerily in the dull light. Yi Qingnan took a step towards the front. His speed was not fast, but in the eyes of ordinary people, every time Yi Qingnan stepped out of his body, the entire person appeared 100 feet away, extremely subtle. Within a valley 8,000 kilometers away from this place, the male lead was picking herbs that healed his soul body here, and then he couldn't help but ask, Teacher, if it's so dangerous here, why are the people of the Blood Fiend gang still chasing me? Maybe it has a lot to do with the map you're carrying.
The male lead's face was gloomy. Not long ago he had accidentally obtained a magic treasure in a cave, although he didn't really know what it was, but he had been hunted down and killed by the Blood Fiend gang to this point, and even blocked all the exits of the underworld Spirit Valley, so wanting to leave was almost impossible to do. In order to be able to obtain the treasures, the Blood Fiend gang even continuously arranged for cultivators to come to this place to look for Chunan, and the many consecutive times of chasing and killing made the male protagonist's cultivation all breakthrough from the Foundation Establishment realm to the peak of the Foundation Establishment, which was considered to be a rewarding experience. Once again, an old voice came from the ring. Although this place is still some distance away from the core of the underworld Spirit Valley, many demonic beasts of the god transformation stage have appeared, so you'd better be more careful so as not to bring unnecessary trouble to yourself. The male lead hemmed and hawed and said, "Don't worry, teacher, I know in my heart, and that I still have you. When it doesn't work we'll run away." Upon hearing this, the old grandpa in the ring shook his head helplessly, and could only wrap his soul power around the male lead's body so that he would be able to perfectly shield his human aura from being targeted by demonic beasts. Right at this moment, the azure sky suddenly thundered with great agitation, and a strong sense of oppression swept along with it. Countless demonic beasts were like frightened rabbits running towards the distance at great speeds, fearing that they would anger the big person in the distance. The old grandfather flew off from the ring, staring with a grave expression at the energy fluctuations in the sky, and at the place where the raging energy was emanating from, and with the help of his sharp gaze, Pill Elder seemed to vaguely see a manly and graceful woman's silhouette. This is the aura of a Mahayana realm demonic beast. What kind of person hit on it? Mahayana? The pupils of his eyes shrunk slightly, and the male lead Chunan gulped down a mouthful of saliva. That's equivalent to the same strength as the female emperor of the Violet Sky Dynasty, who's so bold as to be so unbridled. Old Grandpa wasn't sure who was so bold as to come to the underworld Spirit Valley to challenge a demonic beast of the Mahayana realm, but this was a rare and good opportunity to observe, so it would be too much of a loss if he missed it. The azure sky is covered with dark clouds, the surging energy is like a shocking wave constantly spreading out in all directions, and the strong sense of oppression is shattering all the space in a radius of 100 feet, and countless demonic beasts are fleeing from this place like crazy. The old grandpa brought the male lead to a steep cliff face, his eyes gazing at the collision of two colors in the sky, one white and one black. Each impact would cause the mountains and rivers on both sides to burst apart by inches, and the bursts of debris even smashed many top-level demonic beasts. A thunderous roar once again resounded in his ears. The male lead Chunan gulped a mouthful of saliva. The energy pressure coming from the sky actually made him shiver a little at his heels. Is this the battle of a Mahayana powerhouse? At first, I only saw the old dog Yi Qingxuan's, but that guy didn't exude such a shocking sense of oppression. Could it be that the person inside here is even more powerful than Yi Qingxian? Not really. The old grandfather shook his head, his expression silent as he replied, Yi Qingxian is because his strength is too powerful, almost moving would only be a second kill. There is no need to bother with so much effort. The corners of the male lead's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously looked at the teacher beside him, his eyes a bit sultry, as if to say could he make himself happy? Ha. As if he could see that the male lead was in a somewhat bad mood, the old grandfather said with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, your talent won't be inferior to Yi Qingxian. Besides, Tianxian continent is very big, and there aren't a handful of people who are stronger than Yi Qingxian. As long as you cultivate hard, I guarantee that in less than 100 years' time, you will definitely surpass Yi Qingxian, and even say that you will replace his current position." The male lead nodded his head heavily and said with confidence, "Don't worry, teacher, I'll work hard on my cultivation and strive to step on old dog Yi Qingxian one day. I'll make him remember that I, Chunan, am not a soft target." The old grandfather nodded and smiled, his gaze once again looking towards the one man and one beast that were mixing it up in the sky, and at the same time, his expression gradually became cold. The strength of that demonic beast had already reached the peak Mahayana realm, and if he wasn't wrong, this should be the extremely powerful hybrid demonic beast, the Phantom Shadow Thunderlin beast. The Phantom Thunderlin beast was as lofty as a small mountain, 3 feet tall, and its overall silhouette resembled a qilin but with a few more ghostly lines. Covered with a layer of scales intertwined with ghostly blue and violet electricity around his body, each piece was the size of a faceplate, glittering mysteriously and dangerously under the dim light of the valley, as if it had been condensed from ghostly shadows and thunderbolts. Head like a dragon, forehead borne a spiral one horn, the horn jumping arcs of electricity, blue-purple electricity along the body of the horn winding to the scales of the whole body, emitting ZZ electric current sound. Its eyes were like deep pools, but from time to time, they burst out with piercing lightning, as if they could see through all illusions, and could rain down destructive divine thunder with their gaze. In the bloody mouth, the sharp teeth were sharpened in the shape of curved hooks, and the tips of the teeth flashed with a metallic cold light, as if they could easily tear apart everything in the world. Behind the long tail is like a nimble thunder whip, flinging between the thunder and light, can easily in the hard rock to draw out a deep gully. Chapter 43, Eastern Ridge Southern State Divine Shin Clan Patriarch, Fairy Mo Qianyao. For thick hooves under the wind, footsteps where the ghostly shadow emerges, accompanied by the arc of electricity flashes, every step down to make the ground slightly trembling, as if the entire underworld Spirit Valley for the tremor.
Phantom Thunder Beast just very natural right foot in the void, both sides of the void is unable to withstand this unimaginable air force, instantly Hua Kai Shur Kai change.
This is the ancient divine beast, the Phantom Shadow Thunder Lin Beast, what a domineering name.
The hero pursed his lips and looked up, shocked. And facing the Phantom Shadow Thunder Lin Beast was a woman like a fairy. Her temperament was transcendent, as if she didn't belong to this world. She had a kind of breath that didn't eat earthly flames, and at any time, she would be feathered into immortality and go away, transcending the world. Hair gently fluttering, flashing starbursts like luster, moonlight white dress set off her graceful and proud immortal posture, skin glistening white, such as mutton fat jade carved from the snow-white neck, has a Yenchuan world of immortal face. The moment the male lead Shunan saw the woman in front of him, he couldn't help but be attracted by the other party's appearance. This was the first time he had seen such a beautiful and touching woman. The Phantom Shadow Thunderlin Beast lowered its own voice and said, "Human woman, you have great guts, daring to travel recklessly through this king's realm. Do you really think that this king is easy to bully? This seed is merely traveling through this place, looking for some herbs." The stunningly beautiful woman's gaze was clear and cold as she looked at the Phantom Shadow Thunderlin Beast in front of her, and said indifferently, "It's not like I'm disturbing the lord of this place, so please make it easier."
Arrogant.
The Phantom Shadow Thunderlin Beast grunted coldly, "This place is this king's territory. If you want to touch something here, you have to see if I will agree. You humans are just this uneducated. Looking at your realm, you should also be a Mahayana stage powerhouse, but if you really have to fight, it's not certain if you'll be able to leave this place alive." The Phantom Thunder Beast also understands that this person's strength should not be underestimated, but this is his territory. If he lets this human leave as easily as this, who else will be willing to serve him in the future? Human woman, this king can give you what you want, but this king is currently in a critical moment. As long as you can get this king a breakthrough pill, this king can consider giving you some herbs.
The male lead couldn't help but ask, "Break the robbery pill? Master, what kind of elixir is that?"
The old grandpa replied, "The Breakthrough Thunderbolt Pill is an 8th grade top grade elixir, an essential elixir for Mahayana cultivators to break through a thunderbolt, and after taking it, the success rate of any peak Mahayana cultivator crossing a thunderbolt will be increased by more than 80%.
But the transition pill is simply difficult, the materials required are extremely hard to find, and there are also the inner dawn of Mahayana stage realm demonic beasts. This alone has already deterred countless alchemists."
Listening to the teacher's explanation, the male lead subconsciously nodded and also cast a contemptuous gaze. This is really a lion's share of money, even wanting to break the robbery dan to break through the realm of the thunderbolt. If this woman gives it to him, her own head must be broken. Unsurprisingly, after hearing the Phantom Shadow Thunderlin Beast's request, the stunningly beautiful woman shook her head without hesitation and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, but the havoc-breaking pill is not possessed by even certain holy lands, and even certain dynasties in the western Nuga prefecture are unable to refine it, but if you're willing to do so, I can make use of the 3 6th grade pills in exchange. Those things of yours, this king doesn't have any interest in them, leave all the herbs and demon pills you got. This king can spare you from death in consideration of the fact that you are also a Mahayana realm cultivator." The Phantom Shadow Thunderlin Beast's mouth opened slightly, and the heart of thunder resounded throughout the clouds, as if there was heavenly thunder roaring in the ears.
"Then I won't trouble you, fellow Daoist, to worry more."
The expression of the absolutely beautiful fairy was silent. A special chi energy was condensed in the palm of her hand, just waving it casually. It caused the void in front of her to explode once again. Countless stars swarmed to her like a tsunami, and wherever she passed, the sky shattered, and her chi energy was even more unceasing, like a monstrous river. At this time, Yi Qingxian had also arrived at this place and happened to see the collision of the two energies in the sky. A slight smile appeared on his face as he said, "It looks like we've caught up." Yi Qingxian didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he casually found a jonquil and sat down, took out a purple wine gourd from his storage ring, tilted his head back and drank 2 big mouthfuls of pain before continuing to watch the collision between the two in the sky. The Phantom Shadow Thunderlin Beast was worthy of being a bloodline that had been passed down from the ancient times. Don't look at its huge body, but it was extremely swift in its movements, and every time it crashed it would cause the thunder and lightning around it to cut through the silent night sky. The mysterious fairy was not a vegetarian either. The immortal sword in her hand broke through the air, and the sword intent that rolled up easily resisted the thunder power emanating from the Phantom Shadow Thunderlin Beast. Where the storm passed through, the forest below was ripped into a yellow earth, and many demonic beasts scrambled out of it. Under this level of battle, few demonic beasts were able to intervene from it, and the only way to avoid strife was to quickly escape from this place. The demonic beasts that could qualify to survive inside the underworld Spirit Valley were basically all above the Yuaning stage, and had already begun to develop a spirit, and those with a low level would very consciously shrink to the outermost part of the battle circle with their tails tucked between their legs. Yi Qingxuan's gaze shifted to the top of Qiang Mountain not far away. At this time, at the top of the mountain, at some point in time, there were 3 demonic beasts of different races, each of which had already reached the strength of the harmonization realm. The 3 demonic beasts stared ferociously at the battle in the sky, simultaneously deciding whether or not to make a move to help the Phantom Shadow Thunderlin Beast to jointly kill the human nymph in front of them, or choosing to turn a blind eye and flee from this place. There seemed to be flames burning madly in the eyes of the phantom shadow thunderland beast, and its body suddenly transformed into a lightning bolt of thunder, attacking the mysterious fairy in front of it from all directions. The thunder that curled above the sharp claws became even more ear-piercing, and with just one move, the forest underneath him appeared in a gully that was 1,000 miles long. The mysterious fairy was obviously not that easy to deal with either. As her fingers danced around, hundreds of green immortal swords suddenly appeared 3 feet around her body, and then under the waving of her fingers, each immortal sword exploded away as if it was a stunning sword. Ding ding ding! Crisp ringing sound in the vault of the sky suddenly resounded. Rolled up the chi formed a tornado will be here, trees uprooted, perhaps because of the fight of forgetfulness. 100 feet in a radius of the mountains, rivers and forests are all destroyed. Any touch of this chi cultivator or demonic beasts are in the instantaneous evaporation. Yi Qingxian once again took a sip of spirits, leaning on his jaw with one hand, he said, worthy of being the headmaster of the Divine Shen sect. The immortal sword in his hand has already reached the mid-immortal stage. Even the kung fu that he performs is not inferior to the heavenly stage. Is this one of the most intentional heroines in this book? Eastern Ridge Southern Prefecture Xian Plan Patriarch, Fairy Mo Qianyao? Chapter 44, Successfully Accepting the Phantom Shadow Thunderclap Beast as a Mount. Mo Qianyao, as the most controversial immortal child main character in this book, had a pretty good life, becoming the head of the Xinxian sect at the young age of 18. He even broke through to the god transformation realm in his 30s, and then took another 200 years to break through to the Mahayana stage, becoming the most gifted sovereign sect leader of the Divine Shen sect. Only because in the underworld Spirit Valley was saved by the male master outside, and thus fell in love with the male master, but because of the Xinxian sect's old patriarch colluding with the demonic sect's strongest person, chose to go out to pursue the male master, and became the enemy of the pre-existing period. After going through trials and tribulations, the male lead who returned from his studies resolutely returned to the southern state of the Eastern Ridge in order to avenge the massacre of the elders of the Divine Xian clan. And under the might of the male lead's strength, the Divine Xian sect was completely disbanded, and thus the Divine Xian sect completely disappeared from the Eastern Ridge southern state. Immortal Mo Qianyao's heart was like ashes, and she chose to go to the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture to cultivate, and it was not until 1,000 years later in time, when the whole book was about to end, that the male protagonist, Chu Nan, found her. However, thinking back to the year when the clan was destroyed, the elder disciples are more than 10, and Mo Qianyao Fairy refused the request of the male protagonist Chu Nan, chose to go into the mountains to die alone. It was not until the end of his lifespan that he completely forgave the male lead, Chu Nan. It is also considered to have gone through nearly 10,000 years of suffering to become one of the most intentional heroines in the minds of all readers. Yi Qingxian slowly stood up, his eyes gazing out at the battle in the distance, only to see that at this moment, the battle had also entered the white-hot stage. Immortal Mo Qianyao's chest was torn by sharp rips, and if it wasn't for the protection of an immortal-grade magic treasure, I'm afraid that it would have long since been snapped at the waist. But even so, it still caused Mo Qianyao to be seriously injured. A line of blood slowly fell by the corner of that rosy mouth, and her face instantly turned pale. The phantom shadow thunderland beast seemed to see that Mo Qianyao's lamp was running out, and immediately rushed up again, ready to completely exterminate it here. Even if there was no breakthrough pill to break through the thunder tribulation realm, it must be able to break through just as long as it ate Mo Qianyao. Seeing the phantom shadow thunderland beast charging and killing again, Mo Qianyao wouldn't sit and wait for death, only to see her hands placed in front of her chest, her index finger and thumb touching together, combining into a diamond-shaped pattern, and then whispering under her breath, "Absolute Dust Sword Shadow, open." In an instant, a dazzling sword light burst out from Mo Qianyao's hand, and that sword light seemed to be able to cut through the void, carrying an endless sternness and determination. The sword shadow split into countless tiny light blades, shooting towards the phantom shadow thunderland beast like stars, and in a moment it actually enveloped its huge body. Praying mantis. The phantom shadow thunderland beast let out an angry roar, its body surrounded by ghostly blue and violet electric rays flourishing as it attempted to fend off this incoming sword shadow attack. It waved its thick front limbs, bringing up gusts of black whirlwinds and arcs of electricity, colliding with that sword shadow, emitting gusts of gold and iron, sparks splashing everywhere. Mo Qianyao's face was pale but her eyes were firm. She knew that she was in a desperate situation, but she must not give up easily. She strongly raised the spiritual energy in her body and continued to maintain the sword shadow attack. Bean-sized beads of sweat continued to roll down on her forehead, dampening her gorgeous clothes. And the shadow of the thunder forest beast, although the sword shadow was temporarily restrained, but also constantly looking for the sword shadow of the cracks, it suddenly tilted its head back to let out an earth-shaking roar. A thick column of thunder from the mouth jetted out, rushed straight to the sword shadow of the most dense place. The powerful impact will be part of the sword shadow washed away. Seeing this, Mo Qianyao's heart was flabbergasted, the incantation in her mouth changed, and the spells in her hand flipped rapidly. That remaining sword shadow instantly reassembled and transformed into a huge sword of light, stabbing towards the phantom shadow thunderland beast's throat. The phantom thunder forest beast could not dodge in time, and was cut by the lightsaber on its neck. Black blood gushed out, and it became even more frantic under the pain. Its forehooves plowed the ground, stirring up a piece of dust and sand, and then pounced at Mo Qianyao again like an arrow out of the string, with the trend of not stopping until it was dead.
There was a loud bang. Immortal Mo Qianyao instantly impacted on the ground, suddenly spewing out a mouthful of blood. The breath in her body instantly withered, and her entire body was incomparably weak as she half-kneeled on the ground. I didn't expect that I would fall here. Immortal Mo Qianyao slowly closed her eyes, and a tear slid down the side of that exquisite cheek, waiting for the end of the fragrance. However, after waiting for a long time and not feeling the pain brought about by her body being torn apart, Mo Qianyao subconsciously opened her eyes, only to see a handsome young man wearing a red Taoist robe with long snow-white hair standing in front of her at some point. The phantom shadow Thunderland beast subconsciously stopped in its tracks, and those sharp eyes radiated a gust of chilling color. Thunder Tribulation Powerhouse. Mo Qianyao hurriedly arched her hand. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. Senior Mo Qianyao, if I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely return the favor. Yi Qingxian glanced at Immortal Mo Qianyao behind him, then said, heal your wounds first, leave this place to me. The phantom shadow Thunderland beast timidly took 2 steps backward, and just as he wanted to escape, he realized that his limbs had been frozen in place by the cold, piercing ice at some point, not giving him a chance to escape at all. Yi Qingxian stretched out a finger, but after thinking about it, he retracted it. I'll give you a chance. If you don't want to die, then don't resist. Become this seat's mount and you can live. The phantom shadow Thunderland beast roared. This king is a half-step Thunder Tribulation demonic beast. How can I become your mount? My phantom shadow Thunderland beast's ancestor even appeared as a great Luo Golden Immortal. What qualifications do you have to become this king's master, you lowly human? Yi Qingxian walked over with an expressionless face and said, since you don't just agree, then, you can go to hell. Just as Yi Qingxian was about to make his move, the phantom Thunderland beast was also frightened and knew that Yi Qingxian wasn't joking with himself. He had been practicing for almost 10,000 years and had managed to reach the half-step Thunder Tribulation realm. Not wanting to die a horrible death just like that, he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, don't. Wait. Yi Qingxian narrowed his eyes and asked, what, changed your mind? As long as you can let me go, I can give you whatever you want. I have 8th grade pills here, as well as the inner pills of demonic beasts at the harmonized realm. Confused, Yi Qingxian patted the phantom shadow Thunderland beast's head and said, after killing you, all of this is mine as well, isn't it? The phantom shadow Thunderland beast's heart was immediately ashen, and it could only compromise in the end. I promise you, I only beg you not to kill me. Yi Qingxuan's fingers moved slightly, and in a blink of an eye, a special Qianquan circle appeared above the head of the phantom shadow Thunderland beast, which he had obtained from a peak Mahayana back in the day, called the chaotic Qianquan circle, which was able to trap all demonic beasts whose cultivation level was lower than his own. And as long as the trapped demonic beast's cultivation is not as good as his own, he will never be able to break free from his bonds, unless the owner unlocks them on his own. With the Qianquan chapter being placed around the neck of the phantom shadow Leyland beast, all of Yi Qingxuan's memories and special Gongfu abilities appeared in his mind. Chapter 45, the map fragment that relates to the most precious treasure. Yi Qingxian casually waved his hand, and the phantom shadow Thunderland beast in front of him was successfully incorporated into the chaotic Qianquan circle, while turning around to look at Mo Qianyao, whose breath was still wilting behind her, and asked, are you alright? Mo Qianyao shook her head and slightly cupped her fists towards Yi Qingxian and saluted. There is no longer any serious harm. Thank you Senior for saving my life. I don't know Senior's name? This seat, Yi Qingxian, is passing through this place. For the sake of both being human chi practitioners to save your life, leave the underworld spirit valley quickly. Mo Qianyao stood up with great difficulty, but being seriously injured, she no longer had the spiritual power in leaving this place, and even when she just stood up, she collapsed on the ground again due to the stabbing pain coming from her chest. I'm sorry Senior, I'm currently in no position to move. Can you take me to a safer place? Yi Qingxian stopped his steps, turned to look at Mo Qianyao who had her head lowered, and without refusing, he picked up her body that only weighed more than 80 pounds, glanced at the male master Chunan who was secretly watching, and instantly disappeared into thin air. The male lead peeked out ahead, which at the moment was already sweating, and cautiously asked, Teacher, is that guy gone? Gone. The old grandpa replied softly, I didn't expect him to come to the underworld spirit valley as well. It seems that the next road is going to be much harder again. The male lead's throat rolled. The original him still wanted to go and save this Mahayana stage fairy. In that case he could use the other party's strength to walk horizontally in the Eastern Ridge Southern Prefecture, but nevertheless, he was unexpectedly shortchanged by Yi Qingxian. Now it's better to get out of here as soon as possible, lest that guy turns back, and then I'm afraid it's too late to run. Inside a cave 300 kilometers away from this place, Yi Qingxian placed the severely injured Mo Qianyao on a stone slab, and when he looked at it with his afterglow, he could only see 5 horrifying claw marks in the chest position below her jade neck, flooded with blood invading her clothes to a blood-red color. Mo Qianyao eyebrows slightly knitted, a touch of pain hidden in the cheeks above. This kind of appearance, although some do not conform to her temperament, but it is quite choo-choo moving. I didn't expect this demonic beast to be so strong. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm wearing a piece of immortal protective soft armor, I'm afraid that I really would have lost my life in the Yellow Springs. Mo Qianyao sat up with difficulty, once again took out an elixir and put it into her small cherry mouth.
but the Phantom Thunder Lin Beast was after all an ancient species. The wounds he caused were very difficult to recover from, and even with the help of the elixir, she was still able to feel the tearing pain coming from her ribs. Yi Qingxian replied, the Phantom Shadow Thunderlin Beast is a top-tier demonic beast that has been passed down from the ancient times, and even if it is only at the half-step Thunderjack realm, it is able to strike with its hands and be no less than an early-stage Thunderjack powerhouse. It's not easy for you to stay alive. Yi Qingxian took out a bottle of medicinal powder and handed it over saying, you should be able to put the medicine on yourself. The chest area will most likely leave a scar if not treated in time, which is not aesthetically pleasing to you. Thank you, senpai. Mo Qianyao painstakingly picked up the medicine bottle that Yi Qingxian handed to her, opened it, took a deep breath, and then poured it all on the deep wound on her chest. Stimulated by the powder, Mo Qianyao's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a low moan containing pain escaped from her pretty nose. Perhaps because of the irritating pain, it caused her to spit out another mouthful of black blood, but after this mouthful of stasis blood was spat out, her whole body's breath obviously recovered a lot. Although I am also a cultivator of the Mahayana realm, the chi energy of the Phantom Thunderlin Beast still remains in my body, and if I want to expel it, it will take half a month. Mo Qianyao gently bit her lower lip and took out an immortal-grade fabric from her storage ring and pushed it in front of Yi Qingxian and said, I also ask that Senior can protect me for half a month. This late immortal-grade fabric will be given to Senior. She was able to sense that Yi Qingxian was not a bad person, and that was why she put her heart down and gave Yi Qingxian her own magic treasure just so that she could exchange it for half a month of his protection. Yi Qingxian thought for a moment and said, alright, I will guard you here for half a month. Once the time is up, the seat has other things to attend to. Thanks a lot. Yi Qingxian took out a jug of water and handed it over, then sat down beside her and asked, hallowed sect head of the Divine Xian sect, why did you personally come to the underworld Spirit Valley to look for herbs? Mo Qianyao glanced at Yi Qingxian beside her, and after some thought, she replied, currently, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I need a precious herb called the Blood Spectre Mandrake for the refining of pills. And since the Blood Spectre Mandrake is only possessed by the underworld Spirit Valley, I can only come to look for it myself. But I didn't think that it would alarm the lord of this place, it was a miscalculation on my part. The road of cultivation is inherently bumpy, each realm is a watershed, I do not know how many people stuck, 10 into 1, 20 into 1, and even 100 inside only one. Mo Qianyao talent is indeed not low, but chi practitioner to a certain realm, if there is no other person to guide, can only use their own enlightenment to fumble to break through the realm, the same, or need to be aided by heavenly materials and treasures to be able to. Now that Mo Qianyao had already broken through the peak Mahayana realm, she was only one step away from being able to cross the threshold and become a Thunder Tribulation realm powerhouse. And to make the most perfect breakthrough, one could only take the transition pill or other pills to supplement it. The transition pill is so precious that no one in the East Ridge South State can successfully refine it, and if you want it, you can only go to the West Nuga State to have a chance. Yi Qingxian glanced at Mo Qianyao beside him, then took out the Blood Spectre Mandrake that he had previously obtained from the Phantom Leyland Beast and handed it over. This should be the herb you need, but in exchange, I need to get one thing from you. Although the Blood Spectre Mandragora was not precious to Yi Qingxian, he was not a master of making a loss-making deal. Since there was a demand for it, there was naturally a market for it. Mo Qianyao asked, Senior, please speak, as long as I can take it out, my junior will never be stingy. Yi Qingxian thought for a moment and said, I heard that the Divine Xian sect has a tattered volume of maps, I wonder if I can give it to me? Tattered feats? Mo Qianyao froze, then took out the map that resembled a broken rag from her storage ring. Is this the map you're talking about, Senior? Sure enough, it's in her hands. Yi Qingxian received the fragment of the remnant map handed over by Mo Qianyao. If he was not wrong, this was the map that related to a supreme treasure. Even after many years, a rich soul power still permeated above this map. According to the description in the original story, this map was divided into 4 pieces, one of which was in the hands of the male lead Chunan, and the other in the hands of Mo Qianyao. The rest were in the hands of the auction in the Eastern Ridge Southern Prefecture, as well as the top powers in the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture, and it wasn't easy to get them together perfectly. Chapter 46, The Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin Clan's Great War of Millions of Years Ago. Mo Qianyao asked doubtfully, could the remnants of the diagram in Senior's mouth be this? That's right. Yi Qingxian also nodded without thinking and said, back then, I heard that the sect master of the Divine Xian sect had obtained a fragment of a remnant map, which is why I became curious and wanted to collect it. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianyao raised her eyebrows and didn't continue to ask anything else. She knew that there was a great secret hidden in this fragment of the remnant map when she found it back then, but it still hadn't picked up any steam over the years, so she didn't care too much about it. Now that Senior Yi Qingxian wants it, let's do a smooth favor and give it to the other party in return for the life-saving karmic retribution. Yi Qingxian stood up and then said, currently, your spiritual energy is blocked and there's no way to use it, so I'll go prepare some food for you to replenish your strength. Thanks. Mo Qianyao suddenly smiled at Yi Qingxian, a smile that could be described as magnificent. Yi Qingxian, who had left the cave, released the demonic beast. With this Phantom Thunderlin Beast in place, he would be able to enhance his fighting ability by no small amount in the future. The phantom shadow thunder Lin beast did not have its previous fierce appearance at the moment, but rather, under Yi Qingshuan's control, it had turned into a furry creature that resembled the size of a dog pup. No one would have imagined that the phantom thunderclap beast would become like this, right? Yi Qingxian carried the back of the phantom Leyland beast's neck and looked at the phantom Leyland beast's face full of indignation. He also said indifferently, "It seems that you are still unconvinced." The phantom shadow thunderland beast bristled and said, "I'm a great ancient demon. As long as I break through the thunder tribulation realm, I'll be able to return to the western Nuga prefecture. If it weren't for you, wouldn't I have turned into this appearance? I think you're looking for death." As a dragon's roar suddenly rang out, only to see a small dragon covered in blood-red scales and armor fly out from Yi Qingshuan's cuffs, only to see him baring his teeth and glaring at the phantom shadow thunderland beast in front of him. "If it wasn't for Master letting you live, you would have died a long time ago." "Dragons!" The phantom shadow thunderland beast immediately let out a cry of disbelief. How could you possibly possess a mount of the dragon race?" "What? No!" Yi Qingxian threw the phantom shadow thunderland beast on the ground without even looking at him, and took a step towards the far shore of the lake. The phantom shadow thunderland beast could only follow up with its ass. "The dragon race has been extinct for millions of years. Where did you find this dragon?" "Extinct?" Yi Qingxian glanced at the spectral shadow thunderland beast and asked with an odd expression, "How come I didn't know that the dragon race had gone extinct?" When he read the book in the past, it seemed that he indeed did not see any figure about the strong dragon race. There were only some classics about the strong dragon race left behind. As for whether it was extinct or not, he wasn't the author, so how could he possibly know? The phantom shadow thunderland beast replied, "That's all ancient times. Rumor has it that when the heavens and earth first opened up, it was the three clans of the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn that ruled over the entire divine continent. The dragon clan is in charge of the ocean, our Kirin clan is in charge of the land, and the phoenix clan is in charge of the sky. However, the dragon clan's strongest killers killed too many people and left behind countless karmic obstacles, causing the phoenix clan and the Kirin clan to be displeased with each other, and the strongest phoenix clan members later fed on the dragon clan, leading to the dragon and phoenix being completely radicalized. Our Qilin clan was often suppressed by the Phoenix clan because we were often suppressed by the Phoenix clan, and eventually the Great War of the Three Clans officially began, and it is said that in that war, the people were devastated, the mountains collapsed, the rivers were cut off, and an entire continent was shattered into three pieces, which later evolved into the current Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture, Western Nuga Prefecture, and Eastern Ridge South Prefecture. The leaders of the three clans all died in battle. The Dragon clan was even slaughtered. The Phoenix clan was hidden in the boundary formed by the flames and was not allowed to come out. As for us, the Qilin lineage, we could only be displaced in the end, and this world was finally controlled by you humans. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxian glanced at the small, short-legged phantom thunderland beast and said indifferently, "You should only have a bit of the Qilin's bloodline, even though it's not very powerful. Surprisingly, it's also able to allow you to obtain the memory inheritance from the ancient times. That's for sure." The phantom shadow thunderclap beast had the bloodline of a Qilin, which was why he could be called an ancient demon, otherwise he would have already become a dry bone in the mound. As for the appearance of the dragons, it was obviously a bit mind-boggling to him. Moreover, the dragons were naturally arrogant and never could become a human's mount, but this blood dragon was beyond his expectations, not understanding that the hallowed dragons would even act as a mount for a human. Yi Qingxian did not continue to say anything else. This blood dragon had followed his cultivation since he was a child, and it was also something he had gotten in a strange space, so perhaps it was not the dragon race of this world. Returning to the cave, but seeing that Mo Qianyao, who was originally lying on the stone bed, was sitting idly on the stone slab with her palms resting on her fragrant cheeks, looking at Yi Qingshuan's return, she couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Back off." Nodding his head, Yi Qingxian took a step over, placing the fat fish he caught in the lake on a rock, burning a pile of flame in the process, and casually asked, "Are you feeling better?" Mo Qianyao slightly stood up, bringing up a light fragrant breeze, coming to Yi Qingshuan's side, slightly frowning her eyebrows. She lightly sighed, "The external injuries are not much of a problem, but it will take some time for the qi in the body. It's a good thing that you're here, or else I'm afraid that those demonic beasts would have already rushed in. Don't worry, since I promised you, this seed will not abandon you." Yi Qingxian took a sip of wine and said, "During this period of time, you should stay here to recover the injuries in your body, and leave the underworld spirit valley as soon as possible after you recover." Mo Qianyao slightly nodded her head, looking at Yi Qingxian skillfully grilling the fish there without looking rusty. She couldn't help but pursing her lips in her heart with some doubt. "Senior, as a Thunderbolt realm powerhouse, do you also like the food of the mortal world?" Yi Qingxian opened his mouth and replied, "I've learned it before when I was still a mortal, but it's true that I'm a bit rusty, but the flavor is nothing wrong, it's very good." Because the set of vegetarian dress on Mo Qianyao's body had been broken, so now she was wearing a set of purple close-fitting clothes and robes, and the purple color that other people wore appeared to be a bit heavy, but on her there was a different flavor. Concave and convex exquisite body set off more than one point of mysterious flavor. Lotus steps slightly moved between, a section of jade-like snow-white calves, hidden, quite charming. Yi Qingxian was very skillful in pouring some seasonings, and after making sure that it was cooked, then he handed it to Mo Qianyao's face, while he himself hadn't eaten food from immortal dust for a long time, and he also intended to savor it. He hadn't eaten anything since entering the strange space, and even after so many years had passed, he had almost forgotten what it tasted like back then. Yi Qingxian took a tentative bite of the fish. The flavor was not bad, it was no different from what he had eaten at home in his previous life. It would be even better if there was aged vinegar. Chapter 47, the hero begins to second-guess his golden finger. Without the help of spiritual power, the current Mo Qianyao was like a mortal, needing to eat to maintain the normal consumption in her body. Tearing off a small piece of fish, Mo Qianyao's red lips slightly wriggled, chewing and swallowing with an elegant gesture that I'm afraid is not something that ordinary people can learn. Yi Qingxian quickly ate up a fish and looked towards Mo Qianyao, who was still there elegantly eating the fish beside him, and asked, "Now that you've got the herbs, what are you going to do next?" Mo Qianyao raised her head and replied, "Return to the sect and try to break through the Thunder Tribulation Realm in 3 months' time." In fact, she wasn't sure if she could break through the Thunder Tribulation Realm. After all, a cultivator's breakthrough in cultivation wasn't 100% successful, and there was even the possibility that they wouldn't be able to withstand the tempering of the heavenly thunder, and thus their bodies would be dead and their paths would be destroyed. Because of this, Mo Qianyao wasn't sure if she could break through the Thunder Tribulation stage, but as long as there was a chance of survival, she didn't want to miss it. "I have already left a boundary formation here. The demonic beasts will not detect your scent. I still have one more thing to take care of, perhaps 2 days' time before I can return." Yi Qingxian left a few fish, as well as some berries on the rocks, and looked at Mo Qianyao and said, "As long as you don't leave this place you'll be fine." Mo Qianyao pursed her lips lightly, and just as she was about to open her mouth, she realized that Yi Qingxian had already left the place, leaving behind only the campfire that was still burning slowly, and the wild berries that were piled together on the rocks. Alas! Mo Qianyao sighed in her heart and could only sit on her knees, taking out an elixir and putting it into her mouth, using the energy of the elixir to little by little force out the qi left behind by the demonic beast in her body. When Yi Qingxian left the cave, he directly ran in the direction where the male lead Chunan left and stepped into the air. With the strength of the male lead Chunan, it wasn't that easy to escape from him. Just by expanding his divine sense to the maximum, he should be able to find his location in less than a moment's effort. Perhaps sensing the scanning of divine sense, the old grandfather of the hero's ring immediately wrapped the hero's body with his own soul power and immediately told him to close his 5 senses. The hero doesn't understand what's going on, but turns his 5 senses off as per the teacher's reminder and sneaks into a crack in the stone to look out at what's happening. After the divine sense gradually dissipated, the old grandfather then lifted the soul power around the male lead, and his old voice slowly came out. "Yi Qingxuan's divine sense has just probed this place, and if it wasn't for my timely reaction, I'm afraid that you would have been discovered by now." "What?" Hearing the old grandfather's words, the male lead, who had just been in a daze, was instantly scared and rushed to say, "Teacher, let's hurry up and get out of here. If we're caught, there's absolutely no way this guy will let us go." The old grandpa said with an odd expression, "Currently, we don't have a way to leave this place. Don't forget that there's still the Blood Fiend gang waiting for us outside of the underworld Spirit Valley." The male lead sniffed and slammed his fist hard on the wall in front of him, glaring at his copperbell eyes and clenching his teeth. "Damn Yi Qingxian, how come I can't get rid of this dog's skin anywhere?" Perhaps thinking of something like that, the male lead subconsciously glanced at his ring, but quickly shook his head, not believing that this matter was a secret told by his master. But the matter of traveling to the underworld Spirit Valley was only known to him and his master, so why was Yi Qingxian still able to find it? Either that or accept the traitors. Either that or there was a coincidence? But how in heaven's name can there be so many coincidences? Recalling that Yi Qingxian had promised his teacher in the heavenly prison of the Violet Sky Dynasty that as long as he followed him, he would be able to recast his body, it was hard not to be skeptical. And then when he went to the Heavenly Sage Dynasty himself, it just so happened that Yi Qingxian also went there and entered the ancient realm, snatching away the immortal magic treasure that he had originally obtained. It was a coincidence that made sense. After all, this was a competition between the dynasties and clans, heavenly prides of the entire northern border of the southern continent, and Yi Qingxuan's appearance was justifiable. However, Yi Qingxuan's arrival in the underworld Spirit Valley filled him with misgivings. Why did Yi Qingxian appear here and happen to run into himself? What secret was hidden in this? The male lead, Shunan, adjusted his breathing at the moment and decided that in trusting his teacher this time, if he saw it again next time, then it would be that he had really betrayed himself. Yi Qingxian, who was thousands of miles away, slowly stopped after his fruitless inspection, raised an eyebrow, looked at the endless forest, and faintly spoke. "It seems that this is the discovery of this seat's divine sense. Old man, you're really becoming more and more likable to this seat." The one that could block his divine sense, other than the old grandfather in that ring, Yi Qingxian could not think of any ability that Shunan had to resist it, but this was good. Wanting to make the male protagonist in Goldfinger completely break up, this was only just the beginning. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back and turned towards the direction of the cave. At the same time, the divine sense energy emanating from him wrapped the heaven and earth in a 10,000-mile radius, so that if there was any news of the male lead, he would be able to detect it in the first place. Right at this moment, Yi Qingxian suddenly stopped his footsteps, and the direction his gaze reached was none other than the underworld city in the border zone of the underworld Spirit Valley. It was said that the underworld city was built here, mainly to help the cultivators here rest and replenish their supplies, and now that they happen to be here, let's go and take a look, and buy back a few things along the way. It wasn't that Yi Qingxian didn't want to bring Mo Qianyao to the underworld city, but it was because there was a rule in the underworld city that there were no rules. Killing, insulting, and lewdness had long been commonplace, but most of the people who were able to come here were vicious, or were mercenary groups that came in groups. Only when it was daytime, it would be suppressed by the lord of the underworld city. Thus, nighttime was the paradise of sin, and any attempt to procure supplies needed to be done during the daytime, and by nighttime it was the time for massacres. At this time, just half an hour away from the dark sky, the cultivators who came here to buy magic treasures and elixirs had long since headed out. Apparently the underworld city in the evening was just too horrible. After paying 2 spirit stones, Yi Qingxian entered the underworld city. At this time, the city was not as violent as expected. Instead, the cultivators and vendors who came to buy things were all relatively calm and peaceful, without the slightest sign of making a move. As the sky gradually darkened, the roadside vendors all began to pack up their things and prepare to go home. As for the cultivators who were still lingering on the streets, yet everyone's expression changed slightly. Marred, having pitted me of so many spirit stones, if I don't teach you a lesson today, do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Just as Yi Qingxian was sizing up the city with the special style of the underworld Spirit Valley, a curse filled with grumpiness suddenly rang out not far in front of him. Yi Qingxian shifted his gaze, and it turned out to be a big bald man, perhaps because it was getting late in the day, who picked up a skinny man in front of him with a slap. Chapter 48. Within 3 breaths, those who remain here will die. However, just as the bald man's words fell, the skinny man he had picked up turned violently, and a dagger flew down from his sleeve robe. The dagger scratched up a cold aura, ruthlessly stabbed at the bald man's throat, but fortunately the latter reacted agilely, hastily backed up his neck. The dagger was misplaced and stabbed at the bottom of his throat by half an inch. Immediately, the blood went wild, and a miserable scream rang out from the bald man's mouth, and his entire body instantly collapsed on the ground, covering his wounds and struggling to get up. The thin man saw the situation but had long been accustomed to picking up the bald big man's storage ring, and smoothly a foot on the other party's chest, faintly said, "Sunset, the junior life here." The bald big man stared at his copper bell eyes and stretched out his finger. You are a god of transformation." Before he could finish his sentence, he was shocked by the skinny man's foot that shattered the yuaning in his body, and he died violently on the spot. Seeing the yuaning cultivator in front of him being killed so dryly, Yi Qingxian shook his head slightly. It seemed that only at night, this place would be a true sea of corpses and blood, right? His eyes continuously swept through the stores on both sides of the street, but what made Yi Qingxian somewhat speechless was that this short street of less than 100 meters, before he finished walking, he had seen no less than 10 fights, and even incidents of bloodshed with knives. For this kind of city, it could almost only be described with one word, that is, chaos. It seems that the reason why the underworld city is called that is because at night, this place will be as inhuman as the 9 hells. Yi Qingxian stopped at a stall money, put down a spirit stone, collected all the berries here, and was just about to leave when he heard the cold voice of the cultivator wearing a bucket hat. 10 lower grade spirit stones. Yi Qingxian stopped and turned sideways, his expression silent as he asked, "It says 1 spirit stone for 1 caddy, so why are they selling 10 spirit stones now?" "I'll pay whatever I say, kid. Looks like it should be your first time in Underworld City, right?" The man in the bucket hat seemed to have seen Yi Qingxian's lack of understanding of anything and thought that he was easy to bully. Immediately the corners of his mouth hooked up in an arc and said, "The rule here is that at night, the price of everything is set by the store vendors. If you can't afford to buy it, then leave your storage ring behind and get lost." Yi Qingxian turned around and collected all the berries in his hand, not giving the man in the bucket hat a chance at all. He turned around and walked towards the distance. When the man in the bucket hat saw that this fellow had actually taken all of his spirit fruits, he immediately drew his large sword from his storage ring and blocked Yi Qingxian's path, his face grimacing as he said, "Kid, you also don't inquire about who I am. How dare you rob to the old man's head? I think you really ate the ambition and leopard gall. Today if I don't cut off your fingers one by one, the old man will all be with your surname." As the voice of the man in the bucket hat fell, dozens of chi practitioners of varying cultivation levels suddenly ran out from the alleys on both sides, the strongest of which had already reached the realm of god transformation, while the rest were between Jiedan and Yuaning. This group of cultivators similarly offered up their own magic treasures and aimed them at Yi Qingxian in front of them, as if they wanted to exterminate Yi Qingxian here today. Yi Qingxian originally didn't want to kill anyone, but since the other party was bent on death, he would reluctantly send them back to the 6 Paths house to reincarnate. The man in the bucket hat rolled up his sleeves and said coldly, "Kid, if you were sensible enough to hand over what you have on you, you might still be able to keep a whole body, otherwise, don't blame me for extracting your soul and refining it for 1,000 years. Alas, I've changed my mind. I won't send you into the 6 Paths mansion to reincarnate. You're more suited to become Taoists among the soul streamers." The coldness in Yi Qingshuan's eyes grew heavier and heavier, and eventually he suddenly stopped his steps, looked at the people around him, a chilling smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his voice, like the wind of a glacier, was transmitted far away in all directions. Those who still remain here within 3 breaths, die. The cultivators in the underworld city who were still fighting with each other all stopped their movements and coincidentally flew into the air of this place, looking condescendingly at Yi Qingxian who was surrounded by dozens of people in front of him. It's really a joke, this kid even threatened us, I don't believe it, there are hundreds of cultivators in the underworld city, he'll be able to kill all of them. That's right, let's stop fighting and kill this arrogant junior together. Agreed. Yi Qingxian slowly closed his eyes, but his mouth was reciting sounds, until the moment the last 3 breaths was uttered, Yi Qingxian opened his eyes, and the pair of blood-red eyes instantly killed 10 Yuaning realm powerhouses in front of him. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and froze in place, unable to believe their eyes. As for the man in the bucket hat who had just tried to waste Yi Qingxian, he even turned around and ran, killing 10 peak Yuaning powerhouses in an instant. It was obvious that this guy's cultivation had reached above return to void. Run! Yi Qingxian stretched out a finger and said indifferently, if you want to run now, it's too late. Gradually, the vast majority of cultivators are using the whole body aura, quickly escape, but these fleeing cultivators often do not escape far, will be in a flash of bloodlight, head burst open, blood scattered, and died. Yi Qingxian face cold, hidden ruthless color, eyes or even more cold aura appeared. Wherever he passed, all the cultivators, having his point under the 7 orifices bleeding, howling miserably dead. Almost instantly, the hundreds of watching cultivators in front of them were all killed. The entire street was filled with shattered corpses. They were lying sideways. As for the storage rings, they had all been collected by Yi Qingxian. The souls are also sealed into the soul streamer, and in the future, they can also help themselves to resist attacks, and it is not in vain that they have also traveled in this life. Yi Qingxian turned his body in a dashing manner, as if this was all so natural to him, and took a step in the direction of the city's outskirts, while glancing at the land beneath him and disappearing in place without paying any attention to it. When Yi Qingxian left, the corpses and blood at this place all melted and merged into the soil, completely disappearing. The streets were once again as calm as ever. This sun's cultivation is at least at the return to void realm. It's a bit interesting, instantly killing 100 cultivators in seconds is enough to feed the little ones here. The departing Yi Qingxian stayed in the clouds and mist, eyeballing the situation in the underworld city. Of course he knew what was being fed in this place. However, in terms of his realm, there was no way for what was in here to threaten him, and as to whether or not he would then become a bloodthirsty killing tool in the future, it had nothing to do with him. Returning to the cave was already the hour of the morning, and as Yi Qingxian walked in, he could hear the clanging sound of a sword sheath breaking through the air from inside. Chapter 49 Dare to sneak up on this seat here, get out! Emo Qianyao's hanging heart was lowered only after she saw that the man who walked in was Yi Qingxian. Then she retrieved the sword she was carrying. You're back. Yi Qingxian nodded his head naturally and turned to sit on the stone, washing the bloodstains remaining on his fingers with the clean water that kept flowing from the stone wall. Emo Qianyao walked forward just in time to see the red blood staining the clear water in the pool, and asked suspiciously, you killed someone? I ran into a few mole crickets in the underworld city and settled them in passing. Yi Qingxian replied flatly, as if killing those few mole crickets was nothing more than the most normal thing for him, not even moving his eyelids. Emo Qianyao's shell teeth lightly bit her lips, looking at the expressionless Yi Qingxian with an odd expression. For some reason, the senior gave her a feeling like a murderous god coming to visit that was frightening. Rest early, there are still a few days left. The injuries in your body will basically be almost over. At that time this seat will personally escort you out of the underworld spirit valley. Yi Qingxian glanced at Emo Qianyao in front of him, then sat down on his knees, the blood-red spiritual energy around him coalescing into a special barrier that wrapped his body perfectly. Emo Qianyao let out a dark sigh in her heart and returned to sit cross-legged on the stone bed, taking out a herb and putting it into her mouth to maintain the spiritual energy needed in her body. Time passed, and the 7 days passed in a flash. Yi Qingxian slowly opened his eyes from his cultivation, looking towards Emo Qianyao who had already regained her spiritual energy. He slowly spoke, let me take you out. In your current condition, if you encounter a demonic beast of the Mahayana realm, I'm afraid you'll really want to die fragrantly. Emo Qianyao stood up and arched her hand towards Yi Qingxian in a bow. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely be grateful. Yi Qingxian didn't care and waved his hand. With a slight movement of his mind, the blood-red dragon mount that was covered in blood red quietly appeared in front of the two. Before Emo Qianyao could react, he was grabbed by Yi Qingshuan's wrist and jumped onto the back of the blood dragon. Yi Qingxian stepped on his mount and sped along the way. Any demonic beasts he encountered, as long as they were not in the Mahayana realm, would be swallowed in one gulp by the dragon rider under his feet and sucked up the inner elixir. Emo Qianyao couldn't help the curiosity in her heart. You're a dragon mount? What, you feel surprised too? Yi Qingxian asked with a nod as he glanced at Emo Qianyao beside him with his remaining light. Aha! Emo Qianyao nodded her head and replied in surprise, the dragon race is said to have gone extinct many years ago. There are almost no clues of the dragon race in our East Ridge Southern Prefecture, and only in the West Nuga Prefecture or also in the East Victory Divine Prefecture will there be relics left behind by the dragon race.
Yi Qingxuan's heart sank slightly. He had thought of capturing some dragons in the future and taking the inner elixir to enhance his mount's cultivation, but it seemed that there should be no such opportunity now. Right at this moment, a special formation suddenly appeared in mid-air in this place, and the giant dragon underneath Yi Qingxian seemed to sense the danger, immediately stopping its speeding body and emitting a deafening dragon roar towards the forest in front of it. Where are the juniors who dare to sneak up on this seat here? Get out! Yi Qingxian let go of Mo Qianyao's wrist and looked around with a clear and cold gaze, while his red divine sense spread wildly around his body, ruthlessly impacting on top of the formation that had suddenly risen up in front of him. The moment the formation came into contact with the divine sense, it emitted a deafening buzzing sound, and seemed to be completely broken at any time, like a crazy tremor. Fellow Daoist is really powerful, killing my disciple and destroying almost 100 people in Underworld City. Do you really think that we cultivators of Underworld Spirit Valley are all easy to bully? As a pale voice suddenly sounded, an old man with a white beard and a stooped figure stepped over. He stroked his pale goatee beard and said with a sinister smile on his face, "Fellow Daoist, do you have to give me an explanation for killing my disciple?" On the other two sides in mid-air, there were more than 30 Return to Void Realm cultivators standing on each side, of which the 3 cultivators presiding over the formation had even reached the peak of harmonization, which was barely able to open up the formation to resist Yi Qingxuan's advancing steps. Mo Qianyao's eyebrows were slight. It's the Blood Fiend formation. I didn't expect the hallowed Blood Fiend sect to come here? Bloodshed sect? Yi Qingxian looked at Mo Qianyao beside him and asked, "What kind of sect is that? Why have I never heard of it?" The Blood Fury sect is the top sect in the central state. There are countless strong people in the sect, and the sect leader is even a late-stage Thunder Tribulation cultivator, and the formation they manipulate is the Blood Fury formation, which is catalyzed by the elders with the lifespan of their bodies, and after using it they will deduct almost 1,000 years of lifespan. Mo Qianyao's willow eyebrows rose, and she suddenly said, "Now this person should be an elder of the Blood Fiend sect, with a cultivation at the late Mahayana stage, but still able to utilize the Blood Fiend formation to forcefully raise his cultivation to the middle stage of the Thunder Tribulation. Oh, in that case, Mr. Yi is really flattered to be able to make all of you Taoists use so much of your lifespan to make a move. It's really interesting." Yi Qingxuan's voice was full of coldness and killing intent. The old man at the head nodded and smiled. "Fellow Taoist is really young and naive. Do you know that my Blood Fury sect's Blood Fury formation is maintained with the lifespan of a Yuan? But do you know that when you enter the middle of this formation, the cultivation you ask for will be suppressed, and to try to escape in the hands of the old man is simply laughable?" Mo Qianyao's face was pale as she looked at Yi Qingxian with concern, and when she realized that a slight sneer flickered in Yi Qingxuan's eyes, she somehow loosened her heart. "The name of my old man is Meng Guangchen, and it would be considered fortunate for the world for you to die in my hands today." Meng Guangchen's body instantly disappeared, and when he appeared, he was already 30 feet away. Meng Guangchen's fingers danced, and in a blink of an eye, a huge blood-red skull quietly appeared in the air, and under his control, it blasted towards Yi Qingxuan's position with a thunderous momentum. Yi Qingxuan's face was calm, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the moment the skull fell, the phantom shadow Thunder Lin beast, which was part of the Qilin lineage, quickly flew out and opened its bloody mouth to instantly swallow the skull into his mouth. At the same time, the Phantom Thunder Forest Beast once again opened its bloody mouth, fatally carrying the angry sound of the Unicorn Beast chant from the giant mouth roar. The Phantom Thunder Forest Beast's body above the blue light is getting more and more prevalent. To the moment after, the intense light even has a hidden momentum to overpower the sunset in the sky. Blue light bloomed again, mixed with the light column of thunder energy gradually concentrated. Just the blink of an eye, the sky blue hua is compressed into a dark blue light column of only about half a foot. Seeing the heaven and earth havoc-like means protruding in the firmament, Meng Guangchen's face changed drastically. "This is the ancient demonic beast, the Phantom Shadow Thunderclap beast. How could you possibly be able to take in this kind of top-tier demonic beast?" Chapter 50. Qianyao will repay the favor of saving her life and fulfill the karma of saving her life. Meng Guangchen just finished his sentence. The dark blue light column in the sky is lightning-like flashing out. The speed of the light column is extremely horrible, almost like a flash. Just 2 jumps, is not far in front of Meng Guangchen. No good. Feeling a strong sense of crisis, Meng Guangchen, who was worthy of being a great aptitude cultivator of the Return to Void Realm, could clearly feel that the attack contained a power to destroy everything. At this moment of crisis, his body sprinted back, and at the same time his eyes suddenly widened, his hands formed seals, and his yuaning even instantly appeared at the top of his head, and similarly began to form seals, only to see a spell seal spirit talisman appearing in front of him in an instant, trying to stop the other party's attack. Only the deep blue light pillar was as strong as a bamboo, speeding all the way here. Without any pause, Meng Guangchen bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. At the same time the yuaning above his head also sprayed out a mouthful of yuaning essence with it, his face grimacing as he drank under his breath. Blood shield. Rumble. Where the blue light pillar and the blood shield passed through, space slightly distorted, and in an instant, they heavily crashed together with a terrifying sound of meteorites colliding. The blue light column and blood shield slightly exchanged blows. The blood shield is obviously fallen to the wind. Just a moment of time, the blood shield burst, while the blue light column, but only slightly dim.
With the shield completely shattered, the pillar of light no longer had a chance to block it, and it ruthlessly impacted Meng Guangchen's chest, ruthlessly shooting into his body. It was also at this moment that a ball of ice flame suddenly appeared on top of Yi Qingxuan's right hand, emitting a gust of coolness and coldness, and at the instant that ice flame appeared, Meng Guangchen, who had just suffered a loss, changed greatly and immediately retreated back, but immediately afterward, he saw a flash of red electricity within Yi Qingxuan's eyes, and his own divine consciousness immediately vibrated. Divine sense vibration, causing his body to pause slightly, so under, ice flame noiselessly hit his chest, hit the place, the blue crystal on quickly spiderweb-like spread to the surrounding, Meng Guangchen corners of the mouth blood gushed, the body quickly backward, a head loaded in the distant Xiangshan and stopping. He pinched the seal with both hands, pointing his chest for several times, and in his mouth, he even took several pills, and after a few low growls, the blue spiderweb-like crystalline ons that had spread over half of his body slowly retreated back to the center point, and were forced out of his chest with a bang. From the beginning to the end, Yi Qingxian did not take the initiative to make a move, but only stood 100 feet away, laughing coldly, a sneer flashing in his eyes. Meng Guangchen wiped the bloodstains from the corners of his mouth and raised his head, glaring at Yi Qingxian with a ferocious gaze as he coldly asked, "Your cultivation is definitely more than just the early stage of the Thunder Tribulation. What realm are you in? You don't get to know." The sneering Yi Qingxuan's eyes became even more intense, only to see him slowly raise a finger, pointing diagonally between the heavens, and a blood-red Saint-grade immortal sword with a blood-red color slowly poked out from the blood-red clouds. The moment the immortal sword pierced through the clouds, the blood-red dark clouds on both sides of the sky seemed to be pulled, spinning wildly like a tornado, and the endless blood-devouring aura was as continuous as a torrential river. Meng Guangchen raised his head in a trance, sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and staggered backward 2 steps. This is a sacred immortal sword, Senior. Spare your life, Senior, spare your life. I'm willing to dedicate my soul blood, please spare my life, Senior. Meng Guangchen was also sensible, knowing that he could not beat Yi Qingxian, he directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. In order to save his life, he even immediately pointed his hand at his eyebrow, and a drop of blood-red liquid flew in front of Yi Qingxian. Seeing this scene, the rest of the Blood Fiend sect disciples also had their expressions lashed out, not daring to imagine that a hallowed Blood Fiend sect elder would take the initiative to offer his soul blood. How afraid of death was this? Yi Qingxian turned his body indifferently, and the rest of the cultivators immediately handed over their soul blood, not daring to have the look of being slow, as if as long as they slowed down a step, what was waiting for them would be a complete fall here. Collecting the soul blood of this group of cultivators, Yi Qingxian didn't go on a killing spree and spoke indifferently, "I'll give you guys a chance to redeem yourselves. There's a junior in the underworld Spirit Valley who calls himself Chunan. Arrest him and bring him to me. Whoever is able to catch him, this seat will return his soul blood, but whoever dares to conceal it and not report it, dies." The Blood Fiend sect's powerhouses trembled, and without thinking, they stood up and immediately turned around to flee the place, fearing that Yi Qingxian would backtrack and exterminate them here. Yi Qingxian pulled Mo Qianyao's hand and appeared outside of the underworld Spirit Valley. Glancing at the other party, he said, "Go back." Mo Qianyao bit her lower lip, looked in the direction behind her, and softly said, "Senior, you have offended the Blood Fiend sect. Why don't you go back to the sect with me? Although the strength of my Divine Xian sect is not as good as the Blood Fiend sect, I will definitely protect you." Yi Qingxuan's expression was as usual as he said flatly, "No need, as long as the other party has not yet broken through the scattered immortal realm, this seat cares nothing." Mo Qianyao's face showed a complex and difficult to understand color, whispered, "After. There is still a day to see each other?" Yi Qingxian glanced at Mo Qianyao's expectant eyes, then turned around in a dashing manner, stepped on the blood dragon, and left behind a sentence, "If there is a destiny in the future, we will meet." Saying that, Yi Qingxian moved his body and was about to leave when Mo Qianyao suddenly shouted, "Senior Qingxian, this is for you." Saying that, she took out a white jade slip from within her storage pouch and threw it out without looking back as she flew in the direction of the Divine Xian sect with her sword light. Yi Qingxian received the jade slip, gazed and swept. Immediately Mo Qianyao stayed within its words, echoed in his ears. "Senior, thank you for taking care of me all these time. Qianyao wouldn't dare to forget it in this life. This is the secret treasure of my Xinxian sect, able to withstand the attacks of a strong person of the Thunder Tribulation stage, and it's the most important treasure I have on me, just to be able to help Senior." Holding a jade slip in hand, being able to have unimpeded access in my Xinxian sect, such as seeing the patriarch in person, if Senior comes to my Xinxian sect in the future, Qianyao will surely repay the favor of saving her life, and settle the karma of saving her life. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, Yi Qingxuan's gaze shifted to the back of Mo Qianyao, who had already left, and sighed in his heart, worthy of being the most disinterested female companion in the entire book. If it wasn't for the protagonist, she wouldn't end up in a lonely old age. Yi Qingxian put away the jade slip and entered the underworld Spirit Valley once again, this time deciding to get the map on the male lead completely and exterminate him if he had the chance in case the night was long. In the middle of the eerie underworld Spirit Valley, the male lead quietly hid behind a rock, using his teacher's soul about to conceal his aura, and looking around with an odd expression at the Blood Fiend sect disciples who were searching for him. "Damn it, why do these guys keep chasing me? I, Shunan, have never sinned against the Blood Fiend sect. Why are they chasing me?"
Maybe it's the map on you that's causing the trouble. Hand over the map and you might still have a chance to live.
Chapter 51, even more in the future, a sword kills a powerful cultivator of the immortal god realm, Xingyang Heavenly Monarch. The male lead Shunan replied with a face full of indignation, "Teacher, that's a fragment of the remnant map that I worked so hard to obtain. If it's extremely possible, it will definitely help my disciples' cultivation breakthrough, so why should I let it go to the bloodshed sect? This is also an ability to protect yourself." The old grandfather in the ring sighed and replied with a silent expression, "If you continue to stay with it, you will be in great trouble. It would be better to hand it over to the Blood Fiend sect's strongest, and in the future, when your cultivation breaks through, you will go forward to the Blood Fiend sect to ask for it, which is also the most stable way." Hearing his teacher's explanation, the male lead was silent as he stared menacingly at the Blood Fiend sect's powerhouses who were searching for him, and could only reluctantly take out pieces of the map before shooting them towards one of the Yuaning stage powerhouses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the male lead quickly left this place, also intending to tell the mercenary group about the fragment of the remnant map. The Blood Fury gang must be very interested, right? Blood Fiend sect Yuaning stage cultivator immediately catch the speeding bamboo tube, subconsciously looked to the direction of the male lead left, slightly frowned between, just want to open, then suddenly the body burned up a blazing fire. Before he reacted, instantly Yuaning self-exploded and died. Yi Qingxian caught the bamboo tube that fell to the ground, glanced at the fragments of the remnant map inside, and narrowed his eyes as he said darkly, "It seems that the old grandpa in your ring is really aware of the times, and even chose to utilize the fragments of the remnants of the map to protect himself." Now that the fragments of the remnant map had been reached, the several powerhouses of the Blood Fiend sect would be useless, only to see Yi Qingxian take out his soul blood and quite naturally crush all of them before turning around and leaving the place. He had said earlier that the person who found the male master could live, but if he didn't find him, there was only one way to die. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back, his right foot lightly took a half step forward, and his figure appeared 100 feet away in a single turn, extremely subtle. As for the male lead, he had the help of the golden finger to be able to isolate the expansion of his divine sense, so even if he went forward to look for the other party, it would be difficult to confirm the male lead's exact location. Yi Qingxian had originally thought of returning to the dynasty, but after thinking of Li Bailey, who possessed the body of Xian Ice, he decided to go and take a look at it, and if he could use the body of Xian Ice in her body for his own use, it would surely help him make a breakthrough in his cultivation in the future. Li Bailey was an ordinary pharmacist in Qingshan town, following the cultivators of the pharmacy to decoct medicines to cure the sick, usually earning not much, but at least able to maintain normal expenses. As Yi Qingxian walked down the street with people coming and going, the people on both sides could not help but cast curious gazes at the sight of Yi Qingxian, who was covered in blood red and had a head of snow-white silver hair. Li Bail were the green mountain town of medicine store called Jishur Hall outside standing a few home guards. Looks like the owner of this place is also considered a rich lord. Yi Qingxian took a step into the medicine store, and the rich smell of tonics immediately hit his face, while in front of the table not far away, the woman in white dress robes was lowering her head and carefully preparing the medicinal powder, occasionally picking up a little bit of the powder with a tiny crystal strip and placing it under her pretty nose to gently sniff it. Fusing in a bit of medicinal powder once again, the white-skirted woman seemed to be aware of something and raised her head violently, only to realize that Yi Qingxian was actually looking at her at that moment. "It's you!" Li Bail put down the pestle and mortar in her hands and walked over with a bright smile on her face. "I thought you wouldn't come back. I originally wanted to go back, but thinking that you still owe me a drink, I came to Qingshan town." Saying that, Yi Qingxian turned around and sat down in the store, looking around before asking, "Where is the owner of this place?" "Grandpa Yang is in the back hall, let me go tell him." Li Bailey also wiped the medicinal powder from the crevices of her fingers, and just as she wanted to go to the back hall to tell Grandpa Yang, she saw the lord of this place slowly walking over. It was a twilight old man with a white beard and hair, holding a golden pipe in his hand and wearing a light green Taoist robe, but there was an inexplicable energy in the old man's body that made him this immortal. Yi Qingxian stood up from his chair and slightly arched his hand in a bow. "Senior Yi Qingxian, meet Senior." Old man Yang looked at Yi Qingxian, his pipe knocked on the table. "Just find a place to sit, there's no hospitality here. Bottle, go make a pot of tea." "Oh." Li Beer nodded obediently and turned her body to the back hall to boil water for tea. Old man Yang took a drag on his cigarette. "Just find any place to sit. Old man, I'm too old to entertain, forgive me." Yi Qingxian nodded and resumed his seat again while looking at the immortal old man Yang in front of him. If he remembered correctly, the real identity of the old man Yang in front of him was the first human cultivator in the world to become a god, known as the Qingyang Heavenly Monarch, and even a future powerful cultivator who killed the immortal god realm with a single sword. But he seems to get tired of it, takes Li Bottle as his disciple, and just barely makes one more appearance in the finale. But what puzzled Yi Qingxian was why such a mighty and powerful person would not be able to unlock the body of Xian Ice in Li Bailey's body. Was it that he would have predicted that the male lead would help her? Or was there another reason? Old man Yang took a drag on his cigarette, leaned on his jaw with one hand, and squinted his eyes. "Kid, your talent is good, and your cultivation is okay, but the hostility in your body is really too heavy, and if it goes on like this, I'm afraid my life won't be guaranteed." Yi Qingxian shrugged his shoulders and nodded his head as he replied, Senior is joking. Although the late generation has killed countless people in their life of cultivation, they were all people who deserved to die. My juniors have never been afraid of others killing me. If I fall, it means that my juniors haven't worked hard enough, slacked on their cultivation, and deserve to die. Old man Yang looked at Yi Qingxian with a smile on his face. Interesting, Junior. You should have come here today for Li Bailey, right? Aha. In front of this kind of cultivator, Yi Qingxian did not hide anything and nodded naturally. Li Bailey is a body of Xian ice. It's just that I don't understand why Senior didn't help Li Bailey? Can the cycle of cause and effect break the mood? When old man Yang saw Li Bottle walking in, he casually said, Bottle, from now on you will not be a pharmacist of Ji Shi Tang. Follow this gentleman to cultivate into immortality. Li Bailey asked with a puzzled face, Master, didn't you say you wouldn't let me cultivate immortality? Why did you suddenly let me cultivate immortality again here? Old man Yang used the pipe in his hand to gently knock Li Beer's head. Master is talking. Why are you interrupting? Do whatever you're told to do. If you can't hold out, then come back. Ji Shi Tang will always be open for you. Thank you, Master. Li Beer smiled brightly as she arched her hand towards old man Yang and made a bow. What she wanted the most was to be able to cultivate immortality. Even at this moment her cultivation had reached the early stage of Jiadan. It was all because of old man Yang. There had never been a precedent of cultivating the immortals techniques. Chapter 52, Wherever I go, rivers freeze and the earth covers in ice. Old man Yang shook his head and seemed a bit dissatisfied as he waved his sleeve. What a white-eyed wolf that can't be fed. Go away and don't come back. Li Beer understood Grandpa Yang's character and immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times towards him. Thank you, Master. When I return from my cultivation, I will definitely give you my old age. Get out of here and don't bother me smoking here. Old man Yang seemed to tap his pipe unmercifully, turned his head away, and closed his eyes. Yi Qingxian stood up, and after arching his hand towards old man Yang, he pulled Li Bailey's wrist and disappeared in the same place, leaving behind the special energy fluctuations that were still permeating the air. Old man Yang slowly opened his eyes after the 2 people left and secretly said, 100 years old thunder tribulation, what a genius. Except for killing countless people, I'm afraid that when you cross the tribulation, you will suffer from the heavenly karma. Hopefully you will be able to live. As for Li Bottle, just let it be. Li Beer, who had left Xingshan town, asked with a face full of excitement, Big brother, should I call you master, or call you brother? Yi Qingxian, who was piloting the flying sword, slightly glanced sideways at Li Bailey, who was full of anticipation for her future cultivation, and replied indifferently, you might as well address the latter. There can only be one master for you, and that's old man Yang of the Jishir Hall. Okay. Li Bailey playfully spat out her cute little tongue, looking down on the scenery of this place, but also a little reluctant to give up the crowd of Ji Shi Tang, reluctant to give up their own life for so many years of home. Right at this moment, Yi Qingxian took out a blue-colored elixir from his storage ring and handed it to Li Bailey. Eat it. This elixir can help the Xian ice body in your body. Upon hearing this, Li Bailey immediately raised her head to look at brother Yi Qingxian with an odd expression. This matter was only known to her, even the people of the Ji Shi Tang did not know, but in front of this senior, it was unreserved. Yi Qingxian did not reply. Instead, he enlarged the immortal sword by several times, and the whole person lazily lay down on it, took off the wine gourd on his waist, and tilted his head to take a sip, then took out a book and read it. Clear wind and bright moon, ping pong, interesting. Li Bailey put the elixir given to her by Yi Qingxian into her mouth, and then her fingers moved slightly, guiding the spiritual energy formed from the melting of the elixir into the golden dan, thus allowing the Xian ice body in her body to be used in a relieving manner. If he wanted to completely suppress the Xian ice body in Li Bailey's body, it would still take a long time, and his own strength would need to reach the immortal realm before he could do so. Otherwise, it would be difficult to suppress this strange physique that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. However, utilizing the elixir was still able to help her make a breakthrough and raise the ice-cold chi within Li Bailey's body, thus raising her cultivation level. Those who have the body of Xian ice are born with extreme cold. Their cultivation path need to find the world's cold and bone-crushing things. Each serving a kind, the body of cold gas will be like a dragon flopping, painful but can help their cultivation 1 point of refinement. When the body of Xian ice outbreak, the power of ice and cold like a surging wave swept thousands of miles. Wherever it goes, the river freezes, the earth is covered with ice, everything is sealed in the crystal clear, vitality is cut off, no one can survive in this cold purgatory, only to leave a piece of dead ice field, witnessing the horror and determination of this absolute power. It had been recorded in the ancient books that the possessor of the Xian ice body, when it erupted, all the living beings in 1,000 miles radius were slaughtered without a single survivor. It was a good thing that Li Beer's current cultivation was only at the Jiedan realm. If she broke through the thunder tribulation and the Xian ice body in her body erupted, even Yi Qingxian would have a hard time stopping this particular energy fluctuation. Time flew by, and soon the two were back in the Violet Sky dynasty. However, being used to practicing alone, coupled with Li Bailey's Xian ice body, Yi Qingxian did not take her to the capital's palace, but instead came to a bamboo forest 30 miles away from the capital. This place has a beautiful environment, birds and flowers, the clear lake water flows slowly along the mountains and exotic rivers, and the fallen leaves of the bamboo drift with the wind, falling on the lake surface and causing ripples. The picturesque scenery inevitably leads to alcoholism. There was a wooden house deep in the bamboo forest, which Yi Qingxian had built 100 years ago, and although it was a long time ago, he could still feel the memories of the past surfacing in front of him. Yi Qingxian pointed to the room on the other side and said, "In the future, you will be practicing here. The capital gathers here for 30 miles. If you want to buy something you can go to the capital. Holding the token I gave you will be able to pass through unhindered." "Aha, thank you brother Yi." Yi Qingxian took out a gongfu that was suitable for Li Baylor to cultivate, named Ice Crystal Nurturing Heart Skill, which was also a kind of divine ability. Cultivating it to a great extent could achieve absolute 0 degrees, and was able to freeze the enemy to 3 feet in almost an instant. Even the blood and soul of the other person. This was a divine power technique that Yi Qingxian had obtained in the strange battlefield back then, when the cultivator who practiced this technique had reached the peak of harmonization, but her ice attribute energy was nothing less than that of a Mahayana realm powerhouse. It's also perfect for the Li bottle in front of you. Li Bailey took the divine power technique handed over and murmured, "Ice Crystal Nurturing Heart Technique, what a strange name. You can stay here and cultivate, I will go back and return in the evening." Yi Qingxian looked at Li Bailey beside him, only to see him turn around and long ago disappeared in the same place, leaving Li Bailey there with a bewildered look at her departing brother Yi. At this time in the chambers of the Violet Sky Dynasty, Lung Xuangning, who was the empress of the dynasty, had a saddened look on her face and caressed her forehead, somewhat worried about Yi Qingxian. She had not closed her eyes for several days. Holy Maiden Su Shallow accompanied her and said, "Master, senior brother's cultivation has already reached the Thunder Tribulation realm, and there are few people or demons in the Eastern Ridge Southern Prefecture who are able to kill him anymore." Lung Fengying naturally knew that. But the underworld Spirit Valley was full of crises, and even Thunderjack cultivators were at risk of death, and that was what she was most worried about. Just then, Yi Qingxian pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Master Lang Qianing and Holy Maiden Su Shallow, he nodded and said, "Master, I'm back." Hearing the commotion, Lung Xuangning immediately turned around, and after seeing that it was her Shinner, she also quickly appeared in front of Yi Qingxian, and seeing that he was unharmed, her suspenseful heart was then put down. "Shinner, are you okay?" Yi Qingxian shook his head and said, "It's not a problem. It's just that there was a delay in coming back. Master needn't be concerned." Su Shanshan also walked over and bowed towards Yi Qingxian. "Senior sister Su Shanshan, meet senior brother." Yi Qingxuan's face was as normal as he nodded, then he looked at Lang Xuangning from earlier and said, "Master, from tomorrow onwards, I will be residing in the bamboo forest 30 miles outside of the city. If something happens, you only need to arrange for someone to notify me." Chapter 53, A Smile Pours Morning, Everything Revives. Lang Xuangning asked with a face full of doubts, "Why are you doing this? Could it be that the middle of my capital is not suitable for you to cultivate anymore?" "Not really." Yi Qingxian shrugged and replied, "I don't like too noisy environments, and I brought back someone. If the energy in her body erupts, it will most likely cause casualties to the cultivators. This is the safest way. I'll go back first. If Master has something to do, he can also use jade slips to send a message, and disciple learns that he will return in person." Yi Qingxian also arched his hand towards Lang Xuangning and bowed again. After all, his character had changed a lot. It was not a wise choice to continue to stay in the capital, and the slightest mishap might cause the people here to lose their lives. Spinning around the capital is the smart thing to do. Looking at Yi Qingxuan's back as he left, Lang Xuangning wanted to say something, but could only sigh deeply. "It seems that your senior brother is no longer the innocent Yi Qingxian from back then. May I ask who here has ever killed a person and still managed to keep his original intention?" Su Shallow took Master's arm and replied, "I believe that senior brother will return one day overcoming all the difficulties." "Aha!" Lang Xuangning's cold cheeks gradually regained some color. Looking at Yi Qingxian's back as he left, there seemed to be a lot of words in her heart that she wanted to say to him, but because of the guilt in her heart towards him, it made her not know how to be able to say the words in her heart. Returning to the bamboo forest, Yi Qingxian summoned the phantom shadow thunderland beast that he had obtained in the underworld Spirit Valley, while turning it into only the size of a pet dog. As for the blood dragon's usual time was spent cultivating in its own system space, rarely coming out, and only when it was needed would it take on the appearance of its own body. The phantom lightning forest beast looked at its own body, flung its small short legs, and said with a face full of displeasure, "I say Master, you're going a bit too far. I'm at least an ancient ferocious beast, and you've turned me into this appearance. It's a bit too much to say, isn't it? Or you're more approachable in this form." Yi Qingxian said with his face as usual, "From now on, you will be the gatekeeper here, and other than those who know me, anyone who steps into this place will be driven out." The phantom shadow thunderland beast skimmed its mouth, and said in its heart, "This bogeyman, even treating this king as a watchdog, it really pisses me off. If not for the fact that I've now become his mount, I wouldn't have lowered my head to become a watchdog by any means." Li Beer ran over from the kitchen room at this time, with steaming food in her hand, and handed it over with a smile on her face. "Brother Yi, look what I made for you. This is a pastry that only I, Jisher Tang, can make, and it tastes so good."
Yi Qingxian casually glanced at the food on the table. Even though he had been abstaining from food for many years, his mortal status in his previous life still made him interested in mortal food to sacrifice his 5 viscera house. The Phantom Thunderlin beast jumped onto the table, sniffed the flavor, and also had a bit of a mouthful. Wow, I didn't think that you little girl would still be able to cook. It's really a bit of fun. This is. Li Bottle is full of doubts and looks at the Phantom Shadow Thunderlin beast, which is only the size of a palm, and then her eyes light up. Wow, a puppy dog? Brother Yi, when did you raise a puppy dog? Is it okay to give it to me? I poo. The Phantom Shadow Thunderlin beast cursed. This king is an ancient divine beast. Phantom Shadow Thunderlin beast, you little girl, just now I even complimented you for making it tastier. I didn't expect you to turn your head and not recognize the dog. Qilin. Yi Qingxian picked up a piece of pastry and placed it in his mouth, gently biting a piece. It's a manga captured in the underworld Spirit Valley, named the Phantom Shadow Thunderlin beast. Li Bottlin learned that the puppy dog is a demonic beast. Phantom Lei Lin beast was also stunned. I did not expect the puppy in front of me is killing people without spitting bones of the ancient beasts. The mighty reputation of the Phantom Shadow Thunder Lin beast was considered ranked in the entire underworld Spirit Valley, and not even a few of the top 10 powerhouses dared to come to the underworld Spirit Valley to provoke a powerhouse of this level. Moreover, in the entire eastern part of the underworld Spirit Valley, there was no one who dared to call the Phantom Thunderclap beast number 1. However, at this time, after becoming Yi Qingshuan's mount, the spectral Shadow Thunderlin beast also had a drastic change in character, and was very different from the legendary incomparable hatred of humans. It's really an ancient divine beast. Upon hearing this, Li Bailey obediently lay down on the table, her hands resting on her cheeks, and from time to time, she gently poked the Phantom Shadow Thunderlin beast's face with her finger, realizing that it was surprisingly so adorable. The sun is setting and the mountains are in the distance. Yi Qingxian sat in the Huaishui bamboo pavilion enjoying the interesting things brought by the books. In his previous life, he actually didn't like reading books. Only when he came to this world, he slowly became interested. Tethered to the shore of the lake were 2 canoes, gently bobbing in the shimmering orange water. A bright moon jutted out under the refraction of the moonlight. Li Bottle had already gone back to her room to rest. Only the Phantom Thunderlin beast was left lying on the ground eating the demonic beast it had just caught. It was a top-tier demonic beast no matter what. It still had a great interest in blood food. There was a spirit drawing formation set up by Yi Qingxian in this place, which continuously integrated the spiritual energy from 100 miles in a radius into this place, resulting in the spiritual energy for cultivation in this place being several times that of the outside world, and the cultivation was twice as effective with half the effort. Come in now that you're here, there's no need to hide. Right at this moment, Yi Qingxian, who was still reading a book and did not even have the desire to raise his head, sensed the figure outside the bamboo forest and said in a quiet voice, only to see Gu Qingru, who was disguised as a woman, striding along the verdant stone path. Underneath her stunning beauty, even the Phantom Thunderlin beast, which was lying on the ground to eat, couldn't help but raise its head. Senior's cultivation has indeed refined a lot more. It seems that it won't be long before he is able to break through to the middle stage of the Thunder Tribulation. Gu Qingrua smiled gently, and her smile seemed to possess some special magical power as if, looking at the Phantom Leyland beast, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The leaves on all the surrounding emerald bamboos swayed gently, making a rustling sound. Ever since Gu Qingrua's voice rang out, Yi Qingnan's mental power had been released at full strength, and at this moment, he was surprised to feel that within the range where his mental power could be felt, all the bamboo forests were making the same movements, shaking their bamboo leaves at the same time, as if they were mesmerized because of Qian Rinshua's smile. It's not just the bamboo forest yet, all the plants are expressing their pleasure in all different forms, except for the flowers and trees that can feel their breath and are right near them. I've heard of a smile that turns the city upside down and another smile that turns the country upside down. I didn't expect to actually see it today. Only, it's this bamboo forest that pours for you. Yi Qingxian casually placed the book in his hand on the table and glanced at the stunningly beautiful face that was almost breathtaking. Gu Qingruo's smile became even brighter. I can understand, is this a compliment from Senior? Chapter 54, The Green School. Yi Qingxian nodded and smiled, took a sip of tea and sidled over to ask, I wonder what the girl has come here for. Gu Qingrua pursed her green lips, her slender fingers tidied down the green silk hair beside her ears, and spoke warmly, Senior, on a certain day, I will return to the Tianxin sacred ground in the Western Nuga Prefecture, and I wonder when Senior will be able to travel to the Western Nuga Prefecture? After all, Yi Qingxian held the key to open the Rain Immortal Realm in his hands, and if Yi Qingxian was allowed to remain here, there was no way for them to travel to the Rain Immortal Realm at all in the future in the Tianxin Holy Land. Because of this, Gu Qingru had personally come wanting to ask Yi Qingxian when he would be able to travel to the Western Nuga Prefecture and take part in the rare opportunity to enter the immortal realm of rain in a few hundred years. Yi Qingxian narrowed his eyes and spoke indifferently, wait for when this seed steps into the realm of loose immortals. Reign of the immortal world is full of crises, West Nuga Prefecture is the sex, strong as clouds,
The original has been repeatedly depicted, the male lead into the West Nuga Prefecture, the cultivation of the lowest to the peak of the realm of the Thunder Tribulation. At present, they are only the early stage of the Thunder Tribulation, and I'm afraid that they will rashly enter it, which will bring unnecessary trouble to themselves. Gu Qingruo's expression was obviously a little lost when she heard Yi Qingshuan's reply, but it occurred to her that with senior Yi Qingshuan's talent, breaking through to the realm of loose immortals shouldn't be a difficult task. Yi Qingxian elegantly and casually picked up the teacup on the table and gently shook it before speaking. Don't worry girl, in less than 100 years, this seat will be able to travel to the Western Nuga Prefecture, and at that time, this seat will visit the Tianxian sacred ground in person. Gu Qingruo nodded, then slowly stood up and took out the Tianxian Holy Land's token from her storage ring, handing it over with both hands. Senior Yi, this is the token of my Tianxian Holy Land. With the token you will be able to travel freely in the Tianxian Holy Land, and in the future, if Senior is able to travel to the Tianxian Holy Land, Senior will definitely come to greet you personally. Yi Qingxian very naturally put the token handed over by Gu Qingruo into his storage ring, nodded his head slightly and said, good, in the future, if this seat goes to the Western Nuga Prefecture, I will definitely visit the Tianxian sacred ground in person. Gu Qingruo nodded and smiled, and after a few brief words, she turned around and left the depths of the bamboo forest. Just after leaving this place, a black mist appeared out of nowhere in front of Gu Qingruo, and under her gaze, slowly transformed into an old man dressed in a black robe. The old man half kneeled on the ground and cowed out deeply, then asked with a puzzled face, Miss, why don't you let the old slave directly kill this Yi Qingxian? The old slave's cultivation is at the late stage of Thunder Tribulation. Killing this little child at the early stage of Thunder Tribulation is more than enough. Gu Qingruo resumed her usual icy and piercing demeanor, glancing at the black-robed old man who was half kneeling on the ground, her voice silent as she asked rhetorically, if you're sure of yourself, you wouldn't have to play smart in front of me. The black-robed old man frowned slightly, but did not believe that Yi Qingxian could kill himself, even if the other party possessed a holy weapon, but as a strong man of the Tianxian Holy Land, he should not have too much of a problem killing a junior. If there was really no way to kill him, he could also utilize the jade slit passed down from his family to summon a strong person with strength up to the Thunder Tribulation Perfection realm to visit this place, and at that time, he would definitely be able to take Yi Qingshuan's head and snatch back the treasures on Yi Qingshuan's body, as well as the key that would open the immortal realm of rain. Gu Qingruo looked at the bamboo forest behind her and pursed her lips. Without my order, no one is allowed to make a move on Senior Yi Qingxian. Elder Xian, if you disobeyed my orders and rashly made a move against Senior Yi Qingxian, you should understand what the price is. The black-robed old man didn't dare to say anything, and could only sigh heavily. My subordinate understands. He had come down to the realm mainly to protect his own young lady, and now that she was no longer pursuing this matter, how could he, as a slave, rashly make an enemy of Yi Qingxian? Unbeknownst to him, the conversation between the two was heard by Yi Qingxian. As an early-stage Thunder Tribulation powerhouse, his divine sense was not even inferior to that of a Thunder Tribulation Great Perfection cultivator. As long as he was still in the territory of the Violet Sky Dynasty, no one would be able to escape the scanning of his divine sense. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back and looked at the sparkling lake in front of him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Tianxian Holy Land. He, if you make a move, this seat doesn't mind letting this Holy Land completely disappear in the Western Nuga Prefecture. The following morning, the golden cockerel was in the air. Yi Qingxian, who had ended his cultivation, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a wisp of scarlet hot turbid qi from his mouth, and then he immediately condensed the fateful qi that had coalesced around his body into crystals, so that he could prepare for the future in case he needed it. Li Bir in her emerald green dress had by now walked out of the room and stretched deeply under the sun. The consecutive night's cultivation, coupled with the pills Yi Qingxian had given her, allowed her cultivation to break through from the original early stage of Jiadan to the middle stage of Jiadan. Li Bailey turned her head with a smile on her face and looked towards the bamboo house not far away, then picked up the bamboo loo at the doorway and ran in the direction of the mountaintop, ready to take advantage of the early morning hours to pick some more herbs back. After all, she was a physician, and this habit of herbal medicine had long been engraved into her bone marrow, and now, even if she came to the territory of the Purple Heavenly Kingdom, she would not forget the habit of going up to the mountains every day to collect medicines. Yi Qingxian patted the head of the phantom shadow thunderlin beast beside him and ordered, the demonic beasts in the back of the mountain is full of demonic beasts, go and take care of Li Bailey, and if you need a high-level demonic beast directly kill it. The still sleeping phantom shadow thunderlin beast reluctantly climbed up, rubbed its fuzzy sleepy eyes, and, at Yi Qingshuan's command, ran in the direction of the back of the mountain and flew away. Yi Qingxian, on the other hand, began to run through the memories of his previous life. In 100 years, his own memories had long been confused beyond recognition, and he simply couldn't remember where the chances of dispersing the plot of his previous life were. However, vaguely, he was still able to recall the main plot in his memory. According to the fact that after the matter of the underworld Spirit Valley was over, the male protagonist was supposed to be heading to the Qingyun Academy in the Eastern Ridge Southern Prefecture to study. And in the Qingyun Academy as the top academy in the Eastern Ridge Southern State, there were as many strong people within the gate, from all the major clans, and it was even said that there were some family disciples from the Western Nuga State. Among them, if I'm not mistaken, there is a childhood friend of the male lead in the Qingyun Academy, the first female protagonist in this book, the girl who follows the male lead Shunan. It was during this period that the male lead obtained the map remnants from the auction, the two worn-out remnants that Yi Qingxian had gotten. It seems like we really need to make another trip to the central state sometime. Yi Qingxian shrugged his shoulders and looked at the breaking chi crystals suspended in front of him, exhaled a deep breath of hot air and murmured, just in time, going on a trip to the Qingyun Academy, and on the way, I'll also be able to condense all the breaking chi in my body into crystals. Chapter 55, Nice temperament, but unfortunately the strength is much worse. After Yi Qingxian had decided to travel to the central state and told Li Bailey about this matter, Li Bailey did not say anything. After all, she was already used to living on her own, and even though Yi Qingxian had brought her here, Li Bailey understood in her heart that cultivation still needed to rely on herself. Plus, with the presence of the phantom lightning Lin beast, it was naturally able to protect him safely. After Yi Qingxian had explained things, he took out the pills from his storage ring and placed them on the table, and instructed Li Bailey to take one every day, and in half a month's time he should be able to break through to the late stage of the Jidon stage, and by the time he came back, breaking through to the Yuanying stage shouldn't be difficult. Li Beer's large black grape-like watery eyes were full of doubts, but she did not bother to ask Yi Qingxian, she just silently escorted the other party out of the bamboo forest. The Qingyun Academy was located in the southeastern part of the central state, which was called the Ruins of the Chaotic Souls, simply because here, because of the special terrain, it had almost become the most chaotic area in the entire continent. Countless fleeing powerhouses from various countries have landed here and built the most barbaric rules. There is no legal constraints in the Chaotic Soul Ruins, there is only one law, the law of the jungle. In other words, it is the law of the jungle. The weak have no right to survive here. Only the strong could survive in this place, even a strong person in the Mahayana realm could indirectly cause himself to be killed due to his own recklessness. This kind of situation also happened quite often, and it was not strange to see even the strongest people of a city being killed. After traveling around for half a month, he finally arrived at the infamous Chaotic Soul Ruins in the northwest continent. Yi Qingxian, who had just arrived at the Chaotic Soul Ruins, was also able to smell the bloody odor coming from the air, and was even not able to see several parties fighting in a firefight in the depths of the forest. The battle was extremely grueling, and the raw chopping off of heads was simply horrific. However, in a haunted place like the Ruins of the Chaotic Souls, this kind of situation was more than normal, and even if the other party did not look at you favorably, they might directly kill you. Purple Heaven Dynasty and the Chaotic Soul Market, the interval distance is extremely vast. During the period to pass through several small countries to reach the edge of the Chaotic Soul Market, this kind of distance, if people walk or ride a carriage, if there is not a dozen years, I'm afraid it is really can't get to the destination. However, as Yi Qingxian, who was at the Thunder Tribulation realm, was not tight, it only took half a month, which was enough to show how terrifying the strength of a Thunder Tribulation realm powerhouse was like that. At this time, Yi Qingxian had already entered one of the most dangerous regions of the Chaotic Soul Ruins, the Chaotic Soul Great Plains. The Chaotic Soul Great Plain is a vast desert. This place is deserted and uninhabited. There are few human beings living here, only the passing traders will choose to venture into the Chaotic Soul Great Plain because of the rich resources here. But if we hit a dust storm, it's a nightmare for that group of traders. A sandstorm was a special tornado, and once it formed, the entire Great Plains would be covered by the tornado in a matter of moments, and most of the strongest people would fall due to the terrifying storm. The energy within the storm was extremely violent, and wherever it passed, the air became distorted, and countless yellow sands and boulders were lifted up by the storm. Yi Qingxian, who was sitting on top of the sword, could not help but raise his head and gaze at the storm energy that was spreading out in front of him, and he also came to be interested. Within the black storm, two figures could be vaguely seen weaving in and out of it, a strange red glow looming, causing the surrounding sandstorm to appear even more eerie. Don't kill me, I really don't know, I'm just an artifact refiner, as long as you don't kill me, I'll refine a magic treasure for you, okay? A special soul body anxiously ran forward, a hint of fear flickering in its eyes. Jia, no matter how brilliant and infinite you were in your life, as long as you become a soul body, you are our thing. Gird your loins, perhaps for the sake of the past, I can spare you from death. In the darkness, a creepy laughter suddenly rang out, and then a black chain violently shot out from the darkness, as if it was a black snake, extremely flexible and wrapped around the white soul body. The sharp chains directly penetrated the latter's body without warning and withdrew back with force, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wry smile. Jia, what an interesting kid, we have always been discredited, the reason why we cooperate with you is mainly because of your soul body. Jia, bind your hands, or else this clan will shatter your soul. With a miserable scream, the soul of this strong person was trapped hard, and it was even more so that the power was crazily absorbed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black-robed man turned to look at the warboat that was flying leisurely, his brows locked together as the iron chain in his hand gently smashed on the ground, emitting a crisp collision sound. What a special aura! Should not be a soul body. The black-robed man raised his head and looked at Yi Qingxian, who was coming slowly. He could not help but smack his lips, turning around just as he was about to leave. A strong wind was blasting at his feet. There was a loud boom.
This black-robed man subconsciously stopped and turned around to stare indifferently at Yi Qingxian. Your Excellency, don't mind your own business, or else, you won't be able to leave this place alive today. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back and said with a smile on his face, so it's the forces of the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture. I didn't realize that you fellows capturing souls had already come to the Eastern Ridge Southern Prefecture? The black-robed man narrowed his eyes and said, Your Excellency, I advise you that it would be best to stay out of our affairs, or else you should understand that offending our Underworld Fury Hall is not a wise choice. Although our Underworld Fiend Hall is best at dealing with soul bodies, we can also break your physical body and bring your soul back. The protector of the Underworld Fiend Hall coldly threatened. He came to the chaotic soul ruins with the main purpose of hunting down this refiner's soul that had fled to this place from the Eastern Victory Divine State, and now he thought that things had been accomplished. But who would have thought that a Chang Bai Jin would be killed halfway? This person of mine, I like to see the road. The Underworld Fiend Hall has been something that this clan has wanted to see since many years ago. Today let this clan see if you have the desire to let me fight on. Rampant. The protector of the Underworld Fiend Hall also didn't expect this kid to be so rampant. Since this is the case, then today, we will decapitate his physical body and bring his soul back to suffer the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing through his heart. The sharp chains pierced through the void and smashed straight towards Lin Che's chest, and if an ordinary Mahayana realm powerhouse had seen this scene, they would have been left trembling in fear. While Yi Qingxuan's figure turned, his right hand quickly grabbed on top of the chain, confronting this Underworld Fiend Hall powerhouse. The aura is not bad, it's just a pity that the strength is much worse. Chapter 56, The Strong Man of the Stygian Temple. The protector of the Underworld Fiend Hall's face reddened as he gripped the iron chain in his hand, his gaze cold and changeless as he said, Kid, there's a bit of a bottom, except that it's not a clear-cut move for you to offend the Underworld Fiend Hall. Noisy. Yi Qingxian snorted out coldly, and then his eyes brimmed with light, and the immortal sword underneath him was like a silver dragon as it shot steeply and violently towards the Underworld Fiend Hall protector underneath him. The face of the protector of the Underworld Fiend Hall suddenly changed as he tried to draw back his chain, but he found that the other end of his chain seemed to be trapped by some kind of force. No matter how much strength he used, he was unable to draw it back. Seeing this, the protector of the Underworld Fiend Hall could only be forced to give up his own chain, and immediately his dry hands danced rapidly in front of his chest, and in a flash, a 2-meter-long black scythe appeared in front of him out of thin air. There was a crunching sound. The moment the immortal sword touched the black scythe, a crisp ringing sound was emitted. The latter's body also unconsciously took half a step backwards, and in his pitch-black eyes, gusts of astonishment were reflected, somewhat disbelieving how this early-stage Thunder Tribulation cultivator had shaken himself back. The protector of the Underworld Fiend Hall swung the scythe in his hand with great force, shocking Yi Qingxuan's immortal sword back and then jumped up violently, suspending himself in midair while the black mist continued to spread out towards the surroundings as if it was a shocking wave. You're pissing me off. The protector of the Underworld Fiend Hall stared at his copperbell eyes, his dry hands gripped the scythe with force, and then a steady stream of his own spiritual energy was injected into the scythe, and it was swung out with force towards Yi Qingxuan's position. The blood-red half-moon-shaped airwave was like a tiger roaring to the sky, and the black smoke that covered the sky was like a 100-meter-high sea wave that greeted it. Yi Qingxian laughed cheerfully. Interesting, worthy of being a strong person of the Underworld Fiend Hall, it really lives up to its name. It's just a pity that your strength is still a lot worse yet. Rampant. Yi Qingxian put away his immortal sword and took out the Saint-grade blood soul gun from his storage ring, and with his natural swing forward, the power that burst out instantly impacted on that half-moon formation of chi crashing into it. There was a loud boom. The entire plane instantly rolled up a 100 meters high giant sandstorm. Released energy is like a shocking wave constantly spreading out in all directions. Wherever they passed, the air became distorted. The protector of the Underworld Fiend Hall stared at his copper bell eyes, unable to believe that he would lose today to a child at the early stage of the district's Thunder Tribulation. Impossible, why would I, a late-stage Thunder Tribulation stage, lose in your hands? Yi Qingxian did not speak nonsense. He once again swung out a chi energy. This time it was even faster than the previous one, and in almost an instant, it had appeared in front of this protector. Pust. Taking a solid hit, black blood spurted out, and the whole person appeared to be in an extraordinary state of distress and discomfort. However, Yi Qingxuan's movements did not stop, once again condensing an even more terrifying energy, even indirectly tearing apart the barriers in the void. The acumen he had acquired over the years directly drove his body to fall backward frantically in a lightning-like manner. Just before the protector of the Underworld Fiend Hall could stop his footsteps, the space in front of him suddenly distorted at an extremely high speed, and a ghostly figure silently appeared in this place. The blood-red lance in his hand brought up an aura that chilled his skin as it chopped down angrily. As expected of a battle-hardened Underworld Fiend Hall powerhouse, he immediately sidestepped and dodged, and although he didn't hit, it still caused a tearing pain to come from his cheek. Seeing the other party's attack fall through, this protector did not dare to be slow. His figure retreated backwards at great speed. Some fear could not help but surface in his heart, making him also did not expect this person to be so terrifying. If he hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid that his body would have been split in two by Yi Qingxuan's blood soul gun.
Iron Protector's face was gloomy, and a jade tablet was actually condensed in his hand while he muttered, "This kid's speed is surprisingly faster than mine, and his gunshi is even capable of posing a threat to my body. It seems that we can only call out to the other guardians of this place, or else, we will really have to explain ourselves here today." Cold sweat surfaced. The Iron Protector was also a bit annoyed. His own Hall of Underworld Fiend Hall Protector strong man, today was actually forced by a brat to such a field. If he was able to capture Yi Qingxuan's soul, he must be made to taste the pain of 10,000 ants devouring his heart. Just as Protector Iron was about to crush the jade piece, he suddenly felt a coldness in his right hand, and when he looked at it again, he realized that his arm had been chopped off. The Iron Protector's pupils suddenly narrowed, and although he didn't show an expression of excruciating pain, he was also incomparably furious, and immediately let out a scolding cry, "Kid, you're looking for death." Yi Qingxian stepped on the void with one hand behind his back, while his right hand was holding the wine gourd, taking a few sips every now and then. The blood soul gun suspended beside him was also emitting a crisp buzzing sound at this moment, as if it had already resisted the urge to exterminate this old fellow. The Iron Protector's pupils suddenly narrowed, and immediately, as his figure turned, a brand new chain was piercing through the void, shooting steeply and explosively from all directions. Yi Qingxian sneered, "Stubbornness, behead." The simple word chop was like a lion's roar that shattered the chains in front of him. Not only that, the cold sword chi under Yi Qingxuan's control converged from all directions without warning. Feeling the stabbing pain brought around his body, the Iron Protector was also not going to continue to hide his strength, or else he would really be killed today. "Kid, today you shouldn't provoke this seat. After this father captures you, I will definitely make you suffer the pain of 10,000 ants devouring your heart, so that you won't be able to transcend your life for eternity." The Iron Protector smiled morosely, the black aura above his fingers flashed, and then he violently pointed at the void, only to see black skeletons surging out from all around the Demon Protector's body. Not only that, but countless black chains completely blocked off the area in all directions, as if they did not want to let this fellow, Lin Che, leave this place alive. The mournful hissing gave people a feeling of their eardrums being shattered. If it was a different Thunder Tribulation Realm powerhouse, it was estimated that none of them would have been able to withstand this shocking wave of air. The Iron Protector didn't hold back, and directly took out the soul of the refiner he had just captured, and said with a face full of moroseness, "I didn't want to use the trick, only that you managed to anger this seat, and this seat will definitely make you beg for your life and beg for your death. Get thee out of here. Spirits and demons, sprites and demons." When the illusory human head gradually swelled to about 3 or 4 feet, a sinister and cruel laughter suddenly resounded through the sky. Violent ghastly winds swept in from all directions, and a strong sense of oppression burst out, also causing this plane to tremble. Chapter 57, Dongling City, Ghost King Sect. A hideous smile resounded in the sky, as the entire heaven and earth changed color under the full force of the late-stage Thunder Tribulation powerhouse, while at the same time the huge human-faced skeleton came from a distance in a shocking manner. Yi Qingxian showed disdain and his expression was as usual, then he raised the blood soul gun in his hand high up, like a javelin bursting towards the skeleton in front of him. Perhaps because the energy was too strong, coupled with the energy of the Saint-grade weapon, it only took an instant to instantly blow up the void on both sides, and under the strong shockwave, the skeletons in the sky were almost like paper mache, instantly turning into ashes and disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, the Iron Protector's face changed drastically and turned around, wanting to run away. However, Yi Qingxian would not let the tiger return to the mountain, and immediately chased after him, grabbing the Iron Protector's neck and lifting the other party straight up. Iron Protector's face was green with iron. He was even threatening when he was at the end of his life. "Little boy, if you kill me, the Underworld Fiend Hall won't let you go, and at that time, not to mention you, even your family members will have to become dry bones in the mound. What I hate the most is threats." Yi Qingxian snorted coldly. From the beginning to the end, he was full of hostility towards the Underworld Fiend Hall, and now that he had found an opportunity, he naturally couldn't let the other party leave unharmed like this. With the sudden force of Yi Qingxuan's right hand, the Iron Protector in front of him instantly burst into flames, and along with the soul in his body, he also turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Yi Qingxian picked up the other party's storage ring and quickly left the place without looking back, as if he had never appeared here. Around half an hour after he had left, 2 Thunder Tribulation powerhouses with the same black robes appeared out of thin air. Looking at the devastated battlefield, both of their expressions were extraordinarily ugly. The Iron Protector is actually dead. Looking at the chi energy left behind on the ground, the other party should have killed him in a single blow, and the person who was able to decapitate the Iron Protector's strength is almost above the Thunder Tribulation perfection, or even higher. One of the peak Thunderjack cultivators crouched down and picked up the jade piece left behind by the Iron Protector, his gaze grimacing as he said, "Whoever it is that kills my Underworld Fury Hall Protector should be executed. Go and investigate. This seat would like to see who has eaten bear heart and leopard guts and dares to put a hit on our Underworld Fiend Hall Protector. I will definitely thwart him." "Yes." Yi Qingxian, who had left, did not immediately head to the Qingyun Academy, but instead came to a city. This was also the place where the protagonist had obtained the map fragment. Whether it was here or not, at the moment Yi Qingxian was not sure. "But since I'm here, since I also don't want to return empty-handed, As for the location of the auction, it was the northwestern part of the chaotic soul ruins, and there was a city here called Dongling City, which was as strong as the clouds, and most of the chaotic soul ruins powerhouses would almost always choose to purchase supplies here. Among them, the area of Dongling City was the bottom of the Ghost King sect within the chaotic soul ruins. Not only that, as a realm under the control of the Ghost King sect, there were quite a lot of traders in Dongling City, where there were no rules. Some people even spoiled good women in public, and this kind of thing was a common occurrence in Dongling City, and the people around them were not surprised anymore. Even if they were to trash a woman in the street, then no one would stop them. Of course, the premise is that you'd better pick the right person when you're spoiling, otherwise I'm afraid the end will be quite miserable. In the ruins of chaotic souls, women may sometimes be more terrifying than men for one reason: they survive here not only by virtue of their beauty. Hands-on killings have long since become routine, and many people die at the hands of women every day, something that has long since been seen. In his eyes, all people's lives were as cheap as ants. As long as they annoyed him, he would directly kill them. Women are even insulted in the street, something that has long been a common occurrence. Ghost King Clan Auction. One of the auction houses in the chaotic soul ruins, the Ghost King sect was also considered a top auction house, and second only to the Linglong sect's auctions, only that the things auctioned between the two were indeed a bit worse. Both sides of the street were filled with vendors, some selling weapons while others were selling some healing items. In the entirety of the chaotic soul ruins, the audience for this kind of thing was also extremely broad, and it wasn't too much of a stretch to expect it to be used on site. The strong people on the streets were also heading towards the auction where the Ghost King sect was located, and among them, there was no lack of return to void and transformation of god powerhouses, so it could be imagined that the people who could come here were invariably existences at the Yuaning stage or above. If there were only Jidan or Foundation establishment, it would be easy to become a target for others to kill. At the same time, the outside of the Ghost King sect was on alert. Dozens of men dressed in black power suits were patrolling the surrounding area. They wore sharp weapons on their waists, and their eagle-like sharp gazes constantly swept through the stream of people going back and forth into it. As long as someone dared to cause trouble here, then, they would directly strike out to wipe them out, not giving that person any chance to beg for mercy. Not only that, the auction in Dongling City had even taken out Jiedan as a gatekeeper. Such a large sum of money was really uncommon in the chaotic soul ruins. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back, his eyes glanced at the Jiedan realm cultivator in front of him, then he looked at the street not far away, only to see that a group of people were walking over in this direction, and at the head of them was a young man from the goddess of transformation realm. The young man was dressed in a blood-red robe, his hair and those eerie cheeks were pale, and his entire person also looked extraordinarily murderous. Isn't this someone from the Corpsine sect? Wasn't it said that the Corpsine sect and the Ghost King sect don't have a good relationship? Why are they here? Yeah, I heard that the Ghost King sect's patriarch was almost fighting with the Corpsine sect's patriarch, so I didn't think that they would still dare to come. Stop it, and watch out for losing your life if you say anything else. You guys don't know right. Corpsine sect's patriarch is a strong person in the top 5 of the Thunderbolt stage realm. Although the Ghost King sect's strength is also in the Thunderbolt stage, it's still a lot worse than the others. If the Ghost King sect doesn't want to be annihilated, they can't move this Corpsine sect's young patriarch, or else, the Dongling City will surely be washed in blood. The voices around them murmured, but none of them dared to speak up, because here, death didn't care about you. And this man was the young master of the Corpsine sect, Lu Crow. Lu Crow's gaze could not help but shift to Yi Qingxuan's body, because the technique they practiced was too cold and gloomy, and they were naturally extremely sensitive to the blood-devouring aura, thus they also sensed that something was wrong. Seemingly tugged, the Corpsine sect's young lord could not help but frown slightly. Just then, a woman staggered out of the liquor store and was suddenly accompanied by something and fell heavily to the ground, just in time to pour the wine pot in her hand onto the top of Lu Crow's shoes. At this moment, the woman lying on the ground was instantly frightened and trembling, and her wine directly woke up. Chapter 58, The Auction Begins. The Corpsine sect's young master, Lu Crow, lowered his head to look at the woman underneath him, revealing an oozing smile. It's okay, don't make any mistakes in your next life. At the same time when he said this, one of the men behind him ran over, grabbed the woman's hair, and walked towards the alley, letting the woman beg for mercy. Lu Crow was not moved. Eventually, after a scream, the woman managed to send herself to the initiate realm as well. Lu Crow coldly snorted in disdain, striding into the auction in Dongling City. The people around them are not surprised anymore. They continue to set up their stalls and sell their own things. If someone messes up, then they will just kill them and take all the other person's money away from them. It can be said to be a lot of money for little effort. Yi Qingxian couldn't see any semblance of expression on his face when he saw what was happening. That's the rule here. There's no point in generating pity for the other person's weakness, because you just don't know if that person will bully the weak. Walking into the hall, Yi Qingxian showed his funds. The latter naturally arranged for Yi Qingxian to be auctioned on the second floor. After seeing it, there were not many people who could have tens of thousands of spirit stones, so naturally, they had to be treated as VIPs. The people who came to the auction this time were all powerful people from top-tier forces, most of which came from forces within the chaotic soul ruins. There were noisy voices everywhere around, and everyone was guessing what good things were in this auction.
But the most important thing was the last finale lot, and that was what they had in mind. Get it anyway. Lu Crow's gaze at this moment rested on Yi Qingxian, who was dressed in black robes, and then he half smiled and said, I didn't expect him to come as well. The Mahayana realm elder beside him asked curiously, young patriarch, do you recognize this fellow? Not recognizable. Lu Crow toyed with the dagger in his hand and let out a cold laugh, but this person does give me the feeling of being a bit timid. Upon hearing this elder also could not help but shift his gaze to Yi Qingxian, but under his soul probing, he found that this person's body was covered in a foggy haze, and he could not see clearly what exactly he looked like. However, the fact that the young patriarch was able to have such a feeling was an indication that both of these people should not be weak, it was just that he didn't know which side was the strongest. Lu Crow didn't care. In order to get the next treasure, they had made all the preparations. No matter who got the last treasure today, they wouldn't want to leave Dongling City alive. Lu Crow, who thought of this unkindly, smiled, as if he had already fantasized about the picture of his impending success. I don't know how long had passed, but many strong people came to the auction one after another, and most of them were strong at the God transformation realm, and there was no aura above the return to void scene. It seems that this auction does not allow strong people above the void returning realm to participate, otherwise the group of forces of the old man could not just let it go. Right at this moment, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed, and a clear bell chime slowly sounded within the venue. Hearing this bell chime, everyone knew that the auction was about to begin. On the sparkling crystal stage, a white-haired old man, already smiling, stood on it. The old man's gaze was cloudy and unclear, and his wrinkled cheeks emphasized his vicissitudes, but the more he did so, the more different the feeling he gave off. Welcome to the Ghost King Sect auction. I am the auctioneer. Our Ghost King Sect is also a top power with a rising reputation throughout the chaotic soul ruins. This auction is about to begin. I hope that all of you will be a little bit calm and do not appear to raise the price at random. Otherwise our Ghost King clan will send you home in a very cruel way. A simple sentence was what drew everyone's jaws to the ground, but no one dared to say a word because they all knew in their hearts that the Ghost King Sect's people could never talk to them about the simplicity of talking. If they dared to raise the price haphazardly, they would inevitably suffer unprecedented extermination, and it was even possible to say that the 9 clans would be executed. The old man looked at the auction that had fallen silent, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc. What he wanted was this result, to let that group of guys with evil intentions know the consequences of messing up in the Ghost King Sect. Spinning around, he lightly clapped his hands and said aloud, I declare that the Dongling City auction now begins. The auctioneer's right hand gently tapped, and the auction table on top of the crystal platform also protruded out, on which a weapon made of special material was placed. The weapon was azure blue in color, shooting out a cold luster under the illumination of the light, and looking at the traces of energy flowing from the body of the sword, it was obvious that this was a weapon that had been carefully forged by a famous master with the inner dan of a demonic beast. The auctioneer surveyed the wolf-like eyes around him, a happy smile spreading on his face. This was the feeling he wanted, to let everyone see clearly what made this weapon so special. This is the only way to make a favorite buy it even if they empty their pockets. The old man shrugged his shoulders, pointed at the weapon on the crystal stage, and smiled brightly. Everyone, please put away your saliva, it's not good to dirty the sofa. This sword named Frost Sword is cold iron casting, and on its perfect inlaid a G-Dan realm of demonic beasts inner Dan. If the cultivation of water attribute and ice attribute of the person holding it since against the enemy, the strength will be greatly increased by several times. The starting price is 100 lower grade spirit stones. Please make yourselves at home. Looking at this weapon, Yi Qingxian did not have much desire for it. For himself, this kind of thing was not very useful. Besides, it only had the inner dan of a Jid on stage demonic beast, and it was only about a spirit low-grade weapon when it was brought into play. This was really not usable for Yi Qingxian, who possessed a saint-grade weapon. In the end, this weapon was purchased by a Yuaning stage cultivator for 300 lower-grade spirit stones, and the rest of the powerhouses did not make any moves, obviously not interested in this weapon. The next things were all broken brass and iron, basically armor, weapons, techniques, and elixirs, none of which were of high enough quality to raise any interest at all. In the early part of the auction, there were no strange objects that detonated the atmosphere too much, and those bidding were all below the level of transformation spirit, with the rest of the people waiting for the next lot. For them, it's more about what comes next. Yi Qingxian ate a mouthful of sweet jujubes and squinted his eyes as he prepared for the most important auction. As for the grand finale lot, he wasn't interested in it. The only thing that could make him willing to spend money to make the purchase was the map fragment. The corpsing sect's young patriarch, Lu Crow, licked the chill from the tip of his blade and narrowed his eyes. Too slow, really too slow. The next auction was slightly strange, and even we didn't figure out what it did. Chapter 59 Ground Level Technique, Phantom Shadow Wind Skill. Said here, this old man smoothly picked up a broken remnant map on the table. When the moment of seeing the remnants of the map, all people have cast a contemptuous gaze, thought it was something good. It is a broken rag, not useful at all. What is this crap? It's not as clean as my milkfoot rub. Yeah, wiping our asses and putting it up for auction. Are you treating us like we're 3 years old? Hurry up and take it down, it's too buried. This auctioneer was also slightly embarrassed, and he was kind of blushing at being spoken to like this. However, as an auctioneer, He couldn't give up on this and opened his mouth to remind, "This is a fragment with a secret. Based on the lines on it, we can see that it should be part of an ancient map, and it can help us find the secret place. If you want to get the words, hurry up and raise the price, so as not to miss the good opportunity to fight Donkey Cart into a carriageo. The starting price is 100 lower grade spirit stones." The surrounding people have waved their hands, no longer raise the price, for them even a treasure map has no chance to get together, so it is better not to it. Yi Qingxian slowly opened his eyes, and when he looked at the map fragment in front of him, he knew that this was what he wanted. It seems that the protagonist's main line hit the offset when he left the Valley of the Underworld Spirit, or else he wouldn't have been able to pass up the opportunity to do this auction. Yi Qingxian raised the auction card beside him and spoke indifferently, 150 lower grade spirit stones. Seeing that someone would actually auction off a rag, the strongest people in the arena also mocked, "What a little cutie." It happens every year, but this year it's especially abundant. The young master of the Corpsine sect, Lu Crow, raised his head eerily and eyed Yi Qingxuan's position, then shifted his gaze to the fragment of the map underneath him, muttering in his heart, "It seems that this fragment of the remnant map should not be an ordinary rag." Thinking of this, Lu Crow decided to shoot back to test the waters. If he could really find some mysteries from it, then the several hundred or so lower grade spirit stones would be worth it. 300 lower grade spirit stones. The moment Lu Crow opened his mouth, an uproar once again resounded in the arena, and then the crowd's stunned gazes shifted in unison to Lu Crow's body. Is this guy crazy to bid 300 lower grade spirit stones? Although this amount of money was a drop in the bucket for this group of strong men of theirs, no one was an idiot, much less spending 300 lower grade spirit stones to buy a rag. Even the Corpsine sect elder couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he stared. "Young patriarch, isn't this price a bit too high? Spending a few hundred lower grade spirit stones to buy a rag isn't really worth it. Do I have to ask for your advice on what this young master likes?" Lu Crow glared at the old guy beside him with a face full of disdain. If it wasn't for the fact that this old guy was his own personal guard, he would have already given him a whole lot of death. The Mahayana elders beside him could only silently lower their heads when they saw this. Whoever called the person in front of them was the precious son of the sovereign lord. The Corpsine sect patriarch had only one son in total, and it was also the child he cared about the most. If something happened to him, I'm afraid that the entire powerhouse of Dongling City would have to be buried with him. 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Yi Qingxian raised the price again. A middle-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 lower-grade spirit stones, and now Yi Qingxian had directly raised the price to 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, Lu Crow's face became instantly gloomy, immediately looking towards Yi Qingxuan's position, as if he wanted to see clearly why Yi Qingxian was auctioning off this worn-out fragment of the remnant map. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to give up, Lu Crow was firm in his mind that this fragment of the remnant map must have an ulterior secret. Thinking of this, Lu Crow resolutely and directly opened his mouth. "I'll offer 30 medium-grade spirit stones." When the crowd that heard this sentence once again boiled up, they didn't expect Lu Crow to be willing to spend 30 medium-grade spirit stones to buy a broken rag. This guy has no place to spend his money, right? Yi Qingxian slowly stood up and directly took out a top-grade spirit stone and said, "I will offer 1 top-grade spirit stone." The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Once again, the crowd in the arena was shocked in their hearts. They couldn't believe that Yi Qingxian was willing to take out top-grade spirit stones to buy the map fragments. Was this crazy? Not to mention whether it was true or not. Even if it was true, without putting together the other map fragments, it was a piece of scrap paper. What was the point of having it? However, Yi Qingxian didn't care. Inside the absolute yes, he didn't kill and seize the treasure like the male protagonist. Instead, he directly utilized the spirit stones on his body to suppress it. Unless this Corpsine sect's young patriarch wanted to snatch it at any cost. As expected, seeing Yi Qingxian this is not too lift, in all the killing intent, but now is not the time to do it, can only put this fire gas pressure in the heart, and so on after this auction is over, we'll make sure that this guy stays here forever. Lu Crow said with a teasing smile, "Fellow Taoist is really rich and generous. In that case, this fragment of the remnant map will be yours." Yi Qingxian did not say anything and directly chose to ignore the Lu Crow in front of him. Lu Crow was infuriated. If it wasn't for the fact that fighting wasn't allowed in the auction house, he would have made Yi Qingxian pay for whatever he said right now. Next up for auction is the Phantom Shadow Illusion Wind Skill, Grade, Earth Order Technique. This technique is an Earth Stage technique, and the practitioner can summon the power of the Phantom Shadow when casting the technique, and his or her own actions are as elusive as a phantom wind, and can also create multiple phantoms to confuse the enemy. Whether it is used for surprise attacks, dodging or trapping enemies are extremely effective, and with deeper cultivation, the Phantom Shadow can carry wind blades to injure people, and its power should not be underestimated. As he spoke, a special scroll appeared on top of the crystal stage, and as the auctioneer's voice fell, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, their eyes showing shock. Earth rank fighting skill. I didn't expect that someone would be willing to take out an Earth rank fighting skill for auction. It's really a waste. Yi Qingxian leaned on his jaw with one hand, squinting his eyes as he looked at the Earth rank technique Phantom Shadow Illusory Wind technique in the field. If he took it back, it would be a good choice to give it to Li Bailey. Most of the things that are auctioned here are things that are not allowed to see the light of day,
and some of these precious treasures also come from large clans. Those guys don't dare to cultivate, so they can only bring them out for auction. Earth rank fighting techniques were indeed precious, except that compared to life was obviously more important. There are many feats, but there's only one life left. With the appearance of the Shadow Phantom Wind skill, the atmosphere of the auction house is to enter the hottest climax time. Those in front of the big forces also finally began to make countless people dumbfounded, bare shoulders, red face bidding. This merit law is old man's. Please give me face. If anyone is able to give it to me, our Green Cloud sect will owe you a favor. Chapter 60, A Fierce Auction. However, the bold words of the Green Cloud sect did not scare off the crowd, but instead filled the surrounding powerhouses with disdain. Green Cloud sect? But it is just a garbage clan. Still really think that it can scare the strong people in the field. Really do not know the sky and the earth. Humph. So what if it's the Green Cloud sect, who doesn't want this earth rank technique? I'll offer 5,000 lower grade spirit stones. A middle-aged man dressed as a casual cultivator was the first to bid, his eyes full of blazing heat, not giving the Qingyan sect powerhouse a chance to react at all. 5,500 lower grade spirit stones. The family head of another family was also not willing to show weakness. He was well aware that if this technique could be acquired by the family's children, the family's strength would definitely increase greatly. Yi Qingxian remained calmly seated there and did not rush through the auction, instead letting this group of cultivators get involved first, and then continue with his own bidding later. 6,000 lower grade spirit stones. The elder of the Devil Dao sect shouted eerily. His sect specialized in assassination and surprise attacks, and this phantom shadow illusory wind technique was simply tailor-made for them. At this moment, the atmosphere in the auction house was tense to the extreme, with all the forces at odds with each other, and the price soaring all the way up. 8,000 lower grade spirit stones. The disciple from the Green Cloud sect raised the price again with a hint of trembling in his voice. This price was on the verge of exceeding the limit of their sect's budget this time. However, the phantom shadow illusory wind technique was very suitable for the cultivation of their Qingyan sect's strongest members, so it was naturally impossible for them to give up on it. Just when the crowd thought that the Green Cloud sect was about to get their hands on it, a cool voice rang out, 100 medium-grade spirit stones. This offer instantly silenced the entire room, and the crowd turned their heads to look at the person who had voiced it. One could only see a woman dressed in white. Her face was stunningly beautiful, yet she had an icy aura. She was the heir of the Ice Spirit Palace. Ice Spirit Palace in the Jianghu, although the reputation is not obvious, but the strength should not be underestimated. Its palace has a lot of unique cultivation method, and this Shadow Phantom Wind skill may be able to corroborate each other. The disciples of the Green Cloud sect were in a difficult situation. They had the intention to continue to raise the price, but the spirit stone reserves in the sect were really limited. Friend of the Ice Spirit Palace, this technique is extremely important to my Green Cloud sect. I hope you can cut me some slack. The Green Cloud sect disciple tried to persuade. The woman in white, however, was unmoved, leaning on her jaw with one hand as she coldly replied, each one bids according to their abilities, no need to say much. 120 medium-grade spirit stones. The Qingyan school strong man saw that the other party did not give himself this chance at all. Today, clenching his fists and clenching his teeth, he raised the price again. 150 medium-grade spirit stones. The woman in white responded without hesitation. Both sides went back and forth, and the price quickly broke through 150 medium-grade spirit stones. At this point, the Green Cloud sect was already a bit overwhelmed, while the woman from the Ice Spirit Palace seemed to still have some strength left. 200 medium-grade spirit stones. Beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the disciples of the Green Cloud sect. This price had already put their sect under tremendous pressure. Although their sect's spirit stones were not in the minority, they were all disciples of the sect, not even elders, and didn't carry many spirit stones on their bodies, so if they spent all of them on purchasing feats, it was obviously a bit of a lose-lose situation. If I knew that, I should have asked for some more spirit stones from the elders or the patriarch when I first came here. The white-clothed woman frowned slightly, seemingly also hesitating to continue raising the price, and right at that moment, Lu Crow, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, 350 medium-grade spirit stones. His move was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, and the crowd looked at him in shock, their eyes filled with a look of shock. However, Lu Crow had a teasing face. He didn't really want this technique, he just wanted to mess up the bidding, so that all the forces would fight each other, so that he could reap the benefits. The disciples of the Green Cloud sect and the female children of the Ice Spirit Palace all glared angrily at Lu Crow, but Lu Crow didn't care at all. Lu Crow, what do you mean by this? Your Corpsine sect doesn't need this technique, so why are you sticking your nose in? The Green Cloud sect disciple angrily questioned. I see this bidding is interesting and couldn't help but make a scene. Why, do you guys have a problem with it? Yi Qingxian laughed coldly in his heart. He saw through Lu Crow's intentions. He decided not to wait any longer and slowly raised the sign in his hand, 400 medium-grade spirit stones. This offer once again shocked the entire room, and the crowd did not expect Yi Qingxian to suddenly raise the price at this moment. Lu Crow was also slightly stunned as he looked towards Yi Qingxian. A hint of haze flashed in his eyes while his right hand subconsciously gripped the dagger at his waist, itching to kill this fellow right here. You brat, you're really persistent. First that map fragment, and now this technique. Just how many spirit stones do you have?
Lu Crow said conspiratorially. Yi Qingxian ignored him and just quietly looked at the merit scrolls on the auction table. The Ice Spirit Palace female and the disciples of the Green Cloud sect were both in deep thought. This price had exceeded their expectations, but the attraction of this technique was just too great, and neither of them wanted to give it up easily. 450 medium-grade spirit stones. The Ice Spirit Palace female child raised the price again. She decided to throw her weight around. As to whether or not she could get it, it would depend on luck. If not, leave it at that. The disciples of the Green Cloud sect sighed helplessly. They were no longer able to follow the price. They could only watch. Seeing this, Yi Qingxian smiled faintly and raised the auction card in his hand once again, saying without hesitation, 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were almost everything to Yi Qingxian, and 100 years of killing had allowed him to collect all the storage rings of all the cultivators. Even if each person had 10 spirit stones on them, they all added up to 1,000,000, so naturally, they didn't need to worry about the day when they ran out of spirit stones. This time, the woman in white was also silent. She knew that her spirit stone reserves were also about to bottom out, and it was too risky to continue raising the price. Plus, their minds were focused on the last lot, so if they wasted all of their money on feats, it would obviously be a bit of a loss. As for whether Yi Qingxian could leave this place or not was a problem. It was no big deal to kill someone to get away. After all, in this dawdling city where killing was all around, not everyone was able to have a chance to leave with something. At this moment, Yi Qingxian had long been stared at by many powerful people, obviously not intending to let him leave this unharmed. The end of the auction would be a bloody battle. Eventually, the auctioneer struck the hammer in his hand. Congratulations to this fellow Daoist, who has auctioned off the Phantom Shadow Phantom Wind skill for 400 medium-grade spirit stones. Yi Qingxian stood up and stepped towards the auction table to collect the merit scroll. He was also able to feel all kinds of gazes thrown around him. There was envy, jealousy, and resentment. Lu Crow was even staring at him with a deadpan look, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Yi Qingxian returned to his seat and carefully put away the scroll of the merit law, not caring too much about what the others thought of him. Chapter 61, and fighting in all directions. It was also at this moment that the aura in the auction house suddenly turned cold, and several god transformation stage powerhouses all appeared in the vicinity of the crystal stage, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The crowd in the arena also have cast a stunned gaze. Could it be that this lot is extremely important, otherwise it would not let the Ghost King sect so important? Thinking about this group of powerhouses became even more curious about what kind of good thing the last lot would be, and whether it would be a one-hit wonder existence. Yi Qingxian raised his head to look at the place that was obscured by the curtains, and in just a few moments of effort, several strong auras of the harmonized realm simultaneously coalesced on top of the crystal platform beneath him. Looks like that piece is coming out. The huge barrier slowly rose, and the auctioneer nodded and smiled lightly. Don't be nervous, friends. The next thing to be auctioned is too precious. That's why we raised the barrier earlier because of this. Please don't be offended. As the auctioneer's voice fell, the originally calm crystal stage also issued a clear and pleasant creaking sound at this moment, only to see a special box appear in the crowd's field of vision out of thin air. The box was pale white in color, with a strange ring of gas surrounding it, as if signifying that the contents were extremely precious. The auctioneer gently stepped forward, his hands respectfully holding up the pale white box, his eyes filled with awe. Gentlemen, the item hidden within this box was left by a certain great power in the ancient times. His voice trembled slightly, obviously also shocked by the aura of this treasure. Everyone held their breath and stared at the box, wanting to find out what was going on. The auctioneer slowly opened the box, and in an instant, a soft light rose up to the sky, illuminating the entire auction house in a colorful manner. In the midst of the light, a crystal-clear bead was suspended, and there seemed to be a nebula flowing inside the bead, emitting a mysterious and powerful aura. This is the spiritual rhythm star bead, rumored to contain a hint of the spiritual rhythm from the beginning of the heavens and earth, and it has an unimaginable boost for cultivators to break through bottlenecks. Whether it's impacting the peak of the thunder tribulation or moving towards the loose immortal stage, the chances of winning may be increased by a few points due to it. The auctioneer's introduction caused the entire room to be in an uproar. The originally noisy auction house was instantly so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, followed by a frantic intake of breath. The greed and desire in the eyes of those powerhouses of the god transformation stage and conjugation stage could no longer be concealed. Because of the preciousness of this item, so what? We are currently not thinking of auctioning it off in spirit stones, but rather making decisions based on the power behind your fellow Taoists. The auctioneer wore a smile on his face. Therefore, ordinary spirit stones are no longer of any use. The value of this spirit rhythm star pearl is to unconditionally help its owner accomplish two things. The disciple of the Green Cloud sect laughed and said, if the master of the spirit rhythm star pearl tells us to pour out everything we have to deal with a powerful person or force that is difficult to defeat, do we have to do the same? Hehehe, all of you don't worry, those two things must also be within the ability of the bidders, but the person who can come up with this kind of thing, his identity and strength is not too weak. What he wants to do, it won't be too easy. The auctioneer laughed and stated that this matter needed to determine the strength of the other party, thus determining who could truly help the auctioneer with these two things. Everyone was whispering at this moment, thinking about who would be able to obtain this spiritual rhythm star bead that could break through the scattered immortal realm. However, they were equally clear that such a precious thing naturally could not be auctioned to this group of weaklings, and that only by becoming stronger would they have the opportunity to obtain this spirit rhythm star bead. The auctioneer smiled and said, all of you should also be clear about the preciousness of this spirit rhythm star pearl, so naturally there's no way to measure it in spirit stones, so our Ghost King sect will evaluate who has the chance to get this spirit rhythm star pearl based on the forces behind you. The corners of the Corpsing sect's young sect master Lu Crow's mouth rose up, while at the same time, he knew that his father was ready at the sign of the elders beside him. Whoever gets it next, today, must also die. Yi Qingxian didn't get involved in this matter, anyway, naturally, someone would find himself, and there wouldn't be any problem in snatching the spirit rhythm star pearl at that time. After all, in this murderous Dongling city, human life was not worth much. The auction soon ended, and this time, the one who got the spirit rhythm star pearl was the Ice Spirit Palace. After all, in this chaotic soul ruins filled with killing, the Ice Spirit Palace definitely claimed to be an overlord-like existence. It was said that the powerhouse possessed a strong person of the loose immortal realm. As for whether it was true or not, no one had seen it, it was just a legend. In the outside world of Dongling City, killing was everywhere, and endless corpses could be seen lying everywhere, with blood gathering into rivers and skeletons piling up into mountains. At this moment, ear-piercing collision sounds were constantly coming from the distance, as well as all sorts of miserable screams begging for mercy. However, Yi Qingxian didn't pay any attention to it. The chaotic soul ruins was originally a situation where you die and I die, and if you wanted to survive here, you relied on not only your strength, but also your luck. Just then, Yi Qingxian heard the sounds of a fight coming from the distance, as well as the sneering and lewd laughter of the Corpsing sect's young master, Lu Crow. I've long heard that all the disciples of the Ice Spirit Palace are young and beautiful. Now it seems to be true to its name. If I can double cultivate with them, it will definitely enhance my own cultivation. Jia, the girl should be the Ice Spirit Palace's eldest senior sister, Miss Qinghe, right? Qinghe stared at the Corpsing sect disciple with a cold gaze and said indifferently, Lu Crow, what do you want? Don't forget, our Ice Spirit Palace's power is above your Corpsing sect. If you don't want to lose your life, leave this place quickly, otherwise, die. Lu Crow laughed maniacally. Ha, Miss Qinghe is really cold and piercing. Even her speech is this unemotional. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly, I'll just give you a good heartache and let you become my bag. In the chaotic soul ruins, even if you die, no one will find out, and unless the Ice Spirit Palace slaughters all the forces in the entire chaotic soul ruins, who will know where we are? Qinghe looked grave as he drew the sword on his waist and pointed at the Corpsing sect's young master Lu Crow in front of him. You scumbags, you dare to covet the spirit rhythm star pearl, die. Lu Crow snorted coldly, slightly side-eyed the Mahayana elder beside him. Elder, abolish her cultivation and bring her back, I'll refine her into a cauldron to become a plaything in my palm. The Corpsing sect elder let out a jia smile. Don't worry young sovereign, this kind of thing is what I am most skilled at. Since this is the case, let me personally do it and abolish it here. Qinghe gripped the immortal sword in his hand tightly, knowing that he would not be able to defeat them. He immediately handed over the spirit rhythm star pearl in his hand to another disciple. Quickly leave this place, I'll hold them off. Chapter 62, you're even a thunder tribulation powerhouse. Want to leave? You don't have a chance. Right at this moment, the old man in blood-red robes appeared out of thin air at this place, and seeing the group of mole crickets that wanted to leave, he didn't hesitate to strike out and kill them all, leaving Qinghe alone to fight with the Mahayana stage elder. Father! Lu Crow's face was stunned, and he immediately greeted with a happy smile. That's right, the person who came was none other than the Corpsing sect's sect master, Lu Liangchen, who possessed the late stage of the Thunder Tribulation realm. When Lu Liangchen saw Su Yao intervene, although he had scruples in his heart, his greed for the spirit rhythm star pearl made him unwilling to stop there. He turned his head to Lu Crow and droned in a low voice, Crow's son, you lead the people to leave first, and I'll take care of this place for my father. Lu Crow nodded and took the box containing the spirit rhythm star pearl from his father's hands, then said with a smile on his face, Father, remember to bring her back, I need to ravage her properly. Lu Liangchen smiled and said, Good, since you like it, this seed will personally make her your cauldron. Lu Crow turned around and flew towards the distance with the rest of the people, while arranging for people to search for Yi Qingxuan's location. It was imperative to get the fragments of the technique and the remnants of the diagram from his body. Lu Liangchen's powerful aura of the late stage of the Thunder Tribulation instantly erupted around him, like a raging storm sweeping across the field. He quickly made seals with both hands and recited words under his breath, and a black thunder arc jumped and shuttled in his palm, gradually converging into a huge thunder beast phantom. The thunder beast opened its teeth and claws, letting out a deafening roar as it lunged towards Qinghe. Qinghe knew that there was an insurmountable gulf of strength between herself and Lu Liangchen, but her eyes were firm and fearless. She poured her entire body's spiritual energy into the immortal sword, which instantly shone brightly, and a thick layer of ice armor condensed around the sword's body, which flashed with strange runes. Qinghe brandished her immortal sword and met the thunder beast phantom, shouting under her breath, Ice spirit breaks the devil. A huge ice blade shot out from the immortal sword and collided with the thunder beast in midair. However, the moment the two touched, the ice blade shattered like a fragile glaze, and the thunder beast was only slightly hindered before it continued to pounce on Qinghe. Qinghe was unable to dodge and was struck by the thunder beast. The whole person flew backwards like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out blood, and his breath was dying. Lu Liangchen snorted coldly, slowly walking towards Qinghe step by step, each step falling as if making the earth shake. Truly not knowing the heights of heaven and earth, a mere transformation spirit great perfection dares to provoke the thunder tribulation. Let me waste you today and bring you back to Crow's child to play with. Qinghe stood up with difficulty, wiped the bloodstains on his face, and looked grimly at the Corpsine sect leader Lu Liangchen in front of him. Is your Corpsine sect trying to make an enemy of our ice spirit palace? Being an enemy, what can you do? Lu Liangchen licked his lips and smiled wryly. Seeing that you should still be a virgin, I like it. Let me accompany you to have a good time later, and then wash it and give it to Crow's child. Seek death. Qinghe rushed up once again, while the middle finger of his right index finger kept changing its form and slapped towards his chest. Old man, even if I die, I'm going to die with you. Wanting a Yuaning to self-destruct is impossible. Lu Liangchen instantly made his move. His right hand seemed to be like a sharp long sword, directly penetrating through the chest of the Qinghe girl, forcefully crushing the heart and Yuaning, which prevented the other party's Yuaning from self-destructing. Damn woman, and the group of sinful animals from the Ice Spirit Palace are all of the same kind. If you can't beat them, then your Yuaning will self-destruct. It's really pissing me off. Lu Liangchen angrily smashed the woman in front of him on the ground, turned his body and looked at the direction Lu Crow left not far away. It's a pity that such a good virgin body is wasted for nothing. Lu Crow, who had left from afar, did not immediately return to the Corpsine sect, but instead searched everywhere for Yi Qingxuan's location, and finally found traces of Yi Qingxuan's departure after his subordinates reported back. Thinking that this guy is so generous, he must have many treasures on his body, and immediately rushed up without thinking, ready to kill and get rid of the goods? At this time, Yi Qingxian had also sensed the aura of Lu Crow and the others, and with a slight smile, he then directly stopped his footsteps and put one hand behind his back, waiting for the other party to appear. Lu Crow quickly surrounded with a group of his men. He looked at Yi Qingxian with a hideous smile on his face. Kid, do you think you can run away? Hand over the technique you got at the auction and the fragment of the remnant map. Perhaps I can still leave you alive. Yi Qingxian looked calm and said lightly, I was afraid that you guys wouldn't come. I didn't think that all the cultivators of the church Corpsine sect would be thieves. It's really unbelievable. Aren't you afraid of retaliation by other forces? Lu Crow threw back his head and laughed, a slight disdainful demeanor showing in his eyes. Revenge? In this chaotic soul ruins, the strong are honored. Who cares about heavenly wrath? Don't try to scare me with these words. Lu Crow waved his hand and the men behind him drew their weapons and rushed towards Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian shook his head slightly. His figure suddenly became illusory, like a wisp of light smoke as he maneuvered through the attacks of the crowd. The group of cultivators had not even seen Yi Qingxuan's figure before they felt a blazing temperature coming from their necks, only to realize that their necks had been slashed at some point, and the blazing blood continued to gush out as if it was a fountain. Lu Crow was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Yi Qingxian to have such a weird stance, but he wasn't willing to be weak either, and took out a magic treasure in his hand, a black bell. Lu Crow gently shook the bell, and immediately, a black sound wave spread out, and wherever the sound wave went, space was slightly distorted. Let's see where you can hide, Lu Crow said viciously. Yi Qingxian stopped and looked at the immortal great fabric in Lu Crow's hand. His face was as normal as ever as he said, it seems like your father is really taking care of you, to the extent that he is even willing to let you hold an immortal grade fabric. Lu Crow snorted coldly and handed the box containing the spirit rhythm star bead in his hand to a close associate beside him before joining the battle himself. Although Lu Crow's cultivation was not as good as Yi Qingxuan's, it was not to be underestimated either. As he executed the Corpsine sect's mastery, his hands transformed into black claw shadows and grabbed towards Yi Qingxian. The claw shadows carried a strong corpse chi, and if he was caught solidly, he was afraid that his soul would be eroded by the corpse chi. Yi Qingxian grunted coldly in his heart, a mere harmonized god cultivator, how dare you take liberties in front of this seat? You really don't know the heights of heaven. Arrogant! Lu Crow also rushed up without hesitation. However, before he could touch Yi Qingxuan's body, he was shocked by the spiritual energy that permeated Yi Qingxuan's body and fell backward 100 feet, suddenly spewing out a mouthful of blood. You're a thunder tribulation powerhouse? Lu Crow was shocked in his heart and immediately stared at his copper bell eyes. Who the hell are you? Chapter 63, Corpsine Sect? Are you so proud of it? The corners of Lu Crow's mouth twitched as he straightened his back and arched his hand. Who on earth is your excellency? I am the Corpsine Sect's young sect leader Lu Crow. My father is Lu Liangchen. Offending our Corpsine Sect is not a clear-cut move. Corpsine Sect? Is it a drag? Lu Crow said angrily, how dare you insult the Corpsine Sect? Who the hell are you? Yi Qingxian did not reply, he just waved his right hand out, and as if the previous Lu Crow was grabbed by some kind of energy, he flew into the air on the spot, and then his body twisted and deformed continuously like a twist, and instantly burst into flames with a mournful scream. Young sovereign! The Corpsine Sect elder's face changed drastically, and he rushed up to try to rescue the young patriarch,
but he felt a sharp pain coming from his chest, and realized that he had been penetrated by a sharp blade at some point in time at his chest. With the vitality in his eyes gradually disappearing, the Corpsine sect elder unwillingly knelt on the ground and eventually died. Yi Qingxian drew out his longsword without any expression, bringing up a piece of blood, and then with a single swipe of his sword, he decimated all the remaining Corpsine sect disciples. Picking up the storage ring that had fallen on the ground, Yi Qingxian looked in the direction in the distance, and with his perception, he naturally noticed that the Corpsine sect master was flying in this direction. Yi Qingxian also had no intention of wasting time here and quickly disappeared in place. 10 minutes after Yi Qingxian disappeared, an old man dressed in a blood-red robe appeared out of nowhere. The old man's face was pale, his eyes were filled with hostility, and his body was filled with a special circle of blood-red spiritual energy. This person was none other than the Corpsine sect master Lu Liangchen. Lu Liangchen looked around and realized that there were disciples of their Corpsine sect everywhere, which caused his expression to visibly change slightly, and then he took a step forward with a gloomy face, searching for his son's silhouette. However, after searching for half a day, he didn't find Fan Ling's body, which made him start to doubt. Could it be that Crow had already left? However, the moment he saw the Mahayana elder die on the spot, Lu Liangchen realized that his son hadn't escaped, but had died. Lu Liangchen turned around and looked at the place that had turned into ashes. There was a dagger being placed in there, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it was none other than his own son's personal weapon. Immediately grabbing the body of the Mahayana elder underneath him, his right hand slapped fiercely on his head, his face filled with cold resentment, transforming into a tiny curtain of blood, and in that curtain of blood he saw with his own eyes that his own son had actually been twisted into the form of a twisted twist, with not even a dregs left. Lu Liangchen went completely insane, roaring out like a madman, "No matter who it is, as long as I find out who did it, I will definitely make him suffer the pain of 10,000 cuts of flesh." However, no matter how Lu Liangchen hissed, he didn't know who these people really were. Because of the black robes covering them, he couldn't see what the other side looked like at all. He only knew that this guy was strong and powerful. Being able to kill a Mahayana stage powerhouse in seconds, the strength of the main body should be at the Thunderbolt realm. Chaotic Soul Ruins has countless Thunder Tribulation powerhouses. Wanting to find it is undoubtedly not a needle in a haystack, but what to say is that he must take revenge, or else he will be sorry for his own son's heavenly soul. Yi Qingxian, who had left this place, flew straight in the direction of the Qingyun Academy. With his speed, it would only take him a few moments of effort to be able to arrive at the Qingyun Academy. However, the Qingyun Academy had a rule that any cultivator needed to take a flying boat to go to the academy, and if anyone came uninvited, they would be expelled by the strong men of the Qingyun Academy. This was the case even for the strongest of the Thunder Tribulation realm. Yi Qingxian did not break the rules of this place and took out the token that his master had left for himself back then, which was said to have been gifted by the elders of the Qingyun Academy, with the specific function of being able to enter the Qingyun Academy unimpeded. Yi Qingxian looked at the not too far away, at the corner of the two majestic huge mountains, there was a hidden town. This was the Peace Town. Although he was not afraid of that group of guys, however, there was no need to cause killings here. There were many strong people from the Chaotic Soul Ruins gathered at the entrance of the town, and they were all standing around in an orderly manner, not daring to look like they were fighting in any way. And not far to the left stood a huge tree. The large tree was pitch black in color, with its crown spreading out in all directions, gaping and flailing, and in the afterglow of the setting sun, there was a faint touch of gloom. Between the forked branches of that tree, some corpses, directly interspersed, were hanging from it, and the light wind blew and shook them, making creepy crunching noises. Obviously, all of these corpses were put to death because they were fighting in this place. As long as they did not violate the rules of this place, they could naturally be safe and sound, but if they did, only death awaited them. Gentlemen, to enter the Peace Town you must take the pills specially made by this academy for sensing the killing aura. Once you store a killing chance in the center of the town, you will be glowing through and through, and you will be wanted by us. Before you leave town, you only need the antidote distribution point to receive the potion. The one who spoke was a strong harmonized God realm practitioner from the Qingyun Academy, arranging for everyone to consume this pill. At the same time, this spirit transformation cultivator had also spotted Yi Qingxian, who was covered in fury, and stepped forward, looking at him. "Your Excellency, this seat, Yi Qingxian, is going to make a trip to the Qingyun Academy." Hearing these words, the surrounding Jia Qingyun Academy disciples cast curious gazes, looking at the man in front of them with interest. This spirit transformation realm cultivator frowned, but didn't say anything, instead asking Yi Qingxian, "Fellow Daoist is going to the Qingyun Academy? May I have an invitation letter?" Because outsiders need to show an invitation letter, or something else, before they can go to the Qingyun Academy, otherwise anyone is allowed to go, unless they are students of this academy. Yi Qingxian took out a token from his storage ring, and the moment he saw it, this Douling's face changed drastically, and his entire body immediately knelt down on the ground, respectfully saying, "Greetings, senior." This token was crafted from fine jade, while 4 large characters were engraved on it, Qingyun Academy. As a powerhouse of the transformation realm, he naturally knew what this was. This token represented the academy elders, and could only be worn by powerhouses of the Mahayana realm and above. After meeting as if they were meeting the Grand Elder, the students of the Qingyun Academy had to kneel and bow. The others didn't dare to have any slowness when they saw it and knelt down on the ground, their eyes showing surprise, not knowing what kind of person this senior was in the end, even possessing this kind of token. It's unbelievable. Senior, please wait. Senior immediately went to prepare the warboat to escort you to the Qingyun Academy. Just now Senior has offended more. I hope Senior will forgive me. Thanks a lot. Yi Qingxian responded and then followed the Sto Ling in the direction of the warboats, which were only used by the strongest members of the Qingyun Academy's own academy. Chapter 64 Mu Tai, Elder of the Outer Sect of the Qing Dynasty Schoolhouse. The Qingyun Academy was divided into two courtyards, internal and external, and those new students who were recruited from all over the continent would be practicing in the external courtyard. Until their strength reaches a certain point, they can participate in the annual inter-academy selection competition, and as long as they enter the top 50 of the selection competition, they will be able to obtain the qualification to enter the inner academy. The inner courtyard was different from the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard of the Qingyun Academy was merely a place to test the new students. The true core of the Qingyun Academy was still within the inner courtyard. At this moment, when the elder of the Qingyun Academy learned of the visit of a Thunder Tribulation powerhouse, he also immediately brought many tutors to this place to greet him. One of the old men with white whiskers stroked his pale goatee beard and twisted his head to ask, Elder Mu, is that Taoist friend really a strong person from my Qingyun Academy? The old man who called himself Elder Mu shook his head. Of course he didn't know who the other party was, but to be able to take out a token meant that the other party's status was either rich or noble, and most likely had a relationship with the Grand Elder of the Inner Academy. If the other party was neglected, it would not be favorable for the Green Cloud School. Moreover, the other party was able to grasp the token of the Qingyun Academy, so he must naturally not be an unusual person, and it was impossible to be less polite. I don't know how long had passed, but the battle boat of the Qingyun pregnant woman slowly protruded in front of the crowd, and Elder Mu led all of the elders of the Qingyun Academy to gather together while bowing their hands in obeisance. See you seniors. Yi Qingxian put one hand behind his back and glanced at the strongest members of the Qingyun Academy. The strongest of them, Elder Mu, was only at the early Mahayana realm, while everyone else's cultivation was around the peak of harmonization. The cultivation world had always been about the weak and the strong, and the strongest was honored, and the elder in front of him was not as strong as Yi Qingxian, so naturally, he had to address him as a senior. Yi Qingxian instantly appeared in front of Elder Mu and calmly asked, is the great elder of the Qingyun Academy here? Elder Mu replied with an arch of his hand and bowed, reporting back to senior, the current Grand Elder has left the academy and has not returned so far. I have already arranged for someone to go searching. It shouldn't take long before he is able to return to the Qingyun Academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxian subconsciously nodded. He had come here for the male lead Chunan. As for whether or not the Grand Elder of the Qingyun Academy was here, Yi Qingxian did not care. Elder Mu laughed and then made a motion of invitation. Senior, this is not the place to talk. How about we transfer the inner courtyard? With pleasure. As the crowd entered the Qingyun Academy, the boundary of this place was then torn open, and the scene inside appeared in Yi Qingxian's eyes. Qingyun Academy is worthy of being the top academy in the chaotic soul ruins. The spiritual energy of this place is extremely abundant, and the strong people are like clouds. Even the cultivation of the disciples are above the Jiedan stage realm, and this kind of strength is a shocking talent no matter where it is placed. These students have strong backgrounds, and not a few of them come from the upper world. All of them are arranged by the strong family to come to the chaotic soul market to practice, and after graduation, they will return to their families or clans to continue to cultivate themselves. At the same time, the disciples of the Qingyun Academy were also casting curious gazes, all pondering who these people were and why they could make Elder Mu so respectful. However, seeing that the other party stepped into the air and appeared 100 feet away every time he stepped, he must be a strong person above the Mahayana realm as well. Led by Elder Mu, he arrived at a separate compound in the inner courtyard, which was the residence of the Grand Elder of the inner courtyard of the academy, and also the most tranquil place. Generally speaking, no one was allowed to step in privately without the Grand Elder's permission, but now that the senior had suddenly arrived at the Qingyun Academy, he naturally wouldn't take this rule into consideration. Please. Aha. Yi Qingxian answered and stepped into the room. Elder Mu took out the Great Elder's treasured tea from the cabinet and personally poured a cup for Yi Qingxian. Elder, please drink. Elder Mu offered it with both hands. Yi Qingxian took the cup of tea handed over and took a sip. Many thanks. You're welcome, sir. I haven't introduced myself just now. My junior is Mu Tai, the outer sect elder of the Qingyun Academy. Yi Qingxian, as the reader of this book, had all the characters in the entire book memorized in his mind, so he naturally knew that the old man in front of him was Elder Mu Tai of the Qingyun Academy. This person was upright and cherished talent, and was considered a good Mahayana realm powerhouse. There weren't many people who could still keep their beginnings in the chaotic soul ruins. Elder Mu Tai sat down on the chair and asked curiously, Senior, I wonder what is the purpose of your visit to my Qingyun Academy? I need some herbs from the Green Cloud Academy. I wonder if Elder Mu Tai can help. Of course Yi Qingxian could not directly say that he was running towards Chunan this time. Moreover, the Qingyun Academy was a far-famed top-tier academy, which contained just a handful of strong people, and possessed even more strange and exotic treasures than could be counted. The other purpose of this visit was to be able to procure some herbs for refining pills, and whether or not they could be obtained would depend on whether or not the Qingyun Academy was willing to take them out. Yi Qingxian was also nonchalant as he took out a list of medicinal herbs from his nascent sphere and handed it over, if there is one, no matter how much it costs. Elder Mutai received the list of medicinal herbs handed over, and when he saw the medicinal herbs on it, he also couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, because each and everything on it was an existence of true value, and it wasn't rare in the entire chaotic soul ruins. Yi Qingxian looked at Elder Mutai's difficult expression and knew that the things inside were indeed harder to find, so he could only helplessly shake his head and said, "If not, then this seat will leave." Seeing Mr. Yi Qingxian want to go, Elder Mutai busily responded, "Sir, don't be anxious, I will now arrange for people to look for the list above. There are some colleges stored a little, but the specific whether you can get the rest of the late generation do not dare to boast." Yi Qingxian also knew how precious the contents were, which also required 2 demonic pills of Mahayana realm demonic beasts, and that alone had already deterred most people. Elder Mutai was also clear about the value of these things. Every kind of thing placed in the chaotic soul ruins could be auctioned out at sky-high prices, and to get it, it naturally required a great deal of human and material resources and financial resources. However, since Senior Yi Qingxian wanted it, they naturally went all out. When the dean left back then, he had once told them that if someone held an academy token in the future, regardless of the other party's strength or identity, they needed to try to fulfill all of the other party's requirements. Mutai and the others were also incomparably respectful of the dean's decision. No matter what the other party needed, with the strength and background of the Qingyun Academy, it would only be a matter of time before they could get it all together. "Senior, please wait a moment, I will arrange for someone to look for these things, and I estimate that it will take some time before they can all be put together." Elder Mutai glanced at the list of spirit herbs in his hand, and also arranged for the elders within the Qingyun Academy to go and look for them, lest he upset the senior in front of him. Chapter 65 Late Thunderstorm Strongman, Xian Kongzi. Yi Qingxian did not like to owe people favors, and directly took out a special green-colored wooden box from his nascent sacred ring, and with the appearance of the box, Elder Mutai's gaze was attracted over. This is. As the wooden box was slowly opened, brilliant and dazzling light burst forth, filling the otherwise monotonous room with strange color features. Elder Mutai, heart appalled, firmly locked in the box, a dragon's eye size of the pill is quietly lying, in which the surface of the pill is extremely rounded, which is more above the engraving of several different colors. This is an 8th grade high-grade elixir? One must know that such things as pills were extremely precious treasures in the entire Tianxian continent, with the 1st grade being the lowest and the 9th grade being the highest, of which the 8th grade pills were not necessarily able to be possessed even by Thunder Tribulation powerhouses. An elixir of that grade could only be made by cultivators within the western Nuga prefecture. It wasn't that the Thunderjack cultivators were too weak, but that the pills were too precious, and there was almost no one in the entire central state who was able to have an 8th grade, high-level pill. In Elder Mutai's memories, there was only one person within the central state who was able to concoct 8th grade high-grade pills, and that person could only concoct 8th grade low-grade pills. Even so, this alchemist still became a dream alchemist in the hearts of all the powerful people in the central state. This 8th grade high-grade elixir should be able to serve as the price of the herbs, right? Yi Qingxian gently sipped a mouthful of tea and said, "Enough, of course it's enough." Elder Mutai swallowed his dry mouth in surprise. He didn't expect the senior in front of him to casually take out an 8th grade elixir. Such a wasteful thing was the first time he had seen it after living for so many years. It seemed that with the appearance of the 8th grade high-grade elixir, black clouds were coiled in the sky above the entire academy, and there seemed to be thunder dragons climbing in the clouds, bringing an unimaginable sense of oppression within the academy. The disciples of the academy all raised their heads to look in the direction of the inner courtyard, not understanding what was going on. They just felt the majestic energy converging in the firmament, as if something had appeared and attracted the heaven and earth visions. The elders of the Qingyun Academy also appeared in the midair of this place, their gazes gazing at the energy in the sky with horror, their hearts even more shocked that an 8th grade high-grade elixir would appear in this place. Currently, their chaotic soul ruins also only possessed an 8th grade alchemist, but his alchemy level clearly had no way to refine 8th grade high-grade pills. Elder Mutai immediately covered the box, avoiding the elixir from suddenly bursting out with spirituality and escaping from this place, in which case the loss would really outweigh the gain. The elixir has already given birth to a preliminary spirit when it reaches the 5th grade, and the spirit of the 8th grade high-grade elixir is no less than that of a 13 or 14-year-old teenager, and if it escapes, the only way to catch it is to use a strong person of the Thunderbolt realm. Elder Mutai said excitedly, "Elder, do you really intend to exchange this 8th grade high-grade elixir?" "What, not enough?" Yi Qingxian asked rhetorically as he gently sipped his tea. "Enough is enough." Elder Mutai wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, "This elixir is exceptionally precious. Even our Qingyun Academy currently does not have a single 8th grade, high-grade elixir, so senior is really generous?" At this moment, Elder Mutai finally believed that the other party should know the Grand Elder or the Dean, otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to casually take out an 8th grade high-grade elixir. Yi Qingxian glanced at the agitated Elder Mutai in front of him, then his gaze rested on the figure in the firmament. One could only see that it was an old man wearing a black robe, which covered his cheeks, making it impossible to see his true appearance. However, he was able to sense from his breath that the other party's cultivation was in the late Thunder Tribulation realm, only half a step away from the Great Perfection. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this person should be one of the reclusive elders of the Qingyun Academy, Xian Kongzi, who possessed the late stage of the Thunder Tribulation realm. Drill Hollow was no stranger to Yi Qingxian. This person was a top-tier powerhouse of the Qingyun Academy, who had helped the male lead Chunan through difficult times quite a number of times, and even protected the other party at the expense of offending a dispersed immortal realm powerhouse because of the male lead. It was a pity that in the final battle, this elder chose to die with the other party in order to be able to save the male lead Chunan, and eventually died. Elder Mutai also noticed Xian Kongzi at this time and hurriedly arched his hand towards Xian Kongzi's position and bowed. Disciple Mutai, see Senior Xian Kongzi. Xian Kongzi instantly appeared in the room and glanced at the exquisite wooden box on the table, then narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Yi Qingxuan's position and asked indifferently, I wonder what is your name, and where did your teacher come from? Yi Qingxian quietly opened his mouth and replied, Saint son of the Violet Sky Dynasty, Yi Qingxian. So it's fellow Taoist Yi Qingxian, I've heard a lot about you. Xian Kongzi cupped his fists and saluted towards Yi Qingxian, then in his mind, he recalled the legend of the Holy Son of the Violet Sky Dynasty at the beginning. It was said that Yi Qingxian, the saint son of the Room Purple Sky Dynasty, was exceptionally talented and had already broken through to the Jiedan realm at the age of 9, and even certain forces in the Central State had heard about it. However, it was said that the other party accidentally disappeared in the Purple Sky Dynasty when he was 13 years old, and he didn't expect that in just 100 years' time, he would come back, and his cultivation had also broken through to the Thunder Tribulation realm. Even if this kind of talent was placed in the entire Eastern Ridge Southern Prefecture, it would definitely be called a phoenix-like existence, right? Xian Kongzi sat on the chair beside Yi Qingxian, then asked with a raised eyebrow, do you really want to give this 8th grade high-grade elixir to our Qingyun Academy? Of course. Yi Qingxian nodded and replied, fellow Taoist doesn't need to be nervous, there is no prohibition in the potion, and similarly, there are no harmful herbs, so if you don't believe me you can completely carry out a divine sense probe. Ho ho ho. Xian Kongzi smiled and said, fellow Taoist is overstating the case, the fact that you can take out an 8th grade high-ranked elixir shows your character. This point is not necessary for the old man to probe whether this 8th grade high-ranked elixir has been made into a bracelet or not. As a top powerhouse of the Qingyun Academy, Xian Kongzi naturally understood that Yi Qingxian could never swindle himself. After all, this was not a good thing for Yi Qingxian. Offending the Qingyun Academy was not a wise choice. Xian Kongzi personally poured a cup of tea for Yi Qingxian and nodded, the herbs you need I have already arranged for someone to go ahead and search for them in the Tibetan scripture cabinet. It shouldn't take long for them to be delivered, and as for those that aren't available, we at the Qingyun Academy will do our best to help you find them as well. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist is polite. Xian Kongzi stroked his goat beard, then asked with a raised eyebrow, fellow Taoist, I wonder why you need so many herbs, and also 2 inner dawn of Mahayana stage demonic beasts. Do you know the precious Kyoto of this kind of thing? This seat naturally knows that. That's why this seat took out an 8th grade high-grade elixir in exchange.